At the tone, please record your message.
Hey, welcome back to the Crash Space. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It is currently February 15th, 2026. It's a Sunday morning. A bit later than normal, but not too late to not be out of breath. Triple, double negative. How's everyone doing this Sunday? It's good. Sitting down in the grayest sweater in what seems to be the grayest room. I really need to do a better job of putting color in the background. Tried a bit there on the left. Maybe we'll get some lights. How's everyone doing? It's a Sunday. Excited to be back. It's been a busy week. Hold on, I do really have a hair in my mouth. Yeah, gave myself a bath like a cat. It's a Sunday. It's been a busy week of Marvel Champions. We're just around the corner for a lot of folks. Next week, it looks like Hercules and Wonder Man are coming out, which is always super exciting. I'm gonna say that here in Canada, it's not looking great. There's a lot of stores that don't even have them as listed. So I'm assuming we might be on the wait for like 3 months train, which like, oh my God, throw me in the ocean. That feels so bad. So I might look into it and try and like order it abroad and bring it in, which is disappointing in terms of like supporting local game stores, but it is how it is sometimes when you want to try and make content. D House, how's it going? Unplayable. Hey, how's your Sunday? In the world of Netrunner, if you're following, it's spoilers week. So Netrunner has releases less regular than Marvel Champions, as much as they're kind of bigger. But we're in a really, it's a busy time. And every day, every morning at 8 o'clock, you wake up, there's some new cards to talk about. So it's been pretty special. I'm meant to be this weekend working on a video because I am a content creator in the Netrunner space. And so the folks who make the game gave me cards so that I can talk about them. And those videos take time to make. So we're still got a lot of work to do this week. That being said, videos have been good. We put out a video on Wednesday. It's a Maria Hill video playing aggression with no big airships. The response seemed to be really nice. Thank you so much. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I thought it was a really interesting deck and it was actually way more fun than I thought it would. There's some small anomalies in the audio that I couldn't fix. It's a real pain because I don't do any monitoring while I'm recording. So after you record for an hour, you just hope that the audio is good. And sometimes it isn't. The problem is it's like 1 in 100 as opposed to 1 in every like 10, where you would definitely consider monitoring. Andy, how's it going? Good morning. Just finished running through Mutant Genesis with Wolverine Leadership. Currently workshopping Nightcrawler Aggression. Super cool. I've played a whole lot of Nightcrawler Aggression on this channel. We're going to be obviously playing Wolverine today. Why Leadership Wolverine? What is the interaction points I think are interesting? Also, Andy, were you on Winning Hand? Because I'm like, the Andy R's out there, there must be more than one, right? But I like that a heck of a lot. Hopefully that was you. Joel, how's it going? Hey, how's your Netrunner spoilers been so far? Anywho, that's mostly it. I am going to be a bit busier the next couple weeks because the set is out. Spamming Jubilee. Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. I'm like, Jubilee's not my favorite character in this deck. My favorite ally, considering all she does is +5 damage. But +5 damage is good for sure. It's just like comparing Wolverine to Jubilee and then Jubilee to Wolverine between the two decks that we played this week and last week. One of them is way more interesting than the other, I think. Anyways, in a week or two, in 2 weeks, the new Netrunner set is out, which means things are going to slow down a wee bit in terms of content here. I have pre-recorded a video, so there will be a piece coming out this Wednesday. We're playing Protection Groot, which has not been a deck I've played in a while, and I think Groot's like really kind of clumsy and silly, but you can do something cool with it if you like really work around it. So we're playing like Stop Hitting Yourself Groot. That is all recorded. I just did do the publishing. So there will be a video out next Wednesday. The next weekend we'll be back. But then the Wednesday after that, I'm not sure if I can promise anything. I'd really hope to be able to get a video in, but it's not guaranteed. The Andy R from the Winning Hand is not me, but I met at COH. Oh, okay. So there's 2 Andy Rs. Well, I reckon you're both as lovely. So that's really, really funny. Because I've heard the name Andy R before, and I can't tell if it's your Andy R or a different Andy R. So, I mean, that's good to know. Been good. Spoilers made me learn I've been playing Bad Pup wrong the entire time. I thought it was already a separate pile of credits. Well, it functionally is. I'm not going to go into the bad publicity changes because I'm not sure I love them. But a lot of people had the credits as separate, but you can still spend or lose them. Now the difference is you just can't lose them. That's the only difference. You can't lose bad publicity credits during the run, which is honestly like, that's a huge balance update. Like that's a balance change, not a rules change, if you ask me. And the implications of how this was considered as a balance change, we won't go into it. I also use Noble Sacrifice for additional healing and getting a tough. It's the same as a block and hit points and resources for cards with Wolverine. Noble Sacrifice for additional healing and getting a tough. Noble Sacrifice is the one where you discard an ally, and then you get their health and a toughness, right? Hold on, I guess we can just pull this up. Yeah, I like this a lot. I think the Marvel Champions designs have always overcosted certain cards. One of the cards I felt like they've always overcosted is cards that discard allies. I think they got a lot better with those. Like this is a really good effect because the tough is worth the block itself, plus the healed hit points makes up for you losing an ally. The other one that gets me is like the ones that require you to exhaust your hero to do some effect. Those are massively overcosted 9 out of 10 times. But Noble Sacrifice, I think, is a pretty good one. I'm assuming it came out later. This must have been a Magneto card if I can tell that little image in the corner. But yeah, that makes sense. Noble Sac is cool. I like this a lot. I do like how over time leadership has been less about just like spamming and chump blocking, and they've given you more incentives to do things that are a bit more nuanced than that come with costs. And Noble Sacrifice is definitely one of those cool cards. All right, I'm back into my breath. I'm no longer out of breath. Let's talk about what we're doing today. We're playing Wolverine. Wolverine is a hero from the Mutant Genesis cycle, the first X-Men cycle. I think a lot of people might have expected that when Mutant Genesis came out, the box, that the two characters that would be in this box would be like Wolverine and Phoenix or Wolverine and Jubilee or something like that. But basically like Wolverine, Cyclops, Storm, Wolverine Storm, I think would maybe be the best choice. They are like the most popular X-Men characters by a mile. And then instead this box is Colossus and Shadowcat. And I think that's actually pretty sick. And some of this might be marketing based off the idea that they want you to buy the hero pack. And of course, everyone's going to buy a hero Wolverine pack. And I think everyone did. I'm assuming it was one of the better selling ones, as much as it's probably pretty hard to find right now. But Wolverine being like the most popular X-Men in the history of society and humanity hasn't been my most favorite hero. I've actually checked some of my hero stats, and I think I haven't played a lot of Wolverine because my partner really enjoys playing Wolverine. So usually in 2-player, I'll play the other side, usually the thwarting foil to Wolverine. So I haven't played a lot of him. And then I did pick him up and played a couple games, and I checked my stats, and on Expert, I had like a 33% win rate. I was losing way more than I was winning playing Expert Wolverine. And I'm not sure why. I could look into the stats and tell you like what aspect I was playing. Was I trying to force protection, which I think Wolverine can do? Was I just playing aggression and playing rush? Maybe. And today we're playing an aggression deck. It has a fair bit of aggression cards in it, and I think it's interesting. I've played a whole bunch of games already with this testing earlier today. I don't think this deck is perfect. I think there's 1 or 2 slots that are question marks that I think we can talk about together. But otherwise, I've had way more fun playing Expert Wolverine in the last week than I have ever. To date, this is the most interesting I think Wolverine's been. Now, I do want to preface, and maybe this is like, not doing myself a favor, but usually here we do decks that are a bit interesting. There's like 1 or 2 interaction points that are like, oh, kind of neat, and maybe you haven't considered this or something like that. This Wolverine is relatively straightforward. It is no surprises, really. It is functional. Hopefully it does what it wants to do, and that's kind of it. Like, there's no flashy things here. I tried to do 1 or 2 flashy things coming to this deck, and the flashy things we'll talk about in a second, they were pretty bad. And so I ended up cutting them, and then just playing relatively aggression stock standard Wolverine. And all that being said, it's still really fun. I've actually enjoyed Wolverine a fair bit more, as I said, playing him. So let's talk about Wolverine and what we have today. So, does this button not work? This button doesn't work. Give me 1 second. My pedal is broken. Why is my pedal broken? So I control things with my feet with the pedals, and the pedal is not zooming in. That's bad. This pedal works. That's fine. This pedal doesn't work. This pedal works. Okay, hold on. Something seems to have misaligned here. Zoom in. Huh? One of my things is broken? Give me 1 second. Sorry. This is a live stream. Zoom reset, but zoom in doesn't seem to be a filter anymore. Why not? Zoom in. That should work. Zoom reset should work. Why can't... I'm sorry, this is not flattering, but we need this to work. It's really important this works. So this should be zoom reset. That's fine. Then this should be zoom in, but it's not finding zoom in. Okay, so hold on. We'll do this. What the heck? Okay, hold on. We're going to just reset Stream Deck and we'll go from there. How's everyone's week been? I think this is like kind of the charming thing about live stuff is like it's live, it breaks, and then you have to be okay with fixing it live. And then anytime that you're the person behind the camera trying to fix something live, like time dilates in such a incredible way where something that takes you 10 seconds to fix feels like it takes you 2.5 hours. It is definitely something worth being looked at because yeah, it is. It is buck wild how uncomfortable Dead Space can be sometimes. All right, Stream Deck is not booting. All my functions are down. I guess I'll just hold things up to the camera. There's no way that's what we're doing. Stream Deck, where you at? I mean, it's a Sunday morning. How much pressure could we be under? Remind me later. If there was any doubt, yes. Okay, cool. That will be a really fun timestamp for those who are watching the pod. All right. This is the first time that we've tried to talk about Wolverine. This is Wolverine. 10 hit points, 222 stat line is not bad, actually. I thought there's a big chance that Wolverine would be one of these like 1-3-1s or 1-3-2s, which is not a great stat line when you're playing solo because thwarting is really important and you're just kind of inherently bad at thwarting. But 2 thwart's actually great. It's really, really good for solo. And sometimes, not more often than not, but there are a bunch of times that you actually end up thwarting for 2. Now your stats will go up. Your kit can make your attack go up to 3 naturally, so you are incentivized to just like send it, especially because we're an aggression deck. Like that's one of the big ways that Wolverine I think really excels is you can play Rushdown. The problem is Rushdown is not particularly fun in solo, I don't think. You just kind of try to ignore the game as quickly as possible. Now we have a healing factor, and this is the same as the healing factor on the Deadpool card that was printed after with Dogpool on it, which I forget the name of, but it says response after the player phase begins heals 2 damage. And when I saw that, I love that. Like I love heroes that can just brawler and can heal. I've said this many times on the channel that you don't have to jump down, that you can just passively heal. The issue is like 2 health is not a lot. Like if a villain on expert attacks you for 6, you have to survive that damage, but then it's functionally an attack for 4. This means that a lot of the villains, like if you're playing standard, they attack for 3, maybe. Like you're healing 2 of that. So you honestly don't take a lot of damage. But this ability, if you ask me, is better and more consistent and safer the more health you have. So the way that we've built our deck, our health can go up to 20 health. And once you have 20 health, you don't care when the villain attacks you because you will just be healing passively and no one single attack can kill you. Can knock you out. Because that's a problem, is if you're on 6 health and the villain's attacking you, there's a chance the villain's going to do 6 damage and you lose the game. So your healing doesn't matter if you can't survive the hit. So actually having more padding is pretty important. I'm kind of surprised that Wolverine only has 10 health. I'm actually kind of surprised that Wolverine can be defeated because I don't functionally think Wolverine can be defeated. But we'll get there. The space crashing is more likely than you think. Lucy, how's it going? Oh crap, it's not working during a live stream is relatable. I feel your pain. Don't sweat it. I mean, we got it working. That's all that matters, I guess. Now, this side of Wolverine has been really tense from my experience, or my, I guess not experience so much as like my historic looking back at things. So Snikt is our setup, and it says search your deck and discard pile for the Wolverine claws, upgrade and put into play. And our Wolverine claws, I have sleeved in a different sleeve, which is something you can legally do because this card is permanent. But for a while, setup used to fire, and it technically still does fire after you mulligan. And that's awful because this card should be in your deck. For what it's worth, permanent cards, from my understanding, do count towards your deck size, or sorry, don't count towards your deck size. I forget. I should probably remember. I know this deck is legal, but permanent cards here are really weird because they are technically in your deck, I think. And then you can mulligan, and then you're meant to search your deck and discard pile for this card. So if you ever mulligan into it, the same way that there's a couple heroes that have a really ugly mulligan when you mulligan into your shopping spree, you just lose a hand size functionally. Also, there's other things that can interact, like Ultron. Ultron has a villain setup, and villain setups happen before hero setups. And it says take the top card of your deck and put it face down as a drone. So there's a chance that you failed to find your claws because your claws is a drone. I think people found this to be pretty insulting. It's not very fun. It doesn't make a lot of sense. And there's a whole lot of characters that can lose their, their best important upgrade, like Captain America's shield or Hawkeye's bow can just become drones on turn 1 if you're massively unlucky. Now, they didn't fix those, but they did fix Wolverine. So now technically permanent stuff are set aside. They're not part of your deck. And then during the setup, you grab the permanent and put it into play. And because this card is permanent, you can't lose it, which means it can't be discarded. So you can have a different card back as much as this is a legal player card. So now the way it works, I think, is the way that makes sense. It's intuitive, where you can't miss, you can't draw into this, you can't lose this on accident. It's literally in your body. How could you lose it? As much as Captain America can lose Captain America's shield. Now, 6 recovery on Logan is kind of cool. Like, that seems great. The problem is I don't actually think 6 is good enough, because on the alternate ego side, or sorry, on the hero side, at the beginning of your turn, you recover 2, right? So if you ever start your turn in alter ego, you lose that free recovery, which means functionally you recover 4. as much as you have to exhaust to get that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you want to start your turn in alter ego, you're losing 2 healing. So the 6 recovery on Logan actually works out to be like a 4 recovery, because if you're in hero mode, you would have recovered 2 anyways. Now, that isn't true on turns that you start in hero mode, recover 2, jump down, and then recover 6, because then you recovered 8 in a turn, as much as you're going to lose 2 next turn. But yeah, it's kind of weird. The alter ego recover 6 is like obviously a really big number. I think it's the second highest recovery in the game, but it doesn't feel good enough. Anytime I jump down into alter ego to heal, I feel bad because you're just healing passively on the other side. So it's kind of weird. Hey, Jai, how's your Sunday been? Just checking in before I had to sleep. Hopefully you've been well, enjoying spoilers. It's going good. Got you on in the background while I edit some video. I'm assuming spoiler stuff, huh? Very, very cool. Anyways, this is us. I think so much more important is our claws, because our claws functionally is the text that you would appear on a hero card. So this permanent weapon cannot leave play. It's just going to be there on the table. And it says hero action, exhaust the claws to choose an attack event in your hand and take damage equal to its printed cost. There's a lot of weird rules text, rulings around Wolverine. And so reading the card is actually very important for the way that this works out. So we take damage equal to the cost of the event. Then we get to play that event, ignoring its resource cost. And it says that attack gains piercing. This is annoying. It says that attack gains piercing, not that card gets piercing or that damage from the event gets piercing. There's a lot of ways to word this that are a bit more broad, but this is actually really specific in a frustrating way. It says that attack gains piercing. So there are certain cards, including Wolverine's kit, that can attack multiple times. But because the way that this is worded, it's only the first attack that card puts out that gains piercing. Kind of annoying. Wish it wasn't like that. Don't know why it's the case. But if you look at other cards, like not aggressive conditioning, sorry, power of aggression. No, what's this called? Aggressive energy, excuse me. This card says when you spend this resource to play an attack event, that event deals 1 additional damage, which means if that event, it gets to be played multiple times, which is something Wolverine can do. Every time you play that card, it does an additional damage. If that card does multiple attacks, each attack on that card does multiple damage. But specifically, Wolverine's claws only hits the first attack from the event, even if the attack fires multiple times. I don't know if that was a balanced decision. I don't know if that was just like easy enough to put on the text box, but this text is actually different than you think it is, specifically in non-bows with a bunch of the cards in Wolverine's deck, which is frustrating. There's a couple of frustrations around Wolverine. Firstly, the setup thing, which has been fixed, but also this being only the first attack is weird. Now, otherwise, what does the card do? The card allows you to play an expensive card. Like there's a lot of events that cost 3 that are really good. Make it free as much as you're taking damage, and that's why we have a huge health pool in this deck, and then it gets piercing. That's obviously very good. That's a good text. Being able to always have a 3-cost card in your hand and think, I don't care. I don't have to balance my turn around this. I don't have to plan anything. I'm just going to send a 3-cost card. Turns out it's good. It is really good. As long as you have your health pool and you're not dying, a free 3-cost card is really quite good. Wolverine's claws are so clumsy. Yes, I think Wolverine, there's a lot of parts of Wolverine's design that are frustratingly clumsy. It is annoying. It is what it is. It doesn't show up that often, but clumsy is a word I would use to cover some of this for sure. The startup side event from Worlds, figure I should get it out before rotation, but I'm doing a rush job on it. Oh, you filmed it. Very cool. Yeah, I saw nothing about the startup side event at Worlds. I'd be excited to see that. Hey, Matthew. Hey, friends. Sunday stream. How are you? You picked up Wolverine. I have. Yes. We were talking about Wolverine, weren't we, last week with the Justice Wolverine? It made me think about it a fair bit. And while I was considering Justice, we ended up just playing Aggression. And I played the most Wolverine in a single week this last week than I ever have. So hopefully we have something cool to show for it. Now, our attack events should be free. So we have a lot of attack events in the deck. I think maybe one of my complaints about Wolverine is Wolverine has a whole lot of attack events that are kind of the same. They kind of overlap and they're slightly different, but not in ways that really matter. Lunging Strike does matter. It's a 3 for 8, which is like the baseline you learned in the core set of being pretty good. Generally in Marvel Champions, for every like card you spend to pay a card or to play a card should be about 2 damage. So 3 for 8, which is functionally 4 cards for 8, is, if you ask like a competitive minded player, pretty good. So this is a 3 for 8, as much as it can be a 1 for 8 if you take, all the damage instead of paying the costs. And if you exhausted the claws to pay for this, which you should, I'm glad that it actually says that you really should, this also gets overkill. So this is a 0 for 8, or technically a 1 for 8 because you play the card itself. You take 3 damage, you do 8 damage with overkill piercing. That's absurd. That's really, really, really good. Even in decks that don't have passive healing, that would be a really ridiculous card to have in their kit. Take 3 damage, do 8 damage with piercing overkill is a really, really great. This card's amazing. I'm using Directed Force on Wolverine, a good way to get extra damage for cheap Injustice. Oh yeah, I'm glad that you capped that sentence with Injustice because I think that's a really good place for it. I'm never a big fan of directed force. It's a 0 for 2, which, like, as we talked for, a 1 for 2 is a really good baseline for damage. However, it's a bit conditional, and that's a really nice thing is Wolverine's Claws makes a non-conditional. I like that actually a lot. I haven't played a deck where I've been really happy with this card because it's always a bit, you know, condition on top of condition on top of condition, and Wolverine's Claws makes that way much less so. I think that's a really good shout out, especially where Justice, yeah, you're probably lacking maybe a bit of damage. Hey, morning hole. I'm late. Was gardening legally. Hey, Metapher. Hopefully you're well. All right, and now here's where the cards kind of get a bit samey, if you ask me. Yeah, it was your deck. Yeah, for sure. Okay, cool. This is Berserker Barrage, and this is where you get some clumsiness with Wolverine's Claws. This is a 2 for 4, which is not amazing. 2 for 4 is not great in this game. However, if that attack defeats an enemy, you may take 2 damage to repeat this ability, which means now it becomes 2 and 2 damage for 8. That's where this card gets good. This card gets good when you can play it more than once. Now, again, the first time you could play it, it's technically a 1 for 4. That's pretty good. And then you can do it again. If you ask me, Wolverine has enough attack events that, like, this is probably not the attack event that you're taking damage for because there's better ones usually. But the problem with this is when you repeat this ability, the second time you repeat this ability, it doesn't get piercing, which is just kind of annoying because it's not the event. It is the first attack, and the first attack was a 4 damage. So this just repeats once. I don't think I've played this card where it's repeated more than once. I sometimes have done the sort of like 2 or 4 for 8, and that's fine, especially because multiple instances of damage are actually, in theory, more situational. They're more situational when you play solo. They're better when you play multiplayer. But technically, a 2 for 8 that's split on 2 characters should be valued higher than a 3 for 8 that hits 1 character, if you know what I mean. Basically, being able to divide your damage is generally more valuable than having solid damage, because as much as overkill fixes you overspending, you'd rather be able to knock out 2 things if you can. Now, the issue with this card is we also have this card, and like these are the same card. I don't know why there's 2 cards in a kit that are so similar. I feel like this is one of the few heroes. Maybe you can come up with a better example of a hero that has 2 cards in their kit that are so close to being the same. I don't understand why they're different. This is Slice and Dice. It's a 3-cost card that says make the following 2 attacks in order: deal 3 damage to an enemy, deal 3 damage to an enemy. Now, these are technically 2 different attacks, which means Wolverine's Claws also only gives the first one piercing, which is nonsense. Like, this is the clumsiness of Wolverine. And if I'm not mistaken, this is literally melee but worse. This is an aggression card you can play, but this is actually different. This is 1 attack from my understanding. So if you use aggressive energy, this becomes 4 and 4. I think if you use aggressive energy on Slice and Dice, it also becomes 4 and 4. But I don't know why melee is a direct reprint in this deck when we already have a really neat AoE card. This card I almost never play because it is 3 for 6. And that is just worse than the 2 for 4 to 4 or 4 for 4/4 or the 3 for 8. It's weird. I wish this card was something else in the kit. That's for sure. All right. Now, because we have these AoE cards, aggressive energy is good, and this is for the whole event. The attack event does extra damage, so it does combo with Slice and Dice. It does combo with Berserker Barrage, from my understanding. That's nice. And then here's some of the aggression cards that we decided to play. Wolverine loves extra HP. The new heroic conditioning, HP upgrade, and endurance go a long way. Yep. Yeah, our deck has 20 HP because you really, really, really want it. Melee had to be 2 different enemies? Wait, actually? Is that the difference? Oh yeah, another enemy. Okay, so melee is slightly different. I don't think in a way that functionally matters, but you're right. That is one difference, is Slice and Dice can do the same enemy. So like marginally better because it is more flexible, but not in a way that really matters. Hey, Don Claymore. Hey there. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, okay. So I don't know. I doesn't excite me. It's so similar to another card in the deck. Now, this card I actually really quite like. I love playing Clobber. Clobber is a 2-cost attack event. It does 3 damage, which isn't great. That's not particularly good. 2 for 3 or 3 for 3 is awful. However, if this is the first card you've played on your turn, it returns to your hand as long as you're not stunned, because stunned cancels all the text. This makes it functionally just a 3 damage card. Like, it becomes a fair bit cheaper. The big thing with this deck is we're playing reasons to want to play attack events. And if you Wolverine's Claws Clobber, you just get to do 3 damage for taking 2 health. And that seems like a fine trade. And then you still have a 5-card hand size. I really like that. It turns out to be kind of fun. I don't think this is the best thing you can do, but I'm actually a really big fan of Clobber. Particularly, we're in a deck that plays Fluid Motion, which we'll talk about in a while. But it's just a really nice way to add a bit more consistent damage. Clobber, it's like really funny because we just talked about melee being kind of silly, or this other card being kind of silly. And we functionally, like, Clobber is a more expensive version of Slice and Dice or melee because you have to pay for it twice, but it overall is the same thing. It's kind of really funny. But I've actually enjoyed Clobber because we want to play an attack event every turn, and this is an attack event where we can easily take 2 damage to deal 3 damage and then still have an extra card in hand. Precision Strike. This gets a bit better if you can make the damage a bit higher, but again, mid-range minions, this is kind of perfect. This you can take 1 damage even to heal 2. This does 2 damage if it defeats something, well, you heal 2, which is great. We're on 3 copies, and we might want to actually play more aggressive energies. I don't think I'm totally sold on exactly what this deck is right now. Now, this is a card that I think I've been talking about a fair bit on this channel for a bit. And that's because fluid motion and aggression in general, but specifically fluid motion, is one of the very few cards in this game that rewards you for playing an event a turn. Fluid motion is not unique. You can have all 3 of these. And it says after you play an attack event, exhaust this card and your hero gets +1 attack until the end of the phase and max 1 per attack event. Oh, it's max 1 per attack event. I don't know if I've realized that. Maybe we should only be playing 1 of these. But the short of the long is like the event-based strategy that we just played last week in Jubilee. The Jubilee's best cards are her coat and her glasses because they allow her to do something cool. They benefit, they multiply the value of attack events. And I really wish every aspect had this sort of card that benefits this sort of like playing more events is more value. I guess like Flow Like Water is the closest we have in protection, as much as I'm not a huge fan of it. But Justice doesn't have anything like this. Leadership doesn't have anything like this. And having a card that incentivizes event-heavy play, I think would do a lot of opening up the card pool in a lot of interesting ways. Fluid Motion is the best we have. It's not perfect. I'd keep 2. You really want to see 1 early? Ryan, how's it going? Yeah, I think that's fair. Our deck is basically a fluid motion deck, and this is why we want to play Clobber to get our attack up, and then we have a couple ways, in fact only 1 way to ready ourselves, because at any time that you increase your stats, now a ready is much better for you. Because if we have Wolverine with 2 attack, +1 attack for this card, we'll talk about it in a second. 1 fluid motion fires because we play a Clobber, and shout out to Impede as well in the chat. That brings us to 4 attack, and then if we ready ourselves, we're attacking 4 into 4, which is incredibly good. I like fluid motion. It's really fun. We're always playing an attack event a turn, so this is just a cheap +1 stat card, but that's a bit more fun as much as it's not as straightforward. I do want to say at some point, this was a Crushing Blow deck? No, that's not the name. What's the name of the card? Smash the Problem? For a moment, this was a Smash the Problem deck. And the idea was that we were going to increase our attack by playing attack events, have a very strong base attack by also buffing our base attack using upgrades, and then using our thwart to thwart. And I said this a bit earlier today already, but these sort of cards that require you to exhaust yourself to do an effect in this game, I think inherently are relatively overcosted. Smash the Problem is okay, because we can get up to 4 or 5 attack, and Wolverine's not great at thwarting. Wolverine has some really good thwarting cards, but he only has 2 of them, and they don't do a lot. They just give you a good value if you do the rest of the threat off of a scheme. But in theory, like paying 1 technically in a card to like remove 6 threat seems fine, and that is technically good. But then you look at the costs associated, which are, but then you didn't attack for 5, right? So it's like very, very expensive. It's nice that you can shift your stats over, but at the end of the day, like you have to be ready. You can't be confused. Obviously, you have to be ready, I think is the bigger deal here. But the problem is like you're wasting your other stat. You're just reassigning it, and reassigning a stat for a 1 cost event isn't good enough, in my opinion. This sort of effect, if this was like on an upgrade that you pre-installed earlier and then had charges, I'd be in for it. If this card costs 0, I would also maybe be into it. But making this card cost like functionally 2 cards out of your 5 card hand just to reassign a stat is nonsense. As much as aggression does struggle at thwarting, and this technically is like a 5 or 6 thwart card, it comes at a lot of costs that are obvious, I think pretty obvious. But then once you put it in your deck and think like, oh, I built a deck where Smash the Problem is actually good in it, it's usually not. So it's kind of rough. 3 fluid motions for full value. I mean, I don't think we play 3 attack events in a single turn. That's the biggest problem. I only use Smash the Problem with She-Hulk, and she can get value out of her limited 7 attack. But then you lose your 7 attack. Like that's my biggest problem. It's like then if you have a 7 attack because you are like, you know, pumped up in the way that if you attack, you lose it. So maybe that's some benefit there. There's actually like some aggression cards that give you +1 attack, but when you attack, you lose them because you have piercing. So Smash the Problem could make sense. It's just so expensive because like just sending 7 attack is usually better for the game overall. Into the Fray plus Hone Technique threat solved on the main. Yeah, I like that one a lot. I think I actually have to mention this. Can someone describe to me what happened in Marvel Champions around Honed Technique? Because this card came out, I'm pretty sure in Nova, and I think it broke the game. Like my guess was aggression was not that interesting, and Honed Technique came out. And now because Honed Technique exists, it has like a soft ceiling on what you can do for printing aggression attacks. But did every aggression deck become a Hone Technique deck? Was everyone just doing that sort of like dive bomb that does like 17 damage and then like one-shotting solo scenarios? What did Hone Technique do into the game? Because I wasn't playing when Hone Technique was just came out or was a meta card or anything like that. But I know people talk about this card, Hone Technique, like as its own archetype. And I've heard a lot of people that don't want to play this card because they find it to be very boring. I'm assuming both of those are true because looking at it's true. But I'll be honest, I've only played Hone Technique like once. And I'm not interested in playing it. Hone Technique and Dive Bomb to deal with Ronin. It's like, I think that's what people were doing. Is Hone Technique in its own category of like unfun build arounds? Like some people don't play the symbiote suit because I don't know if it breaks the game. I don't want to play the symbiote suit because I don't like the symbiote suit, but I feel like there's this weird aura around Hone Technique that I was not around to understand what it is. So if you have any insight, please let me know. But I have never wanted to play Hone Technique deck. It seems good. It seems really, really good. It just kind of seems numbers get bigger is not that much more fun, I don't think. Anyways, let's talk about some other cards. So we mentioned that if we want to take damage because of our claws, if we want to heal, we need a lot of health. And so this deck has a lot of health. Firstly, the fact that Adamantium Skeleton is an upgrade we have to play is kind of nonsense because that should just be in us. But we get +4 hit points. We get +1 attack, which is good. And then our attacks gain piercing, which is really, really good text. That's very, very good for a 2-cost card. And this brings us up to 14 health, which is the sort of like tanker brawler category you want to be in to be able to like take damage consistently because 10 health is slightly too squishy to take every shot to the face. Aggressive conditioning. This one's really great. This is exactly what we want. 3 cost is expensive, but this gives us +3 hit points. We love that. +1 attack, which we love. So we can go up to like 6 attack if every fluid motion fires, which is nice. And of course we have endurance, and the X-Men endurance has Wolverine on it. This is +3 hit points. So if we get all of these down, and we will try and get all of these down, we have 20 health. That's great. And our deck also has a bit more recovery cards in it. We have regenerative health, regenerative healing, which is always a bit hard to find. This is a 1 for 4 healing, and it can be played in alter ego as well as hero, which is nice. Or you can stun and unstun and unconfuse an identity, your identity, which I don't often hit that text, but there's a lot of healing in our deck, that's for sure. Hone Technique is a very taboo card. Yeah, it sounds like it, right? I don't care much for it. Having to have a POA to play it easier or struggling to get mentals and aggression. Yeah, so Hone Technique requires you to spend a mental for things, right? After you play an aggression attack event, if you've played a mental. Like that's a cool little balancing thing that they did because otherwise this should be too easy. I think if you have a wild generator, that kind of makes this trivial, doesn't it? Because it doesn't say a printed mental as much as like aggression doesn't have mentals in it too much. Shout out to Hone Technique with Psylocke. She's becoming my favorite aggression hero, and I haven't played it, but she abuses Hone Technique right. Yeah, requiring 2 to play is a start, but then once it's on the table, yeah, then you can easily cheese it with like a Quinn carrier. But yeah, playing it seems like the hardest thing to do, but once it's down, and mind you, you can play multiple copies of Hone Technique because it has a mental, so you're guaranteed to get the first one down soon enough, let alone guaranteed to help get it down. Like if this card didn't have a mental on it, I think that would be so much more interesting because now you really have to build around it as opposed to just jamming 3 Hone Techniques in your deck, as much as it's 1 per player because it doesn't really matter. All right. I'm very bad at spelling Berserker. This card, oh, not you. I think the art on this is horrific. I think I really don't like looking at this. The artist who did this is a known artist who gets kind of blasted in community spaces for a whole bunch of different reasons. But this hero response is good. After Wolverine takes any amount of damage from an enemy attack, draw a card. That's great. Not only can we just get tickled by small minions, but even if the villain hits us, we're generally going to take some amount of damage. So why not get some cards from it? However, if we jump down to alter ego form, discard this card. That sucks. That's expensive. We can shuffle this back into our deck with our alter ego ability, but for Wolverine, if you ask me, I'm trying to be an alter ego as little as possible because our alter ego has no text, and recover 6 is honestly not as good as just like recovering 2 clicklessly, effortlessly. Sometimes you do it. There's reasons to do it, but Wolverine has a really, really weak alter ego kit compared to a lot of other mutants, particularly mutants that were printed after that point. So yeah, this card's really good. I just don't like looking at it. Now this card. Oh my god, this is just the most busted card, particularly in solo where its condition is not that hard to hit. I cannot imagine like a Justice deck having a card this good in it. And this is not a Justice card. This is in Wolverine's kit. It's a 2-cost, remove 3 threat from a scheme. If this removes the last threat from a scheme, draw 2 cards. Yeah. What's the name of that 1-cost card that we're already playing? Clear the Area. Like Clear the Area is really good. This is just Clear the Area plus plus. Clear the Area is one of these cards that's better in low player count than bigger player count because a lot of side schemes come in with 3 threat, 4 threat. So you can clear them on that turn and guarantee the card draw. This is better. It's a bit wider, which is nice, but it's just so absurd. Like, this is so good. This is the only card in his kit that interacts with threat at all, besides, I guess, technically Jubilee, but not really. So like recurring this card is one of the things that you can consider doing an alter ego. It's so good. So good. Psylocke has 2 mentals on demand. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Smash the area, slice the area. Tracked by Sent to me, making players makes playing Death Focus and X Gene worth running with him. I'm not on Death Focus. I don't think there's enough superpowers. His kit has a couple, like Tracked by Scent is a superpower. Regenerative Healing is a superpower. It costs 1, which is fine. But then he doesn't have that many superpowers. Like, a couple of his attacks aren't. Like, Slice and Dice is just an attack. Berserker isn't. Lunging Strike isn't. So if you ask me, like, if you're recurring them, maybe. But I think he only has 4 superpowers in his deck, which doesn't make me want to play Death Focus. X Gene, I think you do want to play. I'm not sure if we are, actually. I think we are. We probably are. X Gene is just good. But I think Death Focus is a bit too little. I think if you're playing Protection, sometimes you can put a couple more superpowers in, but I think you have to be a Web Warrior, so maybe that's not true. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I think for a resource generator or even one of the double resources, you need about like 6 or 7 hits for it to feel really good. But yeah, Recursion does change that if you're playing X-Mansion. I think I got better as a superpower. What's I think I got better? I got better? What is this? Oh yeah, I got better. I never play this card. Yeah, this is the superpower, but making this card cost 3 does not move the needle for me. But yeah, I got better is a card. I don't know the name of this card because I've never played it. I really don't like this card. All right, you'll pay for that. This is a card that I've changed in the deck. I think I have these 2 slots that we could figure out what to do with. And there's a whole bunch of cards we could consider in this slot. This is the one I want to try out because it adds a bit more thwarting to the deck. It's a 1-cost event, which is slightly more expensive than you'd want it to be. And it says after the villain attacks, you remove threat from any scheme, which is quite nice, equal to the damage that you took from that attack. We are really keen on taking unmitigated damage. So if the villain attacks us for 5, this will clear 5. That being said, this means we have to leave a side scheme in play, which is maybe a thing. If the main scheme gets carried away, this will clear it. This card seems good in Wolverine. I'm only running 2 because I don't love playing 1-cost events when we don't have resource generators that will help pay for this super easily during the villain phase. But a nice thing is we're left on low hand size. We can still get through things with our claws relatively well. But you'll pay for this makes sense in this deck because we like taking hits to the face. We have 20 health. This is a card that I think there's so many other things we could put in the slot and we'll figure out what's better or what's worse. I think there's definitely a card that says when you basic attack a minion, deal 1 damage, ready yourself. I think readying ourselves is actually pretty valuable. I don't know the name of that card, but I've never played any of those upgrades. Blood Rage, Holy Heroes, and Ironborn. Yeah, Blood Rage I think is one of them. There's 2 cards that are really similar. This is the one I think, okay, no, there's 2. There's one that says take a damage to draw a card. That one's okay. And then there's the other one that says take a damage to ready yourself. I think I like that one better. I think one of them cares about a basic attack. The other one might not. And they have very similar art of like Wolverine running into the distance or it's kind of towards the viewer. Battle Fury, that's the one. I haven't played any of these because I never prioritized getting them down on the first cycle. I know this one has an art with Wolverine on it. After your hero attacks and defeats a minion, take a damage ready your hero. My guess is that fits better into our deck because we're good at making our basic attack stat come up. So we'll try this. And if it doesn't work out, we can always swap Battle Fury in. But I think I'd like to play Battle Fury more. I'm not a big fan of playing more damage in a very damage heavy deck because now we're playing Super Rush. So like I don't feel like we need Yarnbjorn. But yeah, we'll see. X-Gene is good. Death Focus needs about 10 superpowers in a deck. Always wanted superpower. Yeah, I think X-Gene is totally fine. Logan's Cabin. It just feels below curve of most other alter ego cards that mutants have. This just says shuffle a Wolverine card from your discard pile into your deck. And that's really important, as we saw this by playing, Mutant Education last week with our other event-heavy character, Jubilee. Having control of what's in your deck is really, really, really important. The problem with Logan's Cabin is I don't like jumping down for a couple reasons, but this usually should have a kicker, like heal 1 or draw a card or remove a status. Like there's so many ways that Logan's Cabin could have been better than it is. Unfortunately, it is a pretty forgettable alter ego card. It's definitely good. And there are some cases where jumping down just to shuffle in your 3 for 8 or your 0 for 8 is worth it. Or more accurately, this is shuffling in the card that removes 3 threat to draw 2 cards because it's that good. But this is like, I think one of my least favorite cards in the deck. It's functional, but it's not exciting. But I think this is the one that's the least favorite in my deck. This card is way too expensive. 4-cost superpower. That's your whole turn with a 5-card hand size. When you would be defeated from an enemy attack, instead set your hit point dial to 5, ready your identity, and discard this card. We've seen a lot of don't die buttons. I've talked already on this channel that I don't love the don't die buttons. Allies are don't die buttons. Healing is don't die buttons. This game has so many things that are don't die buttons that actually do something when they hit the table. And 4-cost don't die button is the most expensive we've seen in the game by a mile. And it doesn't even like give you a kicker, like full heal you, or like give you a toughness, or do any of these other things that we've seen in better don't die buttons. I will probably never play this unless you're playing against like Ronin or Heroic, where you can attack 2 or 3 times in the face. But I think on Heroic, paying 4 for this is just way too expensive. Wolvie is surprisingly good with air cover and suppressing fire in 3x marked. I didn't play marked, but the original version of this deck, which was 40 or 50 cards, had 2 air cover and 1 suppressing fire, or I think 1 air cover, 2 suppressing fire, just to get more healing in it. And I think that's probably something worth looking at, because making sure you're healthy is really important for Wolverine, because then you're not worried about the villain, and then this is like free text. I definitely would try that. I think if we're going to try that, we would end up cutting like these somewhat inconsequential healing cards, but you need these cards in the deck because we're playing Fluid Motion, and Fluid Motion needs you to play an attack event a turn. So you just need slightly more attack events, and then you could get rid of Fluid Motion. Like, I do think there's a chance that air cover is cool in this deck, as much as you need a scenario that has more minions than less. But yeah, it's fine. I was in a situation where it was the correct play, but normally I ignore. Yeah, there are some situations where this is correct, because not losing the game is obviously good text, but more often than not, your hand can do something for you that causes you to not lose in a more proactive way, let alone a more efficient way. All right, we talked about being ready because our stats are good. Our attack stat can get up to 5 or 6, so Utopia is a really nice way to ready ourselves. We do like allies, but we don't like allies for chump blocking, because we want to take the attacks to our face, because we have like 20 health and we heal. So we're playing allies, but we're not playing allies in the way that we want to face tank with them all the time. Our ally is Jubilee, who, in terms of like the Jubilee Wolverine relationship between being a hero and an alter ego, or sorry, a hero and a unique ally, I don't love Jubilee. She's 2 costs. She comes in, she attacks and thwarts for 1. However, the turn that she enters play, which is cute, you get to choose an enemy, and then Wolverine and Jubilee both get +2 attack when attacking that enemy this turn, if that's correct, right? While making a basic attack against that enemy, they get +2 attack for that turn until the end of the phase. Yeah, that means that Jubilee technically is like a 5 damage nuke. Like, when she hits the table, she attacks for 3 and Wolverine attacks for 2 more. As long as you're attacking the same enemy and that enemy isn't defeated by one of them over the other, she's functionally a 2-cost ally that just does 5 damage, right? So she's kind of like a 5 damage plus a toughness, because she can block an attack, or she could thwart for 1 before she leaves. She's like not kind of what you'd want in the deck. The deck already has a lot of good burst damage. I was assuming that Jubilee would give you some sort of crowd control, like a stun or a confuse. She would do something that feels more Jubilee-ish compared to the Jubilee hero pack that came out later. But yeah, she just like does extra damage. She's fine, but you can look at her as a 2-cost attack event, but you can't cheat out with Wolverine's claws. I mean, it's okay. It's Andy in chat was talking about like recurringness and leadership and having a deck that just continually does burst damage, and yeah, that's kind of neat. That's neat for sure. But yeah, like, she's strange. There's also a team up you can play between Jubilee and Wolverine, and I don't think it's really good in this deck. It's probably better in a Jubilee deck, because in the Jubilee decks, Wolverine stays around forever. In the Wolverine decks, Jubilee doesn't stay around forever because she has 2 health. Like, normally she always attacks the turn she comes down, and then she'll chump block or she'll thwart. And that means that playing the team up is much harder, as opposed to if you play Jubilee, Wolverine should be on the table for the whole game until Mother shows up. So yeah, I don't want to play the team up, as much as the team up does give you a bit of status effect, and this deck has very little to no status effects. Tempest and Marrow are fun choices if you want utility allies. Yeah, I haven't fired Tempest yet, but I've considered Tempest. I don't want to play Marrow because Marrow doesn't fire Utopia, and we really want to fire Utopia with every character in this deck. We're playing the bangers. We're playing the consistent aggression card, Psylocke. This does give us a bit of confuse, which is nice. She gives us damage. She thwarts for 8. That's really good for the deck for sure. Sunfire is just fantastic. In the scenario or the campaign we're playing, there's a fair bit of attachments, and Sunfire is just very, very good. 2-cost allies on their own are great, let alone the kicker to remove an attachment is really great. We're playing Prof X because Prof X is great. Again, really good. 3 thwart, can block an attack. That's not the most important text. Reading Gus is actually sometimes better than the confuse because we don't love jumping down. I'm playing Shadowcat in this slot. You could play any of the 2 to 3 cost X-Men. I think Gambit makes a lot of sense in this slot. There's a lot of characters that are kind of interchangeable here. White Queen, like, you figure it out. I'm playing Shadowcat because Shadowcat's neat and Shadowcat thwarts well, very similar to a lot of the other characters we've described. But Shadowcat gets to blank text on side schemes, and there are some turns where we're not great at clearing a side scheme that's come down that turn because our thwarting is not super consistent. It kind of comes and goes based off of very much what we've drawn into. We have no like permanent board thwart. And then for that reason, Beak, We don't want to chump block with our allies a lot of times, so can be a fair bit of thwarting, a cheap X-Men. And then we have Triage, which you think the deck has a lot of healing. More healing is just fine. More healing is totally reasonable in this deck because your health is a very valuable resource, so extra healing is good. Our research generators, yeah, okay, so not surprised. We have the X-Jet, which generates wilds for an X-Men. We are an X-Men. An X-Gene, we have to play an Alter Ego, which is a bit harder with this deck because we don't love jumping down. It's not as good as some other X-Men. Our payoffs are worse, but it's the X-Gene. It's really, really good. That's the deck. So far, it's been more fun than I thought it would be. And also, so far, I think there's a lot more build strategies or build patterns that I think I would want to pursue. Some of them were mentioned, like air cover seems fun, into suppressing fire, to be able to like recover constantly over everything that you're defeating. Like that seems really fun. I do think grabbing minions in Justice could make some sense, as much as I don't think you have a huge payoff for defeating minions. Playing full aggressive energy, playing honed technique. There's so many ways to do that, as much as honed technique is not perfect because it's only aggression offense, right? Wolverine's been interesting. I think Symbiote Suit is maybe something you could play. Gives you a lot of health, which is nice. So we're going to give him a shot. Today, I wanted to play against Sentinels because that's a fun matchup, just because there's a mixture of minions and side schemes and you don't want to block with allies, and that's something that Wolverine is well equipped to deal with. But I think we might as well like warm ourselves against... Oh no, hold on, this thing's gone. Against Sabretooth here. So villain named Sabretooth. Sabretooth is a bit problematic on the basis that Sabretooth, we need a block against Sabretooth because Sabretooth will be attacking Senator Kelly. And... Huh? Hold on. Is everything broken? Oh, no, not everything's broken. Hold on. I need to do something really quickly. Studio, overlay, filters, something broke. Okay, there we go. I like Mean Swing with him too, really solid. With Piercing feels good for a great basic attack. They get the skeleton. Isn't the issue with Mean Swing that you have to... Oh no, that's not the one where you exhaust. Mean Swing is, no, exhaust your hero, makes a basic upgrade, exhaust a weapon, that gets +3 attack for this attack. It has Piercing as long as you have your claws, but you just turned off your claws, which is the ability to generate 3 resources a turn. I think that's the problem with this. It's like exhausting Wolverine's claws is actually really expensive. You end up losing somewhere between 1 and 3 resources every turn. I could see this being nice because it's flexible, and like giving this Piercing is kind of cool because you're attacking for like 7 or 8 with Piercing. I think that's nice, but I'm like a bit cautious of wanting to exhaust the claws, right? Tried the Gundam card game. It's okay, kind of slow and made to print money over. I mean, yikes, that's a TCG usually. I thought I read in chat that you'd be like, yeah, this is getting me, that you were really, really liking it. That's a bit more of a mid review than I was expecting. I don't know nothing about it. I had a friend who was really excited for it, and I think they were a bigger Gundam fan than a TCG fan. Coming from a Netrunner background, like TCGs are such a hard thing to get into. I find the model to be like inherently a bit predatory, like just straight up predatory. It doesn't have to be like that. For those who don't know, Netrunner is was an LCG, kind of like Marvel Champions. I guess you know how this is. So when you buy a product, you get every playset of every card. Let alone in modern Netrunner, you can proxy anything at any level of tournament. You can go and play at the World Championship. And mind you, the World Championship was just announced to be in Montreal in October, so our hometown. Yeah. So it's like such a hard thing. The only TCGs I really play are ones which they have really good starter decks or like sealed decks. Like I just went to a Flesh and Blood event on Friday, and that's because it was precons. And like I'm okay with precons. If the card game's good, I'll play the card game. Average Bandai game. It's consistent damage, and sometimes I don't use the claws because taking damage isn't always the play in my opinion. Maybe I've always lost too many times for using the claws. I have lost too many times for using the claws for sure. And I think that's why like really prioritizing getting more health and then in a pinch chump blocking with allies is really important. But if you're just, 10 to 14 health, the claws are inaccessible. A lot of times you can't use them. But I think you want to build it so you can always use the claws. I only engage with TCGs through battle boxes. I dropped 170 pounds on Flesh and Blood product, getting every single Silver Age precon they've released. I find that's by far the healthiest way to play. Yeah, exactly. I think if they have good precons, like I would play Flesh and Blood Silver Age precons. That's what we played on Friday. We went and played a precon Silver Age event. I had a good time. I played Fi. It was good. I almost won a box. I lost one game. If you went undefeated, you won the box. I went 4-1. But yeah, it's fun. Like the card game is so good. Like Flesh and Blood is such a good card game. The problem is like if you want to play competitive outside of the new Silver Age, it's like $800, $900. Any decks seem stronger than others. We weren't allowed to make any changes. From my understanding, the strongest decks were like Fi, KO. I had my one game that I lost was against Azalea, which like I play a lot of Azalea, so I know what is possible of. We played the matchup twice, once where I went first, once where I went second. On both of them, I took 14 dominate on turn 1. They were non-games. And like my opponent was like apologizing the whole time. They were really nice. I was like, hey, I haven't played in a year. And they were like, okay, go first. +3/+3/+3 attack for 14 with Blood Rot, dominate. So you can only block with one card. It sucked. But otherwise, Fi seemed good. KO seemed good. Guardian seemed okay. I'm assuming you can make Guardian even better. I think Guardian can beat Ranger, which is nice. I think those are the precons that are the most consistent, especially because they're the easiest to play. I got 4 precons on a pack for each. Sounds fun. Lol, not. I wonder how consistent that much dominate turn 1 is. It's very consistent. I do think you have to make changes to the deck. The player I played against was a really good player. And so like they just took a bunch of arrows out and added more buffs in. I talked to multiple people and different people said different things. Some said you should always go first because if they go first, they can just like rip a dominate. But then other players, like my opponent said, you should always go second because if they whiff the dominate, like you're just going to get dominated on turn 2 anyways, and you're an aggro deck, you should go second. I couldn't tell what was right. We played both of them and it was just bad luck, like really, really bad. But yeah, 14, 15 dominate on turn 0 doesn't make any sense in a 20 health format. Like I don't know how to feel good about that. It honestly made me like really sour. Not in like I wasn't grumpy, but I was like, oh shit, is this a good format or not? I don't like 20 health formats for what it's worth. I always mentioned Transformers TCG, but it was a good one. Rip Watsy. They don't make that anymore? When I think of the Transformers game, I'm thinking of like something Renegade does. All right, let's start here with Sabretooth. Actually, we need to make a decision, okay? So really quickly, if we want to play a campaign mode of Mutant Genesis, it has a really good campaign mode. I really like the campaign mode. But the first thing you do, let's see how bright this is that you just choose one of these campaign rules. And I think like by necessity, we're going to pick our Brawler role. And Brawler means that it's a deck that's meant to be an aggression deck or a protection deck. As a benefit, there's going to be these 5 Brawler bonus cards. And at the start of every game, you get one of these randomly. These are usually very, very good to okay. If you don't use it that game, you lose it. And through the 5 scenarios in the campaign, you should see all 5 of these. Now, you only unlock one of these randomly if you do the like sort of side goal that each scenario has for you. And the side goals are actually quite interesting. But as a downside to that, we're going to be shuffling 5 bad cards into the deck that are like Sentinel stuff coming in from the future. And these will stay in the encounter deck until we defeat them, which is really, really fun. Sometimes you actually want to go hunt these down to get rid of Nimrod, so Nimrod doesn't follow you into the future. It's just a really nice campaign mode. I like it a heck of a lot. Now, here, one of the things that they allow you to do, which I find pretty overwhelming, I'll be honest, I'm not a big fan of these sort of things that make you do deck building decisions right when a scenario starts or a campaign starts, because it's overwhelming. Like you spend so much time here sitting down and then it's like, oh, open up your collection and you have to pick your perfect card. But the short of the long is here, for the rest of this campaign, we can pick one protection event or one protection upgrade and add it to our deck, and it will just follow us for the whole game. Why protection? Because we're Brawler, and Brawler is protection plus aggression, and we're already our aggression, so we can splash in this one protection card. It's only a one of. It can only be an event or an upgrade. I guess we have to make a decision. If you go Justice, it's really easy. You can build Skilled Investigator under Surveillance. There's a lot of like good one-off upgrades you want to play. For Protection, it's not super obvious what we want to play, whether it's an event. In theory, there's that 3-cost event that does 4 damage that gives us a toughness. Like that's kind of fun. Well, you'd consider maybe one of those. I never remember what it's called. Hard something? Hard Knocks? No, that's not it, is it? Yeah, Hard Knocks. Otherwise, we can get a Protection upgrade. The HP upgrade, like Defensive Conditioning? What's the HP upgrade? Defensive? Because I don't really want to buff our stats, but 2 for 3 hit points doesn't feel great. Transformers TCG was such a treat. Yeah, so I don't think we're going to see every protection card here because I have at least 1 or 2 decks built, but like one of events never feel amazing. We don't want to be defending, so a lot of the defense events don't do anything for us. There's a chance we can play the 0-cost Leading Blow. It's an attack event. No, it's not actually an attack event, but it says when your hero makes a basic attack, discard the top card of the counter deck, reduce your hero's attack by the number of printed boost icons, and if you still did damage, ready yourself. This is not super consequential. It turns out to be like just a 2-3 attack card, but it's kind of fun. On average, when we're attacking for 5, we almost, well, by definition, we'll be able to ready ourselves. So it's like really cheap. It's really easy to play. It's not super special, but there's not a lot of characters that can play this. So that's like a nice little interaction upgrade or interaction that, yeah, we could upgrade our deck with. Defiance is a fine card. I honestly don't mind Defiance at all. As a one of, it's not like very flashy, but it just basically says when a boost would be flipped, don't. Technically, I think it makes you a defender too because it's a defense event. I'm not sure if they've changed that ruling or not, but I believe that used to be the ruling at the time, which helps against Sabretooth. But because we can always heal 2, as long as the villain doesn't get a 3 boost every turn, we generally toe-to-toe the villain. So Defiance is not a terrible choice at all. We don't care about the resources. What doesn't kill me? Another really good one. Like, actually, there's a lot of good options. This requires a physical, but this heals 2 damage and readies your hero, which is exactly everything we want in a card. Like, we want healing. We want to be able to ready ourselves. I think what doesn't kill me is like the front runner by far. Taunt could be okay. Get attack, draw 3 cards is fine. Come get me, bub. We don't really want to get minions. We have no reason to get minions. And then we are missing a couple protection cards. It's honestly like there's a chance, and we're not the deck that wants to jump down to Alter Ego, but grabbing a single copy of Ready for a Fight is definitely worth something in a lot of decks. I don't think it's this deck, but Ready for Fight's really good. Night Nurse. Oh, Night Nurse. Oh, we can't take Night Nurse, unfortunately, because Night Nurse is a support, right? So we can only take upgrades. She's a support. Oh, she's the Night Nurse. That's why I can't find her. But yeah, it has to be an upgrade in an event, so unfortunately no supports. Excelsior, I mean, you're going to be defending. In this scenario, we're going to be defending, but we're never going to be defending outside of this scenario. So I don't think we want to play Excelsior. Also, Excelsior is technically a support on Marvel CDB, so I don't think we can take it. I'm a fan of Defiance because it helps the math. You know you can take care of it or not. Yeah, the consistency of Defiance is really good. It's just really nice to be like, I don't care. For those who don't know, Defiance is also a card in Arkham Horror that does the exact same text functionally to some extent, and has the exact same flavor text, which if you don't know that, it's very, very fun. We have no reason to buff our defense. We could play Indomitable and ready ourselves. I mean, it's okay. Unflappable is useless. We have a bunch of protection decks built already at the same time, so awkward. Like, that's mostly it, I think. I think that's probably... You can switch your roll call between games, and Excelsior is an upgrade. Oh, I know Marvel CDB has it wrong. I'm just joking. You can't switch it. When setting up a scenario in the campaign mode, each player... Oh my god, you can switch it. I didn't know that. So apparently you could change this. I thought you had to like get locked in on turn 1 on scenario 1. I don't think I'm going to do Excelsior, but I could see us want to play something that makes us defend better. So like Indomitable or Defiant. Really interesting. You remind me, I need to remove from all the file names of my Earthbound Ranger scans. I'm tired of having to go through and see if if there's a card that you say the makes sense, but like the X-Jet, no one says the X-Jet. I just have to remember it's the X-Jet. I have changed Professor X to like Prof X and stuff like that. Like I've built extra copies. So you can do both. Yeah, I was about to lock in. You're totally right. Okay, against Sabretooth, can someone confirm against Sabretooth, if we play Defiance, do we become the blocker? Because we play a defense card. I think we become the target of the attack when you play defensive event. Oh no, it says when it was attacking you. Never mind, that doesn't work. That doesn't work at all. Yeah, Proof Rock, I love campaign mode. I mostly play campaign mode. Honestly, for this channel for the last little while, it's been making me play less and less campaign mode. But I do think actually the biggest reason is that like our last box didn't have a campaign mode, and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is not a campaign mode I enjoy. I would consider Indomitable. No, if we're going to be defending anyways, like Ready for Fight is just fine. Or sorry, what doesn't kill me is just fine. Like we just defend and then we just ready and heal. This seems okay. One way or another is amazing this campaign. Yeah, but we can't do that. All right, so this goes in our deck. It has the right sleeve, and that's all we do. Okay, let's talk about Sabretooth. Again, I just want to say, as my testing for this deck has been pretty good, my overall win rate before this testing was really bad with Expert Wolverine. So I don't know what we're going to promise today. I don't think we need to be winning every single game to have an exciting stream. In fact, losing is sometimes more exciting. But I just want to say, if this like totally destroys us, especially because Sabretooth does attack on a strange angle, I'm going to be fine with it. We'll be fine. What doesn't kill me is the card that made me love protection. The one that was before what doesn't kill me, the one that shows like Elektra fighting in an alleyway, I think it is, or maybe it's Daredevil, I forget. But the one that's like, is it take 2 damage, ready yourself? No, heal 2 damage, ready yourself or something. That card made me love protection very early on. But there's another like 2-cost card that has like taking or healing damage as the cost. Okay. stalked by Sabretooth. Hold on. This is set up for Sentinel. We have to fix that. We're going to run into an issue, mind you, because the campaign mode uses Jubilee pretty consistently, but that's not a big deal. Momentum. Yeah, that's it. Momentum shift. Heal 2 damage from your hero, deal 2 damage to an enemy. I just like it. Like protection having healing like that's great. Hey, Sniper, how's it going? All right, villain name Sabretooth, spelled the Canadian way. Nice. Stage 2, stalked by Sabretooth. Which I spelled wrong. Interesting. All right, really cool scenario. A very, very interesting scenario you've asked me. It says, find the Senator side scheme into play. It's this one. It has 5 threat and a crisis, and it has Senator Kelly attached. Just for context, Senator Kelly is a piece of shit. He is a bigot. We're still going to rescue him because that's what we do. We're heroes. But yeah, not a nice guy. Attach Robert Kelly to it. While the attached find Senator Robert Kelly in play, it cannot be under anyone's control. Great. So this game has 2 phases, 2 modes. The first mode, we have to find Senator Kelly, who's hiding under a desk somewhere. This is one of the interesting startings, and I wish that we saw 1 or 2 more main schemes like this. There is no reason for us to go into hero mode on turn 1. If you stay in alter ego mode and just let the threat on this go up, it'll eventually matter, but it actually doesn't really matter that much. Now, whenever you put threat here during step 1, so not during a scheme, but during step 1, you either do 2 damage to Kelly or 3 damage to Kelly if there's too much threat here. It's kind of cool that there's something going on, but you don't have to jump straight to action. You actually can like plan turn 1 and then go in for Robert Kelly. I just like that a lot. I think it's interesting, as much as we will definitely jump up. While Robert Kelly's attached to find the Senator, treat his text box as blank. So right now he's just a 9 health ally. If he dies, as it says there, or he leaves play, we lose the game. Find the Senator, crisis 5 threat. It says Robert Kelly cannot be healed. You just basically can't mess with Robert Kelly. We don't know where he is. And Senator Kelly, first player when defeated, detaches Kelly from the scheme and attaches control of him. And then we immediately jump to 2A. So you don't have to clear this. It just goes on to the future. Once we have control of Senator Kelly, if you do not know, Sabretooth is going to be attacking him. And if he dies, we still lose the game. So we're going to be blocking a fair bit more, or using our allies to block. Those are both acceptable. Agreed. Rainbow get Dunk Center. Yeah, he's a real piece of shit. But still, we will do our best to preserve people, especially because this makes all mutants look bad, and that's not good. You'd 100% be a car player in Transformers or Shockwave Control. I don't know what those words mean. All right, this is part of the campaign mode, and I really like these. The side schemes are really good. Like this had a really good campaign mode. It's been a while since I think we've had a campaign mode. I think there's been like 3 boxes in a row where the campaign modes have been like not my favorite thing. When defeated, shuffle the top card of the future past deck, and those are 5 bad cards of like Sentinels from the future coming back to deal with us. They will not leave the counter deck until we defeat them. And then we flip this over. Really cool, really thematic. Basically, the police are scrambling, and once we spend some time talking to the police, then we flip this over and we get an officer that works for us, and we actually work in tandem with the security force. Kind of cool. It's something we do want to rush down. The police on the back of this, the Metro PD, either do 1 damage or remove 1 threat a turn, which is just a fine little flexible tool. All right, so that's the setup. I guess we should talk about our villain. Sabretooth 2, because we're playing on expert, toughness. Only has 15 health, but will heal nonstop, just like us. This is a very thematic battle. After Sabretooth activates against you, discard the top card of the counter deck and heal damage equal to the boost icons. I kind of wish that's what Wolverine did. I think that would be really fun too. 2 healing does not feel enough, but this is another way to do it. If we discarded the top of our deck and healed based off of the cost of the card, oh my god, would that be fun? That'd be really, really, really quite fun. 15 health. That's it. Sabretooth has a bunch of extra activations. I guess we should hit this button. Hold on. Sabretooth. Yeah, Sabretooth has a bunch of cards that say he activates again. There's a couple side schemes that help you heal Robert Kelly, which we're not capable of. Brotherhood has all the 5 major minions, or sorry, I think it's 4 major minions from Mansion Attack, and then Mystique is a real piece of work. 9 health. At least with toughness, we can maybe close to 1-shot her with our 8 damage attack, but yeah, that's pretty bad. If you ever want to check out fan content, I made some stuff for Transformers, but don't feel obliged to look into it. Jello shots. Also, Sabretooth was a villain that taught me the value of good protection decks. Yes, yeah, this is very protection heavy. This is a very interesting and relatively difficult scenario for the first scenario in a box, specifically if you're a newer player, because this forces you to play differently and maybe even build differently, which for a lot of new players, like the sort of, average mid-range playstyle just does not work against Sabretooth. And that's interesting, as much as like that's something you usually don't see in the first scenario of a box. When I played MG, Sabretooth murked me like 4 times in a row on turn 1. The rest of the scenarios was a breeze. I do think I don't have the best win rate against Sabretooth, and that's because as a newer player, it was pretty tough. Still not that hard, not the easiest scenario. First time I played this scenario, I didn't read the full text and let the main 1A after risking Kelly and couldn't figure out how I was supposed to win before he died. It was frustrating. Oh, yeah. I haven't found, so far in my experience, Robert Kelly hasn't died to this yet. But if you just pull out too late and Robert Kelly has like 2 health on him, like you're cooked anyways. Like it's going to be bad. Okay, so this is shuffled. We've seen Sabretooth. We haven't mentioned our nemesis, but Wolverine's nemesis is awful. Like just awful. It's Omega Red, I believe. And he can't take damage as much as he has 8 health and steady unless you clear the side scheme, and the side scheme has like 6 threat on it. It's awful. It's one of the things I like the least about Sabretooth. Playing solo Sabretooth, like if you draw Shadows to pass on turn 1, I wouldn't say it's scoop, but like removing 6 threat on a side scheme before you can deal the 8 damage minion is it's bad. Like I don't understand the balance of nemesises. They're all over the place. I know it's meant to be a way to like balance maybe the power of your hero kit, but there's sometimes big mismatches. Robert, how's it going? I always tend to forget to heal Sabretooth. We will forget sometimes. We're going to try not to. I think we're going to forget to heal Wolverine, which is the bigger problem. But that is actually worth shouting out for Sabretooth. Even if Sabretooth is at full health, you have to rip the top card of the deck to see how much he would heal. And that just does deck damage. So even if Sabretooth is at full health, you have to remember to do it. Very, very important. All right, we have to shuffle and get one of these. I had a Mega Red and Mystique up to the same time, and it was that's when I played. I got better. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's the time that you play that. All right, we have 5 of these. We're randomly going to pick one. Left is 1. It's 2, so we're going to get Brazen Defense. I think I have all these scans. Yeah, cool. All right, it has our friend Colossus on it. These are 0-cost upgrades, so when you draw, like, I never remember the name of the card that makes you discard an upgrade. This is a legal target. This, if we don't use it this campaign, we will never get it back, so we might as well just use it at some point. It says attack or defense traded. When an enemy attacks, spend a resource of any type to prevent 3 damage from the attack, deal 3 damage to the enemy, and remove this from the game. That's a good card, especially because it starts on the table. I think that's it. Mega Red, if the art on Face the Past, when you really don't want to use that card as Wolverine, yeah, it's really bad as Wolverine. I don't know who a Mega Red is. I'm surprised to some extent it's not Sabretooth to be your nemesis, who I know more of, but they make good decisions, interesting decisions like that. But yeah, he's awful. The art on the side scheme is also just like some of the weirdest nemesis side scheme art. Like this art, man, is that art? Yeah, Omega Red, very evil. Is it just meant to be like some sort of Soviet scare? I'm assuming it's just meant to be like America, as much as Logan is Canadian, but I think it's just meant to be like, oh, Russia bad. Okay, here we go. We're off. Let's do our alter ego. I guess that's where we start. Logan on a motorcycle. Shout out to Vasquez. This has to be a Vasquez art. Yeah, I like Joey's art a lot. And we're off. Utopia, sick. Utopia is actually really important because we want to be able to cheaply ready as much as possible, especially because that's just good. I think this will be probably in the maybe camp, but sometimes there's more important setups. Clobber, we'll never keep Clobber. We have no interest in doing damage. We want to set up. Damage doesn't really matter on turn 1 because Sabretooth is not weak. It's very strong against incidental damage. Like you can't chip Sabretooth down. Sabretooth is the kind of character you want to do attack for 8, not a bunch of little attacks for 3 because he just heals through it. Endurance, also maybe keep. It's good. We have the other art. No. Track by scent. Yes, please. This card is absurd. This gives us a police and it draws 2 cards. Why not? That's really, really good for the setup. We have a 3rd clobber. Okay, and that's clearly our hand. So we're not keeping any of the 3 clobbers. I did shuffle this. So we're going to have 3 more cards, right? At a minimum. Yo, board game time. How's it going? I remember you saying Wolverine wasn't a favorite. Excited to see the fluid motion hype. Good morning. Yeah, that's exactly it. A lot of the times when I say a character is not my favorite, it makes me like think about them more and then want to dive in. I've said this on Discord, but one of my favorite things about this game is that there's so many heroes that like it's very easy to have favorites and ones that you don't care for. But then the thing is like the community, there's so many folks that like different things that it's very easy to hear someone be like, oh, I'm excited. My favorite hero is X. And X is like your least favorite hero or one of your least favorite. And then you want to talk to this person to figure out like, not to prove them wrong, but to be like, oh, really? Why is that? And then they like make you excited. Like it's infectious. It's really, really cool. So Wolverine was something we wanted to give a shot again. Eric, how's it going? How you doing? Okay, so let's talk about what we want to do here. So Utopia might be a bit expensive, but it's a nice start. Endurance, track by scent. We have 3 doubles in the deck. If we play Track by Scent for 2, we draw 2. So we have 2 more cards in our hand, and then we can just play everything. I think we'll just keep these 3. If we have a double, it really does open it up, but that's kind of all that matters. We have Precision Strike. Great, that doesn't matter. This is just a bit of damage and some healing, which none of that's relevant on this board state. Nope. Okay, we'll get there. Double's perfect, and then double. Damn, that's really good. So ideally we draw into an ally or something that can ready us, but that's really, really good. Is Wolverine Claw's ruling changed? Yeah, Robert, I couldn't tell you when they changed it, but they did change it. And I think a lot of people are happy about that because the original ruling was like very, very painful. But because this is permanent, it doesn't go into your deck. And so during setup, the text on Wolverine's claws, or more accurately, the text on Logan is search the set aside area for claws and put it into play. So it doesn't go into your deck. You don't have to mulligan in it. Ultron can't take it. You can't lose it. It just functionally starts in play. Technically after you mulligan, but that doesn't really matter because it isn't in your deck. So they made it the way that you'd want it to be. It's now intuitive, which is good. Okay, none of these cards. Why are we holding 7 cards? No, that's 6 cards. Good work, Andre. So the first thing we do is definitely track by scent on the Frightened Police to see what happens. We have nothing to do in Alter Ego, which is not uncommon, and then we'll just go from there. X-23 might be my favorite hero, but she's just so bonker strong. I don't want to play as her. X-23 to me is like the version of Wolverine I like a bit better, like a bit of a healing, a bit of a brawler. Leadership X-23 is like so busted, so broken. And I think everything else, it's been a while since I played it, but I remember her in Protection being a lot of fun. But if you asked me between X-23 and Wolverine, I'd probably rather play Wolverine, X-23, excuse me. So we'll see if that changes. We'll flip to hero mode. So 2/2 stat line, we heal 2, and we're just going to go ahead. Our research doesn't matter. We're going to track by scent the Frightened Police. Again, we're not in a rush for Find the Senators, let alone we want to clear this text. So remove 3 threat. Technically, this resolves first, and then we're going to draw 2 cards, but this shouldn't matter. So Frightened Police, you don't normally see this unless you play campaign mode, which I cannot recommend enough. Shuffle the top card of the Future Past deck into your deck. These are shuffled, let alone. We can't know what it is. I think they're all meant to be face down. I don't think we're meant to know which card gets shuffled into the deck. 6 is not an option. 4, so we'll take this one. Maybe we should, but now I can't look at these because that will obviously determine what's in there. This gets shuffled into the deck. Do you roughly know how many heroes are in the game? Do you have all of them? I have all of them. I think there's like 61 heroes in the game. There's a lot. You don't need all of them. If you buy the core set, you already start with 5, so you're in a good spot. And then you can buy them like bespoke. And they do come with like player cards because every thing that you buy, Eric, is a pre-made deck. So the idea is that when you buy like Wolverine comes with 15 of Wolverine's unique cards that you always have to play, and then a whole bunch of extra cards that are basic and aggression and some other cards in the back of the pack. So even if you don't like Wolverine, there's a reason to pick up packs to get the cards for other things, but I think it's about 61 heroes. I just dropped a card. I could find out something by the deck. 63, okay. 63, maybe by Friday 65. Hey, Stefan, how's it going? I'm new here on your channel. Really love your videos. Greetings from Germany. Greetings. How's it going? How's your Sunday evening? Hopefully you've been well. I do wonder if we're going to go up to 100 heroes in this game. Well, we're on track by the end of this year to have, what, like nearly 70 heroes? More than 70 heroes? I think Marvel Champions is doing well. I think the bigger issues in a vacuum is Asmodee doing well. That is like always a bit tense. I would be excited. I think we're at a point though where we're going to get closer to reprinting stuff, like getting a new Captain America. If you want to consider that as 2 heroes, I'd be happy. I think people want the core heroes that are harder to find. We flip this over, but 100 could happen. Like there's no reason that we're not on a track for 100. So this becomes a support. Notably, supports are not us, so they don't count as hero cards. And this just says choose to either deal 1 damage to an enemy or remove a threat from a scheme. It's not an attack or a thwart, so it beats guard, it beats confuse, it beats a lot of stuff. Really good card, especially on turn 1. Track by scent, we removed all the threat. We draw 2 cards. 1, aggressive energy, not super useful, and triage, also not super useful. So it's actually in our best interest to like do a precision strike and break the toughness and do like some incidental damage. A whole lot of Sabretooth's cards say if Sabretooth is at full health, this does this +1. So we can maybe chip some damage here. Because if we play Precision Strike, it has piercing. It does 3 damage to Sabretooth. I guess, well, it'll do 2 damage if we're going to give it piercing because we can't overpay for it. Then we can play Triage to ready ourselves in a second. And then we can play Utopia. It might be better instead that if we play Utopia, Triage, then we can't play Endurance. So I think we just hold on to the Endurance. But I think we have some readies here, so I think we should just send a bunch of damage this turn. Maybe we could thwart the Senator, but we're in no rush to thwart the Senator. You actually can win the game by defeating Sabretooth twice while Robert Kelly's underneath a desk. I think it's very much possible, and if anyone can do it, it's probably Wolverine. MC is getting popular in the East Coast Canada. Work on a big meetup. Oh, hell yeah. I'm so unbelievably excited for the next wave. Defenders is going to rock, I think. I'm definitely excited. I think here in Canada, because we don't get content anywhere near the release date, it's like kind of hampered my excitement for things. I think I'm really excited for Marvel Champions to go back to like the sort of campaign structure that we've been away for from a bit. Like Civil War is not for me, which is not surprising, but all right. I think we're gonna start there. We're gonna play Utopia. Oh, this is gonna be ugly, so I guess we're gonna thwart a bit. So Utopia says we have one more X-Men ally slot, or one ally slot in general. No, X-Men ally slot. And after an X-Men enters play, we can ready another X-Men, which we are an X-Men, of course. And so now we're going to thwart for 2 because we're going to have piercing on this attack. So it's a bit clumsy, but we'll remove 2 threat from Find the Senator. Then we will use our claws, which I guess I'll put it on the claws. So we're going to take 1 damage to play Precision Strike for free. And it has piercing. So Precision Strike just says do 2 damage. If this defeats something, recover 2. So Sabretooth is going to lose the toughness because of piercing, and the villain's going to take 2 down to 13. Not a huge pool, but Sabretooth, of course, heals. That's why we did this. So now we can play 2 for triage. Couple triggers here. When Chris enters play, we can heal 2 damage from an X-Men, so we'll recover 1. And this is an X-Men, so Utopia can ready Wolverine, and so we can go in again. Triage can block the first hit, but we don't mind taking damage when we're at full health. That's for sure. I feel like our board state is so spread out. We could have used Metro PD to... No, it doesn't really matter. So we could clear this on turn 1, but we don't really want to. We can let this go for a bit. So we'll use Metro PD here just to do 1 damage to Sabretooth. Get him, local security forces. We will attack for 2 into the villain. And then Triage will thwart for 1 just to drop this down to 2 so that we can knock it out with Track by Scent, but also we can just knock it out with Wolverine, which is a better, more consistent breakpoint. And that's it. We'll pass. Good turn 1. Really good turn 1. I'm hopeful for FMG. I pre-ordered the Arkham 2 stuff. Man, Arkham 2, like the Arkham 2 player decks that are coming out seem so cool. Like they seem so much cooler than the core set, like so much more interesting. Unfortunately, the campaign size and the cost of everything going up, that's made me a bit more, again, like not excited. I think I'll wait to see what the core set looks like because I have everything in Arkham. I'm not really jumping out to spend $100 plus on a new core set, so we'll find out. But from what they showed off from the new upcoming decks, they looked way more interesting than the core set, which I think was very, very hopeful. Defenders campaign is going to be cool. Excited about the upcoming scenario pack as well. Yeah. All right, we have Logan's Cabin, so jumping down is definitely a thing we can do. It's not important. Berserker Barrage, if we find some small minions. There's not a lot of small minions. We have our last double. It's Strength in the X-Men version. Track by Scent, that's our last one. Okay, so at least dealing with the Senator is really going to be easy. And then we have Beaky Boy to do some threat work. So this hand has an X-Men. I don't know what the math is. If you want to ready with every turn with the Utopia, I think we're probably like 1 X-Men short of probabilistically that being a thing, but we're in a good spot. Let's just move these things in a way that makes sense. I'm going to put this down here. I'm going to put this here so I remember it. And we'll do that. Okay. This seems fine. I treat Marvel Champion Civil War in the same vein as DC deck building confrontations. It wasn't for me, but I enjoyed it nonetheless. I enjoyed Tigra. I don't think I really enjoyed much of the box, and that's fine. It clearly wasn't made for me, and I'm glad that like for con stuff, like people are excited for it. That's okay. Metapher, all 6 of those heroes and some of my favorites, particularly interested in Devil and Jones, hoping for a Punisher ally, then wave 2. I honestly think Punisher's brand has just become so toxic that I don't know if they're ever going to touch Punisher. 1 threat. After resolving step 1 of the villain phase, deal 2 damage to Robert Kelly. I'm so sorry. I'm trying my hardest. We'll be there in a moment. It'll be 3 damage instead. This hits 6. That's it. The villain's now going to attack us for 2 and a card. We're not going to block. We're just going to take it. We could block with Triage in a pinch, but we're going to be healing 2 anyway, so why not? 1, 2, 3. This is one of the cards that you really care about. I don't show the boost cards often on stream. I probably should do a bit more, but this is 3 damage, so we take 3. But this is one of the cards that gets worse if you leave Sabretooth at full health. And speaking of Sabretooth at full health, Sabretooth does his text. We discard the top card. It is 1 boost with Avalanche, and so just heals 1. So not bad. Encounter card. Blob. Okay, at least we have something to blow up here. 6 health guard. After blob attacks and damages, the character stun that character. So all the named like Mansion Attack, Brotherhood minions are in here, and we have to deal with them. Is this game as hard to achieve a rules perfect scenario as Arkham was? Generally, I felt like it wasn't actually possible not to make a rules mistake in Arkham if I was playing solo. I think Arkham is more complicated in terms of all the things that are happening, and barring very specific timing stuff, like understanding when an exact order of like when a skill card pays off based off of it does a fire before you get the clues or after you get the clues, which usually isn't important. I find that the rules mistakes you make in Arkham are usually because scenarios are complicated. The rules mistakes you make in Marvel Champions are because the rules engine is it hits corner cases a bit more consistently. Like the base thing that that Arkham does, it feels like it's softer. Like moving locations, evading, attacking, taking clues, all that sort of stuff is like relatively straightforward. I find that I make more rules mistakes in this game as much as this game is much more approachable. You healed Wolverine? So true. Good catch, actually. Well, hold on. I was healing Wolverine anyways. Now we'll heal Sabretooth. Good catch, actually. That's very, very not good. Well, he was a Daredevil born again. He just didn't wear the skull insignia, which I'm fine with. I'm a huge Daredevil fan. My favorite run in the Soul run. Even if the worst happens with Marvel Champions and Arkham, there's so much good community made stuff. I don't think either game would die. No, but that's the thing is like, even if Arkham Horror, which it's not going to, but even if it's like not good next year or like not good right now, I have so much Arkham Horror content that I'm still going to be playing Arkham Horror at least once a week for the whole year. Like I'm not stressed. I technically don't need more content. The content they're showing off right now doesn't seem to appeal to me, and that's fine. We want the game to be bigger as like a, you know, rising tide raises all boats or whatever. I make memes of dudes with Punisher stickers on their trucks. Very silly behavior. Yeah, like Punisher's strange. All right, so our goals here. Robert Kelly, we can let him do his thing for a bit. We want to knock out Blob. In terms of damage in our hand, we can actually Berserker Barrage Blob pretty easily. Issue is a lot of the cards in our hand remove threat, and removing threat is not good because it will advance us immediately to Sabretooth 2. When we advance to Sabretooth side 2, we get an encounter card, so there's a little bit of a jump there. Oh, this should be ready, excuse me. But that's mostly it. So I think because our hand has a track by scent, we probably should just clear find the senders and go from there. So we recover 2. We'll just track by scent. So let's just go to the next part of the scenario. So remove 3 threats. So we'll clear find the senders. This will happen first, and then we'll draw some cards. So when we clear this, find the senator just flips over, and it has some rules text on it. So I'm not going to keep it. I'll keep it on frame actually, but it just reminds us of the rules text of how this works. So Robert Kelly is now ours, and now we immediately advance to 2A. This is Robert Kelly. We cannot heal him. I don't think we can mess with him in a lot of ways. If he dies, we lose. He technically can. I actually can't thwart an attack, but if we ever have to exhaust an ally to do something, we can't exhaust him. He has 7 health, and we shouldn't be able to heal him if I'm not mistaken. So a couple things happen. I'm going to probably show this in not the right order, but a close enough order. So now we're on Protect the Sender. This says Robert Kelly cannot be healed. Hero response: after your hero defends against an attack from Sabretooth, spend 2 resources to melee ready yourself. And that's really important because Sabretooth will be relentlessly attacking Robert Kelly, and it's up to us to put us or an ally between Sabretooth and Robert Kelly. This immediately clears, which again, we could have waited, we could have jumped down, but unfortunately drawing track by scent really forced our hand. Now he's injured. I would say barely. But the injured senator says deal each player an encounter card. And then we flip it over, and this is our last main scheme, so we have to survive here. 9 is pretty good. It's pretty healthy, as much as we're not really threat heavy. And it has no text besides if Robert Kelly's defeated, we lose. Comes in with no threat, gets 1 a turn. Nice. All right, track by scent. We draw 2 cards, so give us something good. I got better. I mean, maybe we play I got better this turn because what else are we doing? And then what doesn't kill me, which we can't play. Bummer. Because for this, healing 2 damage is a cost. So actually we can play it after we Berserker Barrage off of Wolverine's Claws. But we'll see how this goes. There's going to be a side schemes that heal Kelly. Yeah, there is, I think, 2 side schemes where you give Kelly medical aid, which is like fine, but that's mostly it. Wolverine versus Sentinels is fun. Nolan, how's it going? We're going to get to it. That's hopefully the next one. Hopefully Wolverine's not Sabretooth is not a big road bump. The Art of Berserker Barrage is so sick. I love the card name references. Is it a reference to something? Okay, so Wolverine's Claws plays Berserker Barrage. We can deal 4 damage to Blob. We can attack first. That will defeat Blob, so we can do 4 damage to Sabretooth by taking more damage. That leaves us with this hand. Unfortunately, our hand has no physicals in it, so what doesn't kill me is like literally unplayable. That's awful. Well, Berserker Barrage is our only attack. So that's not good. So maybe we don't do the double on this. Because maybe we just pay 2? If we pay 2, we're also short. Then we can play Logan's Cabin and that's it. That's probably it. I think we pay 2, take 2, knock out Blob. Then we play, I guess we want to play Beak. Beak is worth 2 damage as well. Beak's not that good. Beak is a blocker, which is good. Beak's text doesn't matter because there's no threat on the table. But like readying ourselves every turn is like really, really nice. I don't want to use Triage because Triage can block when Sabretooth attacks. Wolverine in some runs goes into Berserker, Rage, or Barrage. The fighting games by Capcom, Wolverine's attack is called Berserker Barrage. He yells it a lot. Oh, very cool. Very cool. Share the stream to a few places. Thank you, Matoffer. Okay, so we have to make this hand make sense. And it's slightly uglier than you'd want it to be. If we had another physical here, this would be a lot better. But unfortunately, the physical is the card we want to play. So our options are play Berserker Barrage for free. Take 2 to 4 damage. If we take 2 damage, we're on 7. That's fine. Blob gets knocked out. We're exhausted. We don't have to take more damage. From that point, we're left with this hand. If we play Beak, we ready ourselves so we can attack for 2. Beak can attack for 1. Then we're left with a stranded card. If we don't want to have a stranded card, we can play 2 for Berserker Barrage and play Logan's Cabin. We don't ready ourselves, so we lose 2 damage. But that's all we have good to say for ourselves. Not a great hand. Is Beak more important? Beak doesn't get his kicker, which makes me think Beak is less important. Logan's Cabin is not very important, but Sabretooth doesn't scheme for that much, and the limit on this is relatively high. So I think Logan's Cabin is actually relatively okay here because 2 track by sense are in their discard bin, and that's really good. And in theory, Logan's Cabining back for like the big 8 damage attack is very, very good to Sabretooth. So I think we're going to try this angle. So I'm actually going to pay 2 for Berserker Barrage. So first, I'm going to attack for 2, and it's a blob. Then we'll play Berserker Barrage. So we'll deal 4 damage to an enemy. Nice. Then we can take 2 damage, which we will. We'll take 2. And we can do it again. So now we'll deal 4 damage to Sabretooth. Okay, that's it. Then we'll spend... Oh, we're meant to pay 2 for that. Then we'll play Logan's Cabin, which is like, okay. Doesn't Triage kick Beak? Yeah, it does. Triage does kick Beak, but like Beak's kicker doesn't do anything because there's no threat on the table. But having more X-Men is good. It's just like literally doesn't do anything. Yeah, there's no threat. If there's threat, for sure, we'd play Beak. So play Logan's Cabin. So this in Alter Ego allows us to shuffle a Wolverine card back into our deck. That's all we got. That's all she wrote. That's it. Metro PD, excuse me. That's not it. It's behind the microphone. I'm going to forget this at some point. So we'll just do 1 damage to Sabretooth. So we are consistently hitting Sabretooth, which is nice. And we'll pass. We're not going to use Triage because Triage will block. Now the text on Robert Kelly is really important because Robert Kelly says when an enemy resolves an undefended attack against you, deal that damage to Robert Kelly. So that means every attack that Sabretooth is going to do is into Kelly. Even minions is going to be into Kelly. So we need to be able to exhaust to defend or use our allies to defend. Protect the Senator says after we defend, we can spend 2 resources of, I don't know if it's the same time or not. I'd be surprised if it was. I think we have to spend 2 resources. Yeah, of any type to ready ourselves so we can like double block because there's a lot of encounter cards that say it gets attacked again. That's it. Let's draw up. Regenerative health. Okay, so we're in the business of taking damage here. We'd love to have a big attack here so we can take some damage to play it. Unfortunately, this card we've added to the deck. Not going to do much this turn. Berserker Frenzy is really good. It offsets the cost of readying. I can never spell Berserker. Again, don't look at the art. It's not great. Slice and Dice. Okay, some damage. Not my favorite card. And then that's the one we want. So we drew all our damage cards together, which makes sense because we drew all our thwarting cards early. But this is the 3 for 8 that should knock out Sabretooth relatively well. All right, 1 threat here. Sabretooth is going to attack. We can either put ourselves in the way, but I think we're going to put Triage in the way because I think Triage is going to be doing less. And we want to be ready if the attack happens later. We're already going to heal 2, so we're not wasting any healing. And we haven't seen any of our plus health cards yet besides the one we discarded. So we'll block with Triage. So Sabretooth is attacking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Huge boost on Metamorphic Mayhem. Triage is knocked out. And then Sabretooth heals for 2 on Master Plan. So you're never too sad to see that card go. So Villain recover 2. All right, 2 cards. First, nice Medical Emergency. This is the one good card for us. It does have acceleration. Oh my god, there's another Medical Emergency. Comes in with 4 threat. Victory 1, so we can only clear it once. And when we clear this, we heal 2 from Kelly, which will put Kelly at full health. I have not seen Robert Kelly at full health on my side of the table ever. Assault, this is what we're talking about. So this is why we're ready. So Assault says Sabretooth is going to attack us, which means more healing. So it's even worse than you think it is. So attacking for 2, we will just block here. We have no big reason to be ready this turn. The cool thing is we can now play You'll Pay for That. Oh, that's actually awesome. Is we can You'll Pay for That the medical emergency to clear it because it's likely will take more than 4 damage. So Sabretooth is going to attack. Really good ordering. So 1, 2, we will have to defend. Oh, so actually this is damage you'll take. That's not perfect because if we defend, we reduce the damage that we take. It's not damage dealt, it's damage taken, right? Yeah, took. So this will be a bit worse. So 1, 2, 3, the other Unrelenting Strike. So we only take 1 damage. So I'm not going to play You'll Pay for That, but we do take 1 damage. So we're down to 6. And then Sabretooth is going to heal a big 3 on a Feral Rage. So Villain is now back up to 11. That's us. Hero Text kicks in. We recover 2. Haven't missed a trigger yet. Minions attack Kelly. I don't think I was my win was valid. Yeah, everyone attacks Kelly. Nobody likes this guy. He's a real piece of shit. I'll be honest. Yeah, man, You'll Pay for That would be really, really good if it wasn't the Robert Kelly text, because it would have been fine. It would have been quite nice. All right, so things we want to do. Regenerative healing makes a bit of sense, especially because we're going to do an 8 damage for free. That leaves us with this hand. The problem is if we play regenerative healing, it leaves us with an unplayable hand. We didn't find any of our research generators, which is not nice. I technically here we have a window if we want, because the attack is resolved, and as much as our health we healed, it doesn't really matter. But we can decide whether we want to pay 2 resources to ready ourselves, which might be correct. Because I think we pay this for free. By free, I mean taking damage, which lets us play regenerative healing. It means we don't play Berserker Frenzy, but if we play Berserker Frenzy, we don't do the healing. I think it's more important we keep our health up. So we can hold on to Berserker Frenzy, but I think it's actually in our best interest that we pay 2 to ready ourselves to thwart 2 on this. I love watching campaigns. Me too. I'm such a campaign fan. I'm surprised that Marvel Champions campaigns are not more popular than they are. I think people play a lot of standalones, but I mostly play campaign games, which again, when it came to Shield and Civil War, that's not been really my thing. Yeah, I think we'll pay 2. I think we'll spend 2 to ready ourselves. I think we have to work on this. Okay, so that's at the end of the defense. Then we'll recover 2, but it doesn't really matter. And speaking of recovering 2, let's just lose 3 health immediately. Lunging Strike will reduce the cost by 3. So this is going to take 3 damage to do a free 8 damage overkill piercing. So it just does 8. But that's still not bad. We have to do big damage to Sabretooth. Advancing to Sabretooth 3, we can't do this turn. We're short 1 damage. We could attack for 2. But Sabretooth on the other side, I think has Retaliate and attacks a bit harder. Campaigns are what got my buddies into MC. Me too. Like, I was playing with my partner. We always play campaign mode. I was playing with my brother-in-law who would come over. We'd beat a campaign in 5 days. I enjoy the Shield campaign. What don't you like? Half the scenarios, the campaign effects, like just having resource sinks every turn is not fun. Most of the scenarios were not for me. I don't know. I didn't like a lot of that. And then we'll play regenerative healing, which now we get most of the text, if not all the text. So we'll recover 4. So we're up on 9. I'm not as fan of the Shield campaign. I think Age of Apocalypse is worse. Age of Apocalypse is worse, but Age of Apocalypse, if you just play 5 scenarios in a row as a campaign, it's so good. Like Age of Apocalypse has better scenarios, but the campaign mode I would not play. I don't play with it. I'll recover 2 on medical emergency. We'll pass. Oh, Metro PD, excuse me. We'll do Metro PD and we'll just ping this down. Actually, we should ping this down because we can clear it guaranteed next turn. That's an interesting choice because Metro PD can do 1 here or 2 here. Actually, Metro PD and us can advance Sabretooth. That might be worth something. Because when Sabretooth advances, Sabretooth won't be healing. So wonder if we just get Sabretooth to Sabretooth 3. Attacks harder. Yeah, I think we should just advance Sabretooth so he can't heal. That's way better. So instead of thwarting 2 here, we'll attack 2 into Sabretooth. And then we'll Metro PD to defeat Sabretooth, which advances Sabretooth. That's way better. So we don't have to worry about healing this round. The Sabretooth advances, Sabretooth 3. Retaliate 1 in toughness. 18 health. Same force response, hits a bit harder. AoE is my favorite box, but man, the campaign's not good. Exactly, Glavin. I think it's definitely my top 3. It might be my favorite, but yeah, the campaign is. We heard from the designers that the campaign had to be changed somewhat last minute. It used to have dice and other stuff, but yeah, no, it's not my favorite either. Have you done any of this silly shenanigans with the next Evo campaign? What would those be? Yeah, the side, I don't think I've heard anyone who likes the side missions of Age of Apocalypse. It's fine. I don't like them either. I don't play with them. I think the campaign is just still fine without them. Okay. The clue aspect of the shield was clunky for me when I needed to restart the final boss. Oh, yeah, that's weird. For the final boss, like, you don't actually have to use the envelope. You can just roll a die, and it's fine. Like, just get 6 clues you get there. Going back to shield, I do think, too, the missions are very simple. They have weird balance, too. All right, healing. Fluid motion. Again, we are a fluid motion deck. I don't think it's going to be the highlight of the deck, but it's a nice thing to have. Precision strike is not going to line up well in this whole, I wouldn't say this campaign, but this definitely in this scenario. Sentinels has some smaller things that we want to knock out. Prof X means we can jump down, which we might want to lick our wounds, and it'll line up with the medical emergency. And then we have Shadowcat, who is really interesting in the beginning part of this scenario because you can actually ignore at least part of the injured senator. Lunging strike when in the villain discard. Huge. Thank you. Good catch. I do that every once in a while when I'm talking too much. That's a really hard thing to catch. And then you're like, where's my damage? And then you plan around something that never happens. Thank you, Colby. All right. This goes to 3 because we have the acceleration. Sabretooth is attacking for 3 in a card. Most we can take here is 6 damage. We could be in a bad spot because we have no allies, which means if Sabretooth ends up attacking again into Robert Kelly, we are cooked. That being said, if we see the bin here, we've lost 1 assault, but we've lost both unrelenting savages. I don't know if there's more than 2 copies of this, but this is one of the other alternate attacks. So there might only be 1 more card in the deck that says Sabretooth attacks. So we might not have to spend 2 resources to ready ourselves. We'll see how it works out. Regardless, we're going to have to defend here because Robert Kelly could not die, but close to die. So we'll defend for 2 because we do. So Sabretooth is attacking for 3. Boost, Animal Ferocity. This attaches. So, oh no, Sabretooth gets Stalwart. That was the turn we were meant to jump down. And then you have to spend 1 of each kind to remove this. So we don't have enough stun or confuse in our kit to probably care about this, but that is 3 damage, so we'll take 3. Sabretooth still tries to recover, even though Sabretooth can't. So just going to discard, cool, an illusionist card. So heals 2, and that's it. Encounter card. Oh, do we spend 2 to ready? In theory, how do we play this hand? I think this hand, we need to play Shadowcat. We want to play Regenerative Healing. We can't because we have no research generators. Our hands are like slightly clumsy. Like playing an ally on this hand means we play nothing else. Didn't you defend for 2? Good catch. Yeah, we did defend for 2. We should only take 1 damage there. Good catch. Yeah, I'm so used to just like taking it to the face with Wolverine. So we defend for 2. It leaves us with a hand of this also like really ugly. Like Regenerative Healing is not worth playing anymore because we'll be at full health. So we don't need to keep that. But like if we have 3 cards, like I think we just don't ready and hope that Sabretooth doesn't attack. Like I don't think there's a way that we ready here. That makes sense. I forgot that we defended. Yeah. Shield, I just got unlucky, but it's because there isn't much leeway. I had 2 of the spies flip on turn 1 multiple times. That's what I mean. Like that can just happen. That's such an annoying card to be like, oh, on turn 1 you draw it on expert. Oh, you lose 2 spies for the whole campaign because you didn't draw the right resource types. Like, anyways, encounter card. Sorry. Sabretooth strikes. Oh, this is not as bad as the title sounds, right? Deal 1 damage to Robert Kelly. You may exhaust your hero to prevent this. Okay, I thought he was going to get actually hurt. He's slightly hurt, which is going to take us off our dream of making him at full health. But Robert Kelly just takes 1. He's down to 6 of 9, so we can't full heal him. Our friend Wolverine heals full health. Let's go, Sabretooth. You and I, mano y mano. Okay, so we can't get rid of the Animal Ferocity because we don't have the 3 kinds of resources. Things we can do. Playing an ally is really good because it readies with Utopia, so that's nice. Metro PD is good at taking the toughness off because it's not an attack, but at the end of the day, we don't really care because, well, our attacks usually have piercing if we play an attack event. This hand only has 1 attack event, which we play this taking 1 damage. We take another damage because of the retaliate, but we do take the toughness off and do 2 damage at once. So this is actually a play that allows us to play Shadowcat. That means we'll have a blocker. I think that's probably the play because it lets us do a bit of everything. So I think we're going to play Precision Strike for free with the claws, and then we'll play Shadowcat. Seems good. Seems actually pretty good. We also have to remember we have a Brazen Defense card, which I'm going to forget about this, but when enemy attacks, prevent 3 of the damage. When an enemy attacks, interrupt. So we have to do that before we see the boost card, if I'm not mistaken, which is not perfect. All right. We're going to go ahead and pay 3 for Shadowcat. It's Kitty. When Shadowcat enters play, we can ready ourselves. And she says that she can ignore. So we're going to ignore the acceleration on this until the end of the round, which is nice. So we don't have to clear it. I think Shadowcat's text is actually way better than looks. It's just some of the basic allies in this game are even better than this. All right, we're ready. We're going to use Wolverine's Claws to take a damage to play Precision Strike, which will do 2 damage, knocking off the toughness, and we take Retaliate 1, so we go down 2 health. We're at 8. Okay, Metro PD didn't matter there. Shadowcat, we want to work on both of these. We could clear this turn, but it's no longer an incentive. So I think we will just attacking into Sabretooth for 2, taking Retaliate, and then he heals is not great. We want to do big attacks, not basic attacks. So we're going to thwart 2 for here. Shadowcat will thwart 2 on this. Metro PD will just clear this because Shadowcat can deal with that next turn. In a pinch, we'll block with her if we have to, and we'll pass. Straightforward. Good enough. Drawing Psylocke is going to stink because of this, but otherwise not too bad. Jubilee, okay. She's okay. She's a lot of damage. She's a 5 damage plus turn. She doesn't survive because of the Retaliate, so she's not going to block, so she's a fair bit worse. Another Berserker Barrage for some damage. We definitely want to pay our Research Generator. Our hands have been slightly slow. You'll pay for that. Probably not worth it because we're defending. And Sunfire can remove the Animal Ferocity if we have the kicker on it, which we might be able to. My gut check is that we'll play like a Berserker Barrage for free, and then we'll play Sunfire for the kicker. Probably because Psylocke is in the bottom part of our deck, and having the Confuse for the jump down is pretty good, but Psylocke is in here in the bottom 8 or so. All right, threat. We only put 1 here because Shadowcat's ignoring the acceleration. And then Sabretooth is attacking. For 3 in a card, we have to put ourselves in the way. So we are going to. So 3, 4, 5 on exhaustion. Okay. So we have a couple triggers here. Firstly, we blocked 2, so we take 3. Sabretooth will discard the top card of the deck and heal 1, which doesn't do anything. Now we can decide whether there's 2 things we want to do. Firstly, is we can remove a bunch of threat with You'll Pay for that. I don't think that's really worth the resources we're spending here, so maybe this card's not worth in the deck. We also can now spend 2 resources to ready ourselves, which I don't think we do because we've seen a lot of the attack events and we have a Shadowcat in a pinch, so I think we'd rather just continue to set up. Counter card. Advance. Okay, that's bad, but not the worst here. So Sabretooth is going to scheme for 2 in a card. If this hits 9, we lose. Not possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the Brotherhood. Massive. So this goes to 6 of 9. Scary. And because it's an activation, he does technically try and recover. Loses the second Sabretooth strikes. Heals for 0. Okay. Not bad. Find extra really a challenge to play with Wolverine. I favor tempo with him, and it's so slow. So use build support. Yeah, maybe. I could see that being the case. The problem is, like, I don't think we have enough threat in the deck that, like, thwarting a side scheme is also very expensive. Like, this deck could also be playing Superpower Training and does other sort of like really good side schemes. Technically, you can cheat out the death one, right? The upgrade. I'm pretty sure you can cheat out the upgrade with with Superpower Training or whatever it's called. We don't have enough threat. I feel like every threat has to go into the main scheme usually. All right. We recover 2. It's up to 7. So now all the damage we do to Sabretooth is a bit worse because of the Retaliate. Playing Sunfire is good because Sunfire is an X-Men, so it can ready us. If we play Sunfire for 2, then we can throw out a card to get rid of the attachment, which means we're set up for Psylocke, which is nice. On this turn, we can thwart 2 off the Medical Emergency, which is like thwarting 1 off of this, so that's worth something. We might lose to the second advance, which is just the reality we live in when you play solo. I think Sunfire thwarts 1 for this, we thwart 2 for that, so we'll probably be safe, but I think that's kind of our turn here. The only like question mark is whether we play Berserker Barrage. The problem with Berserker Barrage is it's 3 damage to do 4 damage, which Sabretooth can immediately heal almost all of it, and I don't love that. I don't love that at all. If we had 2 advances out, we might want to jump down. We only have 1 out, and the other card that can make Sabretooth activate is Unrelenting Savage. Both of those are out. The word savage is being used less and less in a lot of spaces, and it makes me kind of uncomfortable. I'll just say that, but yeah. I mean, let's go. I think the extra would be a lot easier to play. The downside, as much as it was an upside, is that we drew all our doubles like really, really early, which helped with our setup, but it's going to make the extra be a clumsy draw for sure. We also have the X Gene coming up, so that's another nice way that we can play like Psylocke, but playing Psylocke and X Gene in the same turn are really hard because she's expensive. I think that's a play. I think if anything, we'll hold on to the X-Jet. Probably not. We'll hold on to Jubilee. Probably not. We'll pay 2 for Sunfire. Sunfire comes into play. We'll pay an energy. So we'll get the kicker. So this has a hero action, hero response on it, so we can get rid of Animal Ferocity. So no longer has Stalwart. It's so much cheaper. What a good ally. Say where Sunfire comes in. 2 health. It's nice to have more of these panic blockers for sure, and Shadowcat will enter panic blocker territory this turn. All right, Utopia triggers. We can ready ourselves, which is nice. And so let's get to work. Shadowcat will thwart for 2, off medical emergency. This clears. When defeated, heal 2 from Robert Kelly. So not at full health, but very healthy. Could probably tank an attack for Sabretooth, no problem. And then we'll remove this from the game. That's the only trigger there. We will thwart for 2 here, because small damage doesn't matter. Metro PD will thwart 1 on this. The question is whether we hold on to Jubilee or the X-Jet. We can hold on to one of them. To make this decision make sense, I think we have to look at the bottom of our deck. Because Psylocke is coming up, which will be really nice, because we can jump down, and then, especially with a thin deck, Logan's Cabin is so much better, because we can guarantee to put in either our Track by Scent or our 3-cost 8 damage card. X-Gene and Psylocke are both coming up, and our Adamantium Skeleton, and our Aggressive Conditioning. So all these cards are really good and really expensive. So I don't think we're going to hold on to any of these, because there's no hand that we draw X-Jet and one of our health gainers, and we don't play the health gainer. Spending 3 to remove an attachment, get an ally is so good. It's so good, especially the attachments that require you to exhaust yourself. Oh my god, so good. Yeah, Robert, it seems a bit too late. Like, if we draw it with a double, I don't think it's too late then, especially if the hand is not doing anything else, but it's definitely too late now. Yeah. Set up, set up, set up, set up. Keep X-Men as the more resources on the field you have, the faster you win. Keep Jubilee. Question is, what do we do with Sunfire? Sunfire, we could get him to panic block territory immediately, but already Shadowcat's there, so I don't think we do anything with Sunfire. I think we'll leave Sunfire here, because Sunfire can... Well, okay, if we attack or thwart with Sunfire here, if we attack, he's defeated. If we thwart 1 with Sunfire, Sunfire will be able to hit the deck out, which I think is actually important, because otherwise we won't be able to knock out Sunfire. So I think we're just going to thwart 1, and we'll pass. Cool. Yeah, I think we're good enough on the setup that I don't know if we have to. Like, I have habits of setting up too much, and this feels like setting up too much. But like, the bottom of our deck is so good. All right, Lunging Strike. We might want to block with an ally here, so we have a bit of more of a runway, because taking 4 damage because of Retaliate is pretty expensive. Precision Strike won't do anything. Fluid Motion is not been great. This is good. This is what we need to play for sure. So this gives us +1 attack, let alone gives us piercing and +4 health. And then we have Aggressive Conditioning. So unfortunately, we drew both of these in the same hand. And you can't play both of them, because that costs a couple too many resources. So they're like very similar. It's actually really funny how similar these 2 cards are. And unless there's a lot of toughness in this scenario, this one, if you can play it, you should play it, because it's harder to play. And this one, you can always shuffle back with Logan's Cabin. It's really kind of goofy. It's also no X-Men in this hand, so we don't have a cheap ready. So we'll see how that interacts. I think Sunfire is a better chump than Shadowcat. Yeah. On average, yes. Because thwart is definitely a problem. Minions might not be a problem. Go to 3. I think that's a good shout. So that goes to 3. Villain's going to attack us for 3 in a card. Attack Robert Kelly. So yeah, let's just put Sunfire in the way, because we have more damage than thwart, so we'll keep her around. 3, 4. Homo Superior. This attaches to an ally, so you really, or minion. You really want to make sure the minions are on the table, because this giving +5 health and like toughness is disgusting. Sunfire's knocked out. We have to heal from Sabretooth. Sabretooth heals 2 on Pyro, but can't heal. That's it. Encounter card. Nice. We get to go down to Alter Ego for a second, which means we miss our healing. So pass demons. You may flip to Alter Ego. In Alter Ego, you can exhaust Logan on his motorcycle and remove this from the game, which the deck does go through it faster than normal because we are milling off the heal, so it might show up again. Or we can stun and confuse ourselves to discard this card. Our basic activation on this turn is not super important. Jumping down to Alter Ego allows us to Logan's Cabin. The most expensive part about this is we lose the 2 health. I think I'm just going to exhaust ourselves in Alter Ego. Okay, we'll remove it from the game. SRN, I'm doing well. How you doing? How's your Sunday been? Are you excited with spoiler stuff? What have you seen so far that's been like the most exciting? Okay, here, before we do anything, we might as well use Logan's Cabin. We can shuffle any Wolverine card into our deck. This doesn't heal, this doesn't draw, this doesn't clear status. This could have been so much more interesting, but we'll shuffle something back in. The question is what? Do we need healing? Probably not. Shadowcat's going to miss the cycle, which sucks. Yeah. We could shuffle in big damage. We could shuffle in Track by Scent. I'm kind of incentivized to shuffle in big damage because big damage win game. Today's stuff was really evocative. Glad you liked it. I'm not sure if I want to play against Bad Pub, Program Destruction, and BN, but I think we shuffle this in. That's my guess. Our deck will be relatively thin. We are going to deck out, but we're guaranteed to draw the card next turn. The other option is Track by Scent. This will be, maybe we just clear this with Track by Scent. Because Track by Scent will be really playable. X-Gene's in the bottom 3, which stinks. Like, imagine this hand hit X-Gene. We could jump down and play X-Gene so easy. The deck can tutor Distributed Tracing, Retribution, Scape Net. Like, I don't know what you want me to do against it. I think we'll actually put the threat one in, because I think we're holding our ground pretty well. It's just like this, getting another advance here could cost us the game. So I'll shuffle a Track by Scent back in. I don't need to do a good job shuffling this because we're going to draw our whole deck next turn regardless. All right, so if we want to keep a chump block, Shadowcat has to miss the cycle, which I'm not sure if we're excited about that. We'll jump up. Okay, so we could do a little chip damage and then play 3 health plus 1 attack. Not my favorite. Oh, another thing that we could have done is we could have pitched 1, 2, 3 for aggressive conditioning. We could have shuffled the skeleton back in. That actually might have been better. The things we're blocking, which means our health is less important. But I think we could have done an alter ego, shuffle the skeleton back in after playing it first, which might have been okay as well. I think we need to do 8 damage. I think there's no world where we don't do 8 damage, which means I think we play this. Which means I think we keep Shadowcat, which means I think we're scared of this. So maybe what we shuffled in is good. I think this is okay. This is not a great hand. So I think we're going to play 3 for aggressive conditioning. This is one of the decks where plus health plus attack is like really very much worth it. So we'll give this to us. We'll go recover 3. So we're now at 10 health. We have more of a runway. Okay. We will simply Metro PD for 1. I think if we're going to play this Lunging Strike here, we probably should have shuffled the Lunging Strike into the deck. Because we're going to do 8 damage this turn. Next turn, we're going to do 8 more damage, which might not defeat Sabretooth. But if we're going to play the Lunging Strike here, which we are, it's probably in our best interest to put the other Lunging Strike back in our deck so we can win in 2 turns. Because the bottom of our deck, which I'll look at it, has no damage in it besides the Slice and Dice. And I think Retaliate 2 happens on the Slice and Dice. I might be wrong. So that's like 9 more damage, which maybe gets there. Not likely, though. I don't know. We'll find out together. But it might have been right just to put more damage in. Because speaking of more damage, we're going to do Wolverine's Claws. We're going to take 3 damage, which will be 4 damage because Retaliate. So we'll take 4. And we'll do a Lunging Strike and just send it in to Sabretooth. And a good thing is we've seen a lot of the cards that say Sabretooth activates again. The fewer of those that exist, the less likely Sabretooth is to heal more. As much as we're drawing 2 encounter cards here. And that's it. We should remember to use this because if we don't use it, we don't keep it for the next scenario. When an enemy attacks, spend a resource, prevent 3 damage from the attack, and deal 3 damage. And because this is defense traded, we have considered defending, so we don't have to worry about Robert Kelly. So this is probably the turn the play this turn. Slice and Dice is 2 different attacks, yeah. So it procs it twice. That tracks. All right, we'll drop. We know our bottom 4. Psylocke, Slice and Dice, Track by Scent. So Track by Scent can clear this to draw, which is nice. Slice and Dice will just be a bunch of damage. And it's take 5, deal 6. We still haven't found the card that we shuffled into the deck through the future past thing. So we'll see when that shows up. Wolverine's only at 6 health, but this will help a bit. Brazen Defense will help. So with Brazen Defense, we almost definitely should have shuffled the Lunging Strike back into the deck. I think we'll probably be okay because we have like 7, 10. So it'll be close. Who's the green thing with the long head in the background? Does anybody know all these characters? I don't think I recognize anyone here. Why are they all green? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Skeleton's back. Nice. Who do you think is worse, Nimrod or Bastion? Good question. One of them is more fun. I think Nimrod is so fun, especially when you play a defense deck that wants to do damage during the villain phase, because Nimrod can only take 3 per phase. I think it's just such an interesting card, and I really wish like there was more cards like this. Like Nemesis is that can't just blow up before their text actually matters. I think that's great text. Nimrod's obviously very strong, as it should be, but yeah. Bastion, on the other hand, is just what? Just big? Yeah, toughness villains. Like this one's less interesting. Like we can nearly one-shot Bastion. So if you ask me, I think Nimrod's way harder to deal with, but way more interesting. And sometimes that's what you prefer. Are they scrolls? I don't think so. Nimrod's real bad. Man, when you have the ability to do damage during the villain phase and you don't have to deal with Nimrod 3 turns in a row, it's like so cool. You feel so clever. Let's go to 3. Sabretooth is attacking for 3 in a card. I think here, this should be ready. We're just going to pop Brazen Defense. Because it does technically make us a defender, because it has a defense trait. So when enemy attacks, spend a resource. Hold on. Force interrupt. No, actually, Robert happens first. Oh, Robert's doesn't matter because Robert is when an enemy resolves an undefended attack. So this makes it defended, so this doesn't mind. This force interrupt doesn't say that Sabretooth is attacking Robert. It just says damage goes to Robert. So we can't interrupt here with Brazen Defense. All right, so we have to spend a resource. There's no world where we're playing Psylocke here. She readies us. No, it's fine. So we're going to prevent 3 damage from this attack and deal 3 damage to that enemy. But this is when an enemy attacks and it's an interrupt. So I'm not sure if we're meant to do the damage first. I don't think it actually matters, but whatever. So attacking for 3. Boost. Yo. Deal this card to yourself as a face down and counter card. I mean, we summoned him. That's not good. At least if we win this turn, it doesn't matter. But we wanted to defeat Bastion so that Bastion's not in the counter set for the rest of the encounter. Do damage and take damage is so silly. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Anyways, that's very funny. So we take 3 damage. We block all 3 damage. Brazen Defense does 3 damage back. So we do 3 damage to the villain, right? Down to 7. We remove this from the game. Okay. The attack finally resolves. Sabretooth does the healing thing. My bad. That's on me. We discard in advance. That's perfect. No healing, let alone not another activation. And that's all we have. Now we have to draw 3 encounter cards. We haven't seen Gang Up yet. So I think we can choose to draw these in our choice of order, which would be drawing the middle one last. But I'm not actually sure about that ruling. All right, we got some claws. Adamantium claws too. I guess now we're evenly matched. Can we have these? So +1 attack and piercing. Fine. Bastion's here. Bastion, toughness, villainous, victory. So villainous means it's not just 10. Sorry, not just 2. It's 2 plus a boost card, just like a villain. I wish I had these that went up to 10. They'd be so nice. Oh, wow, there is one more. That's good to know. So Sabretooth attacks you. That sucks because he's going to heal. I didn't know there's 3 of these. I thought there was only 2. And if he has no sustained damage, +1 attack. So he's attacking for 3 in a card. We can safely let Robert Kelly take this. I want to say bravely that is probably the plan here. The worst case is Sabretooth is at 10 health. If Sabretooth is at 10 health, we can do Slice and Dice will do 3, 6. We can attack for 7, 8, 9. And then Metro BD can do 10. So Robert Kelly is going to bravely stand in the way of this. So Sabretooth is attacking for 3 in a card. 1, 2, 3. No boost on Assault. Sick. Takes 3 damage. And then we do the healing. Even if it's a 3 boost, I think we're fine. It's a 1 boost. Okay. Heals 1. It's back to us. Sorry, we heal 2. Villain heals 1. Aggression needs a Retaliate upgrade. Retaliate seems like an aggression theme. And like you want to take attacks to the face. Like Retaliate seems so much more aggression based in a lot of ways. Okay, it's back to us. We have, in theory, if we can knock out Bastion, that will help us. Because if we don't clear Bastion from the campaign, Bastion will be shuffled into every encounter deck as soon as turn 1, just on the setup. So having to deal with Bastion here would be fine. Oh, mind you, +1. So Robert Kelly takes 1 more because of the claws. I forgot about that. Okay, so how do we do it? Well, one of the things we can do with Slice and Dice is that we can do 6 damage piercing to Bastion, which means we actually can defeat Bastion this turn instead of defeating Sabretooth. I think we will probably start there. All the advances are out of the deck, so jumping down is actually relatively safe. You can hear the devs all reading the chat. Give us a Retaliate upgrade. So I think we can just like do track by scent and see what happens. We're relatively healthy. Getting rid of the claws is expensive. It's 1 of each kind of resource. Apologies, I don't know if I brought that up. I think I did. But we can definitely knock out Bastion, which I think overall is the right thing to do for the campaign. This is why I love campaign mode. Making decisions that make you change how you play in this scenario because of the ongoing effect is like the coolest thing to me. So let's do that. Let's start by, I think we'll start by doing track by scent to clear this so we can jump down for safety. So we'll do track by scent and we'll play these. So track by scent says remove 3 threat. If this clears all the threat, we can draw 2 cards. So we'll draw X-Jet, useless. Regenerative healing, not useless, actually, pretty good. need to make sure that I shuffled the deck that all the clobbers are separate. I think this will show you how good I shuffle because they were all 3 on the top. And just as a proof of concept, the clobbers are separated. So it looks like my shuffling is actually not that bad. You're not technically allowed to look and shuffle your deck for no reason. It doesn't matter functionally, but I realized all the clobbers were together. I wanted to separate those before I shuffle, but it's nice to know my shuffle is not bad. Okay. So I think this is straightforward. We will use our claws. So we will take 3 damage for the slice and dice. So we'll take 3. And then we'll play slice and dice for free. And the first attack gets piercing, which I hate that text, but at least for this board state, it doesn't matter. So we'll attack into Bastion. 3 damage and piercing. So we go down to 7. Okay. Then the second attack resolves without piercing, which is acceptable. Goes down to 4. Nice. We'll just play regenerative healing here. We'll heal 4. Up to 9. Mind you, our full health is technically 13. Then we'll attack for 3. And we won't defeat Bastion. We'll give it to Metro PD, who can get the accolade. So Bastion is knocked out and victory will not be coming back. So unfortunately, Sabretooth will heal. So we might have some more damage to do. Do we need to clear Bastion? We do, just so that he's like, we could have won the game, but we're deciding to elongate for hopefully just another turn on the basis that we want to make sure he's out of the pool. Hope you're doing well, but Wolverine seems fun. Joey, I've been having way more fun with Wolverine than I've ever had, so that's like a huge win. We can jump down. There's no more advances in the pool. That's good. We're still missing Mystique, who can be a bit annoying, but I don't think she has guard. I could be wrong about that. But this is a good time to jump down. When we jump down, we're missing our healing, which is like whatever. It's not the most important, but we can use Logan's Cabin. And with Logan's Cabin, just shuffling in like a guaranteed damage card seems totally acceptable. So I think we will jump down here because we could lose in theory to a double attack or something. So jump to alter ego. We'll use Logan's Cabin to just shuffle in a slice and dice. If we had any other damage card, we'd shuffle that in, but this one's good enough. We'll pass. And ideally now, Sabretooth is probably a worst case 11 health. We can attack for 3, 4, and then we just need to draw 5. We need to draw, what is it, a 6 damage an attack event. So luckily we did just shuffle one in. The thing is with like devs hearing you, which I've no doubt devs listen to like content creators. Shout out if they do. Like being able to see people really enjoy your stuff, I imagine is like the biggest treat. As much as obviously sometimes it comes with criticism, and that can be hard to hear. As much as hopefully it's delivered in a way that's constructive. That ever doesn't seem like the case. Please let me know. That being said, I do think one of the big things to keep in mind is that like the development time when it comes to Fantasy Flight games is like a year out. So if there's a problem that's diagnosed now in the modern card pool, I don't think you'll see immediate changes until about a year by now, which at that point we could have different problems, let alone that could be not a problem at all. So hard to say. I think you've used Logan's Cabin more in this game than I ever had. I think I've used it once, maybe twice. And one of them is because our alter ego did it, but like, it's not the worst. I do think you could play like some of the other, like X-Men has really good supports to make you jump down. Like we're not playing, what's the one where you take damage? Weapon X? Like that's a good card. As much as taking too much damage is not sustainable. Like you can make any X-Men want to jump down to alter ego. It's just like Logan needs a lot of help to make that make sense. All right, we're looking for damage. Fluid motion isn't it. Track by scent is not it, as much as this can replace itself. All right, I really want a damage event, please. Okay, not like that. Monkey's paw curls and all that. Okay, Clobber is playable. Clobber is technically 6 damage, so we probably are okay here because we can play this twice. Mind you, we have the other art, which I like both of them a lot. And You'll Pay for That has been just phenomenally terrible in this entire scenario so far, so we probably should cut it. All right, goes to 1. Villain Schemes for 2 in a card. 1, 2. 3 boost on Caught Off Guard, so it goes to 4. 1 card. Oh, heals, discards. Heals for 1 because of Homo Superior, so only recovers 1. Sorry, that's me. And then draws a card that doesn't matter. Medical Emergency. Fantastic. So we're in a good spot. Oh, jump scare. Comes in with Forthright. When you clear this, heal 2 from Robert. He's totally fine. They combo well, Cycle card and Fish for it. I think I like the Cabin and Justice, I think exclusively. Yeah, Justice helps a lot because you can jump down a bit easier. I guess in Protection you can too, but. All right, I guess just to get the numbers up, we'll use Logan's Cabin here. Notably, the text on Clobber is that if you haven't played a card, the first card you've played, so we're not playing a card, we're using a card. So I guess we'll just shuffle Track by Sentinel because I like it. So we'll get that back in, and then we'll just try and do 9 damage. How hard can that be? Out of every content creator I watch for MC, you always seem the happiest and the most positive. Even if you have a problem with something, you usually attribute it to just not being for you. I don't know who you're watching. Firstly, thank you so much. That's really kind feedback. I think the content creators I watch, people are relatively positive. I don't know. Maybe I'm not looking in the right places, but yeah, there's a lot of things that are not for me. Like this game has so much content. Not everything has to be for me. You know, I say when something's not for me and why that's the case, but like I'm not the authority. Did you remove the last meta emergency from this deck? You defeated? Yeah. The last one's here. Yeah, good check. We've removed 4 cards so far. Demons, Brazen, Bastion, and 1 medical emergency. You'll pay is uniquely bad in this specific scenario. Yes, it's bad in this scenario because we have to defend, which means we're taking less damage. It should be better in the future, so I'm not going to cut it right away. Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. All right, let's just do stuff. We'll flip. We're going to do the thing that we wanted to do. So unfortunately, we take 3 damage to play this clobber. So we're going to get a piercing clobber. So we do take 2. We do 3 to Sabretooth. It returns to our hand, but we take retaliate 1. So that's fine. Sustainable. We will just swing in for 3. Take 1 because retaliate. And that's it. Wait, that was actually easier than I thought it was. Wait. Oh, because we thought we'd get a bigger healing. We only got no healing. So we could track by scent and do a whole bunch of other stuff. There is no victory. Like this has victory 1 on it. We could clear it this turn. I don't think victory 1 actually matters in this campaign. So like we could do 1, 2. We could have played fluid motion first. There's so many things we could have done this turn. It doesn't matter. But we'll thwart for 2, and then we'll track by scent, which draws 2. We draw more cards. We play slice and dice. We win the game. Sabretooth dies. We could have done way more damage that turn. I don't know if victory actually matters in this campaign. I don't think it does, but that's it. We had enough damage that turn for sure. This deck is working, like tanking, blocking pretty good. The Brazen Defense was actually kind of nice because it kept us ready. It has a really nice lineup for Sabretooth. We are well suited because we have a lot of big damage cards, as much as Retaliate is not fun when you're taking damage. We were thinking we'd get up to 20 health. We didn't get up higher than 13 health, which is not even that tanky, but shows you kind of what Wolverine wants to be doing. And we also cleared our thing, their Future Past card from the deck, which is really important because if you go into the 3rd scenario with 3 of them in the deck, it only gets worse faster. I also think we took out not the worst one, but a pretty bad one. Going into the last scenario with, is it Bastion? No, going into the last scenario with Nimrod, like, just sucks. So you want to clear the big, I think, minions out sooner than later. All right, let me catch my breath and drink some bone cold coffee because we're going to have to shuffle and clean this up because Sentinels is next, and we have a lot of setup when it comes to Sentinels. So let's just make sure we get this right. So this is out, this is out, this is out. All right, let's clean this up. I like to be positive, even when some creators are being negative IMO. I try to watch all MC channels to see our diverse community. The issue is, like, I'm going to go back into my cave. Talk about positivity. The problem is the cave issue is like in as soon as like 5 days from now, Wonder Man and Hercules are going to be out. The problem is, like, I'm pretty sure we're not going to have them in Canada, which means I don't want to watch content about those characters because I think it's going to taint my like first impact, my thoughts. Like, I always want my opinions on cards to be uniquely mine, not because my opinion is the most important, but because it is uniquely my opinion, right? So like now for a while, for up to 3 months, I will just be ignoring all of the content creators because a lot of the content is going to be focused on the new characters. That part gets me so bad. I really dislike that because it makes me like retreat from spaces in which I already should be more social than I am. That is my event. Okay. All right. We will have to separate these because these will matter. Not immediately, but eventually, because these sets do get reused a fair bit. No. No, Andre, you can do this. Put the square hole in the square hole. Brotherhood. Oh, God. Playing the expert scenario. Easy. Sorting the cards into 4 requisite piles. Impossible challenge. Here we go. Oof, oof. Snikt didn't show up. She was actually like the last card of the deck. That's good. She's really annoying. The cards that shuffle in your deck are also really annoying. You can just lose to them. I think they can make you discard your friend, and then you lose the game. I'm not sure if the Senator is protected by discard effects, but if you lose a Senator to the card that says discard as support, I think, or a character, you do just lose. That's not good. You don't want to do that. Speaking of new content, when are you fighting She-Hulk? I'm starting to think you're scared of her. Tony, firstly, please chirp me more. That's totally fine. Why? Because we don't have the scans. So the sort of like Hall of Heroes Cerebro scans for that set haven't been up. From what I've heard, the fantastic people that do the high res scans of cards or like work with FFG to get the scans of cards, like the ones that I'm showing here, they said that they will update Trickster Takeover at the same time they updated Wonder Man and Hercules. Because I can't pull up, like I just literally don't have the cards. Like, do I have a She-Hulk villain? No. Because the card packs are not there, I haven't shown the cards, which means I haven't played the set yet. Like, I want to be very clear. I haven't interacted with that set. I've left it to be able to play for the first time on stream, which has taken a fair bit of restraint, I'll be honest. So ideally, all that stuff gets updated at once. If that doesn't happen, I'll do my best to like take out a camera and like take my own scans of things. But accessibility is a priority here. And so not being able to show the cards was kind of a non-starter. So I just haven't played them. Literally have not played them. I've always like bang guy, boom guy, does that every time. I said by accident on a Nelson stream, the chat died. I wish MCDB had a breakdown to show the most played cards and villains, aka stats. Oh, like that people play with? Villains will be hard, no? All right, let's set this up. We're going to go on to our campaign to Sentinels. I just want to say really quickly, if you're just watching, welcome to the channel. Maybe you're new around here. We've been streaming and making content for just about a year, I think, like this month. If you're new to the channel, firstly, come say hi in chat. Not only to maybe say hi, but to meet other folks in the chat. Maybe you know a lot of folks. The Marvel Champions community seems really nice. If you want to subscribe to the channel, leave a like on the video. That really helps a heck of a lot. I feel like every once in a while I need to reintroduce myself. I come from a background of this beautiful card game called Netrunner, but I've been playing Marvel Champions since the end of, I want to say 2022, I think is correct. So I've been playing a heck of a lot, but usually off camera until recently we're like, wait a second, why not do both? This is a fun scenario. We don't want to block with allies, so we're going to take a lot of hits to the face. Stalwart on the villain, we don't care eventually. We're going to have 4 allies. These get set aside, so we're going to be randomly grabbing those. And then this scenario starts with like 1,700 side schemes on the table, which that's going to be the bigger problem for us. So villain name, Sentinel, should work. Stage 2. 18 health, actually pretty big. Steady in toughness. I'm not setting this up in the order that I should be setting it up, but it ultimately won't matter. Technically, we don't do the when revealed yet, but we could. So when revealed, the first player searches for an abduction protocol and puts into play. So we start with like 4 side schemes on the table. So we're going to go left and right. This one is the one that is the most important. Oh, actually, we need one more side scheme here. 5 side schemes. This is the titular zero tolerance protocol. Get some pretty dark themes in the set, but X-Men was always really good at making an allegory that's a bit more approachable. So this comes in with 3 threat. I will put it there. It doesn't matter. But in theory, you can clear the threat for track by scent, I think. And it says force response. After an enemy attacks and defeats an ally, place that ally face down underneath this scheme. If there's X face down cards underneath here, X is 3 more than the number of players. So if there's 4 cards face down underneath here, we lose the game. Please let me know in terms of rules, because I don't know. If there's ever a card attached here from the top of our deck, are we allowed to look at the card? Like, are face down cards secrets? Or are they actually cards that we can look at because we control them? Or like technically we own them as much as we don't control them? I don't actually know how we're meant to do that. HOH still doesn't have scans. No, HOH doesn't have scans for Trickster Takeover. They have almost all the cards up for the other 2 packs because they were spoiled officially, but no, they don't have Trickster Takeover scans. I'm more than happy to wait for scans for your stream setup. One of the biggest reasons I love your channel. Yeah, cheers. That's very kind to hear. But yeah, we are so dependent on other people that I haven't even had the time to say like personally thank you to. But the people that do scans on Hall of Heroes, and I think Unicorn is one of the names of the people that do the high-res scans. They are incredibly important to me. All right, let's set everything up here. We have a lot to set up. All right, this is technically called Project Wide Awake. There's not that many scenarios where the villain's name is different than the scenario name. Usually I like them. Project Wide Awake is fine. So minions. That's good because they show up on our card art. Project Wide Awake has the abduction protocols, which are great. We have 2 minions in here, and then Zero Tolerance has a very important scheme, 4 more minions, and then we're going to be adding a Sentinel set, which, as you might guess, has a whole bunch of Sentinels in it. It took me years to realize the mark next to the Sentinel name is how much health it has. I played this game for years before realizing Mark 6 has 6 health, Mark 7 has 7 health. Very, very interesting. All right, Standard and Expert, we're playing stock Standard. Set each captive ally aside, reveal the Operation Zero Tolerance and Mutants at the Mall. So Mutants at the Mall is going to clash with our deck a bit. Because on the back of Mutants in the Mall is Jubilee, and Jubilee will make our Jubilee character in our deck unplayable. She's really good. When defeated, the first player searches the counter deck for a minion, Sentinel. Flip this card and put Jubilee into play, discarding any other version of Jubilee from play. Has an acceleration, we have to deal with that. Because we're playing on campaign mode, Enemy of My Enemy comes into play. This comes in with 3, and when we clear this, we have to shuffle the top, or a random card, excuse me, from the bad set of future cards. However, we get Magneto, and Magneto kind of slaps. That's really good. Abduction Protocols. This one is important as well. Comes in with 4 threat, victory 2, as much as that number doesn't really matter the way we play. And when defeated, the player grabs a random set aside and adds it into their hand. All the set asides cost 2. They all have wilds. They all are really good at mostly attacking. None of them are good at thwarting. And they all have like piercing-like effects, if you ask me. That's the setup. So a lot of threat on the table. And then this card has a really low threat limit. It comes in with 1. It technically has an infinite limit, but the more important thing is that once this hits 5, the bad thing happens. After threat is placed here, if there's at least 5 threat here, the first player places the top card of their deck face down underneath 0 tolerance. Still don't know if we can look at it. And then remove not all threat, but only 5 threat here. So this is an issue. We can get 4 cards pinned, but as soon as the 4th card gets pinned, we lose. You also get cards pinned when they block, because I don't think we read the text on this, did we? This card says force response after enemy attacks and defeats an ally. Plays that ally face down underneath here, so you cannot chump block. You're disincentivized from chump blocking. And Sentinel already attacks for 3 with steady on expert. It's like pretty hard hitting. Let's swap out You'll Pay for that for attack training. I don't know if I love attack training that much. That's the one that boosts the attack of an event, right? Like all copy of text. I think this is actually maybe a good scenario. Oh no, this is not what I thought it was. I don't know who we would attach this to though. Maybe. I actually think You'll Pay for that's reasonable in this scenario because we're never going to block against Sentinel and there's a lot of side schemes. So like it's a good card in our second hand. I think I'm down to try it. Face down cards are hidden unless they were revealed. Okay. Hey, how is Netrunner these days? I wanted to follow the Nisei Next community group, but they really couldn't get into it when they brought out the first set. Ryan, okay, only going to take a minute on this. Nisei is now called Null Signal Games. So if you ever hear someone say NSG or Null Signal Games, those are the people that used to be called Nisei, as much as there's different people working on the team because it's been like 8 years since they've been founded. They've been doing a really great job. Their new set comes out March 2nd. They've been releasing only about 1 set a year, which is less than I'd want it to be, but the sets are really great. Their first set was their worst set. And like, no surprise. In terms of the design, it's not super ambitious. The art, that was before they had the funding to actually employ paid artists to do the art. So the art is like all over the place. It is a set that like, I'd be very happy if it was removed from the standard card pool, just because it does not align very well with the modern kind of ideas and what the sort of like design intention they have in modern game. Besides putting out cards, they also been running events. So the World Championship in Edinburgh last year had 450 people. It was the second biggest World Championship of all time. The only biggest one is when Fantasy Flight Games announced the end of Netrunner, and it had like 800 people come into Minnesota. This year, they just announced it's in Montreal. Their organized play kit has been great. Like they've been doing genuinely a better job than FFG has. As much as there's some big pain points, like you can't find it in every store. They don't do a great job marketing compared to FFG, considering they're not everywhere and they don't have the marketing budget. And it's all run by non-paid volunteers, which is both astounding that it exists at the quality, but also comes with limitations. Yeah, the game is in a great spot, better than it's been in a long time. And the card pool is smaller, a bit too small for a competitive player like me who wants options. But in terms of getting into the game, it's really, really good. And then the last thing I'll say is proxies are always allowed at all levels of play. So you can just print and play the core set. You can print and play a whole deck, go to the World Championship, have a great time. That's good. Stop trying to take away my beloved simulchip. Let's just reprint a new one with a name that I'll be able to pronounce correctly. Project Wide Awake is the storyline in the comic where the Sentinels first appeared. It's the name of my sleep habits lately. Yeah, I know what the name is. That's really funny though. But yeah, just like mutagen formula on top of Green Goblin. That's a nice way to make it less confusing. I keep forgetting to ask, are you looking forward to Hub World Eidolon? It's a spiritual successor to Netrunner, so I thought you might be interested. Hey, Brombe. I've only played one game of the Hub World Eidolon like starter deck they put out, I want to say like a year and a half ago. I didn't have a great time with it, but I didn't grok the rules too much. I think the starter deck didn't do a good job at showing, like it was a mix of everything. So it was like you had, you know, cards from different factions, so you couldn't tell what a structured competitive deck looks like. It's definitely something I'm going to look into. I think one of the issues is like Netrunner is just so damn good that any card game that usually comes out that like is trying to be Netrunner like has to directly compete with Netrunner, which like that's that's not a good fight. I would not bet on you to do that. I think Hub World Eidolon really needs to nail a different market. Or like I'm excited for the game because at the end of the day, I think it just might make more people know that Netrunner is a thing. But I think it was way too early on to the design to see what it looked like. Unfortunately, like Team Covenant products are really expensive to get in Canada because shipping from the States is not great. And then tariffs on top of it because of the modern way the world works. But if it was more accessible, I'd be a bit more excited. But I'll probably like pick up whatever the core set equivalent is and like see what I think about it. But yeah, so far from what I played, I definitely want to play more, but my first game didn't grab me in a way where like I want to put down everything to figure it out. Upworld allows for 4-player Netrunner, which is a big deal. Yeah, like that's the sort of thing that I think they really need to succeed. Is something that makes it different than Netrunner, because being similar to Netrunner is like, I don't think there's any card game that's been similar to Netrunner and they've like survived longer than Netrunner. Because Netrunner is so good. And a lot of times when I play a card game that's like Netrunner, it just reminds me, you could play Netrunner right now. I'm like, that's also not good. Cool. I think the Team Covenant folks help support putting on new stuff. I have a backlog of Earthborn stuff to play, so like I need to check that stuff out too. But yeah, I'm definitely interested. Okay, I love this scenario so much more than I think I should because of the X-Men cartoon. Yeah, this is one of the main cartoon storylines. I rewatched a bit of the 90s comic recently. Still need to join a Netrunner stream to figure it out. If you want to be in, we're gonna have some really hype streams over the next little bit. Because the new cards are coming out. So on release day, we'll be playing in person and showing off all these cards that even more, experienced entrenched players are figuring out for the first time. I believe tomorrow night, I'm gonna be joining on Neon Static and playing on webcam on Pay Per Play, which I don't think Neon Static is announced. Apologies if I'm not allowed to do that. But if you want to drop in, there's a YouTube channel called Neon Static that also does really good approachable stuff. I'll be joining them tomorrow night to play in person remotely. You can print to play Wave 1 of 5 of the fan community's revised. Wave 6 of 10 of FTCG, by the way. Of Transformers. Been watching, releasing, and relearning Netrunner when you're live. Yeah, Metaphor, I've seen you in chat. Hopefully it's been somewhat comprehensible. We're like really deep in the modern, like right now Netrunner is in a weird spot because everyone's in a holding pattern waiting for the new set to drop. So like we're doing weirder and weirder stuff. So it's maybe less and less approachable. US-based shenanigans will not stop the cross-country's continental play. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. I'm excited. We set up like a webcam thing that looks really good just yesterday. Okay. I mean, look at this setup. I mean, that's a setup and a half. The last thing we need to do is randomly draw one of these four. All right, we're going to roll 1 to 4 left to right. Going to take a pause for my coffee. Yeah, it's a shame about traveling because like I don't have a car anymore. Our car retired because it functionally fell apart. But the drive to Neon Static, let alone Neon Static, they're like such nice folks. But like if it was an easy 3-hour drive to hang out in New Hampshire, 100% I would do it more often than we do, which this year has been 0 times. All right, swagger. It's us and Gambee. Defense. When you make a basic defense, you have +3 defense. Ready your hero. Remove this card from the game and campaign pool. I sleep. The protection cards are not going to line up well with us, but like that's fine. It's a free +5 defense or free 5 defense, which like that's not bad. It's just like also not part of our game plan. Do you recommend Null Signal Games Gateway Remastered Edition from NSG as a starting place? Yes, Gulby, 100%. The place to start is Null Signal Games System Gateway. The Remastered Edition is just a version with better formatting since they've printed the original copy in 2021. Either if you get the older copy somehow cheaper, it's functionally the same. It doesn't matter. But yeah, System Gateway is where you should start by a mile. And it's it's like the best core set card game product I have ever seen. No joke. You can print and play it and just get it as a PDF, or you can just buy it off their store. I think they might have stock right now. They're between distributors, so it's a bit ugly. But yeah, that's 100% the right starting point. And not only it's the best starting point in the history of Netrunner. Does Canada expect Hercules and Wonder Man? No, I don't think so. Some stores don't even have Hercules posted or Wonder Man posted. So like, I don't know. I might reach out to a friend in the States to help me like send a copy, or I might just order from the States, but like it might be months away, which I'm not happy to wait for that. I'll be honest. You have Herc? Wait, you did? Wait, that might actually be good. Where'd you get it from? Can I order from the East Coast? Did you order locally or did you order from somewhere else? Wait, that's sick. Okay. All right. Coffee break and we're off. Okay, I'm kidding. Little off thing. This is something I want to say because it's becoming a bit of a meme around here. The name of Remy Labo, Lebo, c'est quoi ça? Is Gambit. Okay. I haven't watched the comics enough to understand how Gambit says his own name, but I just want to say this really quickly. I want to say this as Gambee because in French, when a word ends with a T like this, you do not say the T. It is a soft T. If you're familiar with the word for chicken, it is Poulet. Let's change our hero name. This is a poulet. That's chicken. You don't say poulette, but you say poulet, right? How do you say poulet? How do you say fried chicken? It's poulet frit, which is this. Again, two T's that end, and they're both soft T's. This is how it works in French. The T at the end is usually soft. So this is not poulet frit, it is poulet frit, which means, by definition, this can't be Gambit, because Gambit is not a word you would say like that. How does Gambit say his name in the comics? Because this should be Gambee. There's no way he calls himself Gambee, because that is hilarious, but the hard T is like super not French. Maybe it's a bit different in Acadian or Cajun. I don't think it is, but that's why I call it Gambee. The other thing I have to say is my name is Andre. A lot of people think I'm French. My Andre is a very Slavic Andre with a J. I live in French Quebec, in French Canada. My French is actually not that good. I'm not fluent in French. But yeah, just to get that over with, because we say Gambee all over. It's part of the culture here. But yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. You do not say the T at the end. How does he say his name? Make it make sense. Limitless Stamina and Quinn Carrier got reprinted thanks to Dark Gods for new players. Oh, that's sick. When's the last time Quinn Carrier got reprinted? My Team Covenant order for Hurricane are on its way. Ooh, that's good. My LGS got it in early. That's good. If your LGS got it in early, that means my LGS might get it in early too. Because my LGS is relatively close to an Asmodee distribution center here. He pronounces the T. That's messed up. I think the directors just aren't aware of French pronunciation, but the word Gambit isn't a French word either. Yeah, but like, it's hard to say the hard T at the end. I don't think there's a lot of French words where you do that. You pronounce it at the S at the end of Méliès. Yeah, that's because of the accent before it. I know nothing about French, but I thought it's soft in the names. It can be, but because it's the E accent grave, S, you do say the S. Otherwise, the S's at the end are also relatively soft. Cajun French has no universal way of saying things. Usually it's just however it happens to come out of the mouth. I don't think it's 100% true. Like, there's some truth to that for sure, but there is like a consistent Cajun accent, which is very similar to, if you go East Coast here, Acadian. From my understanding, Cajun is just a different way of saying Acadian, which Acadian is the mixture of like East Coast, I think Gaelic languages here, and French as the sort of natural mixture on the East Coast. Metafra can probably talk a bit more confidently about that. My partner's French native and Ukrainian. She doesn't say the T. Exactly. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. All right, that will be the Gambit timestamp in the YouTube video. Let's do our mulligan. So we have a lot of threat to deal with. We're not very good at threat. Best thing we could open it with here is maybe a Shadow Cat. Definitely a Track by Scent will be huge. Enemy My Enemy gets us, like generally these looks bad, but they snowball in a really satisfying way. A momentum deck builder. So the idea is if we clear enemy from an enemy, we end up getting Magneto. And Magneto is really good because Magneto thwarts pretty well, and then Magneto can unlock somebody else, and that somebody will thwart something else. So like enemy of my enemy is usually the priority, then Mutants at the Mall, because enemy for the enemy doesn't do anything bad immediately. Mutants at the Mall does. Mutants at the Mall is easier to solve when you have Magneto, because Magneto is good at knocking out Sentinels, that Mutants at the Mall gets a Sentinel. So that is our priority here. I'm out of breath. Let's go. Here we go. Aggressive Energy. All right, that's not useful. Art's good though. Maybe it actually matters. Who knows? Endurance. Okay, this is the cheapest health gainer, so it's always worth considering. I wanted this in hand 2, not hand 1. Genius, love it. This is a definitely keep. So far Endurance is the closest we have to keep, but it's probably more like this, where we do keep, maybe no. Logan's Cabin. Not gonna keep it. We have bigger problems. Don't like Logan's Cabin. Last card. Clobber. Also not it. We've been opening with, I think last game we opened with 3 clobbers in our mulligan. So because we don't have anything good, I don't want to anchor our hand around endurance being playable because it's like not the thing we want to open with. We could draw Utopia, we can draw allies, we can draw track by scent, we can draw damage. All those things are better. Currently, with only 2 thwart, we can clear none of these schemes. For that reason, I don't think we can hold on to this because drawing 1 more card is that important because our deck only has like 7 cards that can remove threat. Prof X would also be very good. So we'll keep Genius because anything that we want to play on this board today will cost more than 1. But I think we'd have to go for a full mulligan just holding the double, which ugly. We'll see if Endurance was a good keep, but the results-oriented thinking is also not the best thing you want to be doing. All right, that ain't it. But at least we can maybe play like an attack event. That ain't it. Uh-oh. Oh, that's bad. Oh no. Oh no, please. Just like 1 ally, maybe just 1 ally. Okay, that's not it, but that's a good card to get. Please, please, yes! So super result oriented, but if we kept regenerative healing, we would lose the game. You know, exaggeration, exaggeration, exaggeration. But having Prof X makes this hand so good suddenly. And we can play X Gene and probably use it. This went from garbage to like sick nasty. All right, we're off. So we definitely drop, we definitely drop X Gene, which allows us to play Prof X. The problem is we can't play regenerative healing. So I'm assuming we keep Slice and Dice because Slice and Dice can solve any problems we generate by getting minions in play, which we will. Chuck coming in close. Is that what he's called? Chuck? I like that. He is a Charlie, isn't he? We should call him Charlie a bit more. We're on a first name basis. Charles Xavier. Yeah, we drew the winning hand. The protection, give a tough when you flip card. I never say Perseverance. That one also has Wolverine on it usually, right? Or sometimes. Yeah, that card's fine. I don't care about toughness that much when we have 20 health, but yeah, toughness is not bad. All right, the mulligans, the beginning hand. Winning hand had some kind things to say about our mulligan here, which was really nice to hear. Mind you, we appeared on a winning hand sometime, I think this month, but we recorded it a couple weeks ago. It's a really nice experience. The winning hand folks are great. Okay, cool. All we have to do before we jump up is definitely play. We can either play Clobber and Slice and Dice. I'm assuming we'd rather Slice and Dice here. So I'm going to pitch Clobber to play X Gene because we can only play this when we're in Mutant. So we'll play it here. Okay, we'll flip up. So Sentinel is steady. So when we play Charlie, we're probably going to ready ourselves. It's just usually a bit better because I don't really care about stunning or confusing because not only steady, just generally like we don't have that much confuse for us to overwhelm steady in a meaningful way. So then we have to do 1, 2, I think 3, and then we'll play the Professor, which means we should ready ourselves first or do something first. So we said we want to clear enemy my enemy first. That's usually the case. That means Prof X can clear it, so we should clear mutants at the mall first. This has a crisis, but removing acceleration is usually more important than crisis because every turn you don't clear an acceleration, it adds a threat, obviously. So technically thwarting 4 here is kind of like thwarting 5. You just get better for your card's worth because every turn it gets worse and worse and worse. So I'm going to go ahead and first thwart 2 off mutants at the mall. Then we're going to play Prof X and then Chuck is going to ready us. Okay. Now Prof X is going to clear enemy of my enemy, and very fittingly having Professor X go grab Magneto is kind of amazing. So we're going to move 3 threat from here, then shuffle the top card of the Future Past deck. So we still don't know the order of these. We just know Bastion is out. So left is 1, 3, okay. And then that will be a problem. Maybe this scenario, maybe later. This deck is way bigger than Sabretooth, and Sabretooth does mill cards, so the chance of finding this card is technically not huge. The ugly thing now is that when we clear mutants at the mall, we can search the deck. So we're technically allowed to see what card we shuffled in here. In fact, I have no reason to shuffle this. We flip this over. It's Magneto, our best friend. Coming in with massive 5 health and heals damage after defeating a Sentinel, but thwarts for 2, attacks for 3. Obviously absurdly good. Not an X-Men though. So this is going to goof up technically a Utopia, but not in a way that actually matters. All right, then we are going to thwart for 2 to clear mutants at the mall. And this one makes us go do a thing. So when defeated, the first player searches the encounter deck and discard pile for a Sentinel minion. So now we can search the deck to see what we shuffled into there. Then we have to flip this card and put Jubilee into play. And we reveal the Sentinel? We reveal the Sentinel. So anyone revealed text, any search will fire. So technically Jubilee is not in play first, but it shouldn't matter. But now we have this Jubilee, so we can't play our Jubilee because, well, we don't want to. We want to keep this Jubilee around forever. She has 3 health. While she attacks and thwarts for 1, she can exhaust and spend energy to do 2 damage, which isn't technically an attack, which is nice. Let's go find a Sentinel. Honorary X-Men and attack trading on the mags, just Rex's scenario. Oh, that I believe, yeah. I think that's an interesting inclusion because first make him an X-Men, then give him more health. All right, so hard to show all the Sentinels, but again, based off the mark is how much health they have. When revealed, Sentinel Mark II gets Surge. I don't think we want that, as much as you don't reveal the next card immediately. Oh, turns out we had a Nimrod. So we added the 2 bad ones. These are all the ones that are minion based. So we can grab Nimrod right now. The thing is we cannot defeat Nimrod. So we can attack for 3 into Nimrod and then just let Nimrod attack us for 3 and just like trade back and forth. I would say that's not sustainable. We probably want to draw that a bit later into the game. But yeah, in theory, we could rip Nimrod right here. I don't want to do that. Sentinel Mark IV is probably the play. These are all kind of hard to look up. Sentinel. That's so funny. Sentinel Mark IV has 4 health, has guard, and has patrol. Magneto attacks for 3. Jubilee can attack for 1. The thing is, our hand has a slice and dice, which can do 3 damage, which doesn't line up well with Sentinel Mark IV. The problem is the Mark VI, I think, has quick strike, which is not my favorite thing. Sentinel Mark II, or sorry, Mark III, grabs an energy barrier and has toughness. We don't care about toughness. So maybe that's what we do. What does energy barrier do? Yeah, I think we'll just do this one. So we'll grab that and we'll grab a energy barrier. All right, so I think this is our decision. Grab Nimrod, right, meow. I don't think so. Actually, maybe it's right. Like the thing is Sentinel's hitting us. If we had more health, I would do it. The thing is Slice and Dice is not particularly good against Nimrod. Like we Slice and Dice for 3. I guess Magneto, yeah, F it, let's try it. We have a good opening. I'm going to try it. This is like clearly not the thing you should be doing, but it's a thing we can do. And I think it'll be more fun for making content. So let's go Nimrod turn 1. You got a free block with Xavier? Yeah, we do got a free block with Xavier. Actually, that's a really good reason too. Because Sentinel can attack us. We can block with Profex. Yeah, this is probably right. No, I'm kidding. No, Andy, I think you're right. I think I've been goaded successfully. It's worth knowing that the content creator does have an ego. And so goading does work. But it's honestly not the worst thing to do. It's also kind of fun. Because we have 3 damage lined up this turn and we have an extra block. It's like not the worst thing. And again, getting this done now means later we'll have a better campaign. This is why campaign mode is so cool. I like campaign mode a lot. All right, it's Nimrod. Cannot take more than 3 damage per phase. We have no way to do damage during the villain phase, so it's just going to take us 3 turns of getting smashed for 3. Speaking of getting smashed for 3, I think we do get smashed for 3 here. Actually, this Slice and Dice is really expensive. Oh, 0 tolerance. Yeah, it does. Yeah, you're right. I forgot. We don't want to ally block. Yeah, this might not be it. Did you discard Chuck yet? No, he will get pinned down. Yeah, you're right. I forget that Charlie gets pulled under his 0 tolerance, which is not super sustainable. So there is a big chance that this Nimrod is straight wrong here because we're attacked for 3 and then a 3. Now I have to be ungoated after like having, because like this Slice and Dice is already pretty expensive. Because this Slice and Dice, if we want to play it, it's going to do 3 damage to us. And then we get attacked for 3 and a boost and a 3. Like we can't ally block yet. No, sorry. we sat down and thought about it. Yeah, it's probably not it. In fact, this Slice and Dice might be a bit too expensive. You know what we should have done? No, Regenerative Healing is not really playable because we played with X-Gene. Regenerative Healing, like, obviously if we have no damage, we can't do anything with it. We'll try this. I totally baited you. Definitely didn't forget about the favorite scenario's own gimmick. Yeah, me neither. I was so confident with all our allies. All right, let's give this a shot. So it's Sentinel Mark III instead. It's a bit smaller. I shuffled it back. Yeah, I did. Sentinel Mark III. So this one has toughness, which we don't care about. Search and counter deck and discard health for an energy barrier and attach it. Energy barrier just attaches, so it gives +2 attack. And I think every time it attacks, it gets toughness, right? Yep. Now, this is what I don't get. This doesn't get surge because it already has a toughness, right? I don't think it does. Because this is attach it, but that means you only do this text as a when revealed. Because this text technically should be a when revealed text. What happens if Jubilee blocks? She has a victory. Where does she go? I think she actually is in the victory display. Because I think when she's in the victory display, cards can interact with her. I forget. But that's why a lot of cards say like add this card from the discard pile so that it doesn't interact with victory cards, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is technically when reveal desk text. So you can't do this. So I don't think it gets Surge. Because it just says to attach it. It doesn't say to do the text because you didn't like draw the card, which is kind of ugly. I guess we're taking 3. This is where like Wolverine's Claws feels like a bit too much. So we'll play this with Piercing. So Slice and Dice is going to do 3 damage. Okay, we've actually hit the interaction that is so annoying. Slice and Dice, only the first attack gets Piercing. So you'd love to be able to attack 3 Piercing to Sentinel. It just does not work like that. So if that's the case, in theory, I'm going to attack 1 with Jubilee just to take the toughness off, just so we don't waste damage. Now we'll do Slice and Dice. 3 into the Mark III, which defeats it, and then 3 into Sentinel. Okay. That is the interaction that's frustrating. The claws don't work the way that you want them to. Okay. Yeah, you're not revealing energy barriers. It's fine. Yeah. It's not super intuitive. Magneto will just thwart for 2. So we can clear this next turn and get another ally. As much as we don't chump block, we'll pass. All right. We're going to get smacked in the face up to 6 damage, which could be a problem. Yeah, because you can't really confuse Sentinel. You can't jump down. So like keeping your health up, this is going to be a tricky scenario. Especially because we lost one of our healing cards already. Sunfire, really good. There's a bunch of attachments. I don't know if we've seen one yet. Precision Strike for some healing. Psylocke for a Confuse. Berserker Frenzy is really good in a Lunging Strike. Not my favorite hand. But we have none of our healing gainer cards. Psylocke might be the play. She can kind of overwhelm Steady for a minute. Did you pitch Regenerative Healing? I did, because we were, unfortunately, had too few cards. Because we had to play Professor X and X-Gene, so that's already 5 of our 6 cards, if I'm not mistaken. So we can't play it for free with the X-Gene. It was like we could decide either to keep the Slice and Dice or the Regenerative Healing, and the Regenerative Healing wasn't worth playing unless we played the Slice and Dice. Yeah, so we were considering which of these 2 cards we should have kept. Discard Chuck? Not yet. It's at the end of the round, not the phase, right? Yeah, not yet. Soon. Goes to 2. Sentinel's attacking for 3 and a card. Again, if an enemy gets in the way of this, or sorry, an ally gets in the way of this, they get pinned under Operation Zero Tolerance, which is a lose condition. We could defend for 2. We could technically defend here for 5 and ready ourselves, but I think we'll just take the damage here. Not great. We would love to get a small minion so we can Precision Strike and heal, but 3. Massive boost, Relentless Robots. We take 6 damage. We're on 1 health. Things are bad here. Card. Nice. At least we got an attachment. This is Learning AI. Attached to the villain, gains Retaliate 1. We can just put this out here. It doesn't matter. +1 scheme. I mean, that's fine. 3 mentals to get rid of this. No shot. We could do that. All right. So we want to get rid of that. We can by playing Sunfire. We recover 2, which already puts us in a really bad spot because we cannot heal and we can't block with allies. So we might have to do Swagger next turn and just wait until we heal back up. Now Prof X gets discarded, which is not defeated, so nothing bad happens with Zero Tolerance. Okay, so we always want to keep track of our energy resources because Jubilee's text is not an attack, so it does beat Retaliate, which is quite nice, considering the board state. The only card that's worth playing maybe is Berserker Frenzy and Sunfire, is my guess. Sunfire needs an energy? No, we can't do Sunfire. We have no energies in our hand. So what we can do with Sunfire is we clear abduction protocols. We can get one of our allies. The ally might have a wild, and the wild is technically an energy. So I think we start by clearing this. So we can either attack with 3 with Magneto. I think Magneto and Wolverine will both thwart, so it doesn't really matter the order we do this. So we're going to thwart 2 on abduction protocols. Abduction protocol. Okay. So when defeated, the player who defeated this grabs a random captive ally and puts it in play under their control. Oh, it's not in their hand. It's under control. That's obviously better, but also worse. So unfortunately, no Sunfire. 1 to 4, left to right. Here we go. 6. If only you had a heroic upgrade that prevented you from dying to gigantic attacks. I mean, we might play at this scenario, that's for sure. All right, I want to say that this is not the best one. This is Wolfsbane. The problem with Wolfsbane is all Wolfsbane is that she gets piercing. We're already very good at delivering piercing, so not my favorite, but she is in play. 3 health. Okay, and she does count towards the ally limit as much as Magneto and Jubilee don't. This is here, this is here, this is here. Okay, so that sucks. I thought our plan would be generating energy, but it's not. We probably are going to do a Swagger this turn. What does that leave us on this turn? Like, we have 3 mental, so we could just get rid of the learning AI, but it gets rid of both of the cards that I'm interested in. The other thing we can do is play Psylocke and just use Psylocke. That's our whole hand. Issue is the Retaliate will like knock out Psylocke relatively quickly. She will still be able to get off the Confuse because it's an interrupt, so that's fine. Retaliate technically would happen sort of first. Did you roll build? Yeah, we are technically a brawler, so we have swagger because we're protection aggression. So I think that's probably it. Like, I'm not even excited to attack with Wolfsbane. Oh, not you. Because she dies faster. Like, we might just keep her to deal with minions. We also have to watch out. There's a 2 attack quick strike minion in general. Wheel Thwart for 2 because Retaliate's scary. Get rid of Retaliate. We can't play any of our hand without we can defeat ourselves by using Wolverine's Claws, which technically is ready. Excuse me. So I think we do just play Psylocke. Well, the gameplay, how's it going? So far, good, Ren. Right now, this turn, this scenario, bad, but everything else has been good. How are you doing? This has been the most fun we've had with Wolverine in a long time, which is nice. So we'll play Psylocke, and she will, I think, attack once or twice just to work on it. So she has these counters, which I guess we'll track here. So when she attacks, she's going to take 1 Retaliate, 1 Consequential. She take 1 of these off, and it does 2 damage to Sentinel. Cool. And then gets half a Confuse. So we can maybe jump down and recover. Are you enjoying the web sprinter spoilers? Netrunner, good so far, but unfortunately, as a Netrunner content creator, all the spoilers that the NSG would reveal, I am aware of because they do hand them to you ahead of time. So these are cards that were new to me like a week or so ago. That doesn't mean they're less cool, but like you don't have that every morning excitement that I think a lot of other people are really happy to have. So obviously, you know, suffering from success and all that, but so far cool cards for sure. Almost ready to launch my new YouTube, by the way, for MC. Got to get some burger dice. It's like the most common question on this channel. Where are these dice from? Which, like, they're really good. All right, you got Beak. Jubilee, which we legally should not be able to play. I don't know if we can. I don't think we will, though, because this other Jubilee's a lot better. We can throw this Jubilee as a wild to this Jubilee. Clobber's probably not it. It's been surprisingly bad so far, these scenarios. Track by Scent is perfect. We can always get rid of 0 tolerance because it just has to remove the last threat, not defeat the scheme. And a Precision Strike if we need some incidental healing. So not bad, as much as allies don't scale well into this. Goes to 1. Sentinel is attacking for 3 in a card. This can easily defeat us. So I think we're going to use a swagger here. So we're going to defend. When you make a basic defense, you get +3 defense, ready your hero. So we're defending for 5. So we should be good here. So 3, 4, attachment? No. Gauntlet Beam. Piercing and ranged. That's not amazing, but not the worst. So attacking for 4, and we got rid of Sunfire, and we already have 2 attachments. So we take no damage here. That's that. Okay. Targeted for elimination. This is the one that really wants you to jump down, if I'm not mistaken. So that's a good time to draw this, because it's hard to jump down to the scenario. Attach your identity. Very important card. When you're engaged with a Sentinel minion, which we're not, you cannot change from hero to alter ego, so you can't run away. Very cool flavor. And exhaust your identity to discard this card. This on its own doesn't do anything unless you want to jump down. The biggest thing is there's encounter cards that say, like, when your turn ends, unless you don't have this on you, attach a card to like the Operation 0 tolerance and just like bypasses the whole like normal progression of that, which is really quite bad. So it is something we should get rid of sooner than later. And this turn we can. You have to exhaust your identity though, which means we're not recovering 6. So we might be able to just fix that next turn, recover 6 this turn. Speaking of recover, hero text, we're up on 5. Okay, it's back to us. These things are 3 physical and 3 mental. If we look at our hand, we can do the mental one. We can't do the physical one. None of these cards are that good besides Track by Scent, which will draw 2 more. And it's cheap because this X gene has just been kind of rotting on the vine for the last couple turns. It is one of our mentals though. So maybe we could do Beak, Precision Strike for Track by Scent. I'm more excited to get rid of the physical one. So if we draw 1 more physical, 1 more wild, we should be good here. So I'm going to do Track by Scent. And I think we're going to do Track by Scent on Operation 0 tolerance. No, that's silly. I think we're just going to do it here because it doesn't matter. So we'll remove 3 threat. Oh, excuse me. We won't do that. We will do, hold on. We have the X gene, of course. So X gene generates 1. And then the question is, this is close to 2 physicals. This is close to 2 mentals. Energy is good for Jubilee though. So I think we'll get rid of the last mental. So we'll do Precision Strike for Track by Scent. So remove all threat here. Draw 2 cards. We're looking for healing. Another Track by Scent. Ugly. Regenerative healing. Good. Okay. So this leaves us with not 3 physicals. In fact, we have 3 of nothing besides energy, which is the worst to have in this hand. So in theory, we could keep trading in for 0 tolerance to draw more cards. I'm just going to give up on that front, which means we can't get rid of any of the attachments, which is really funny. Okay, getting rid of this would have been really good. It's not like Psylocke's going to stay for another turn, but it means we're comfortable attacking with all 3 of these characters and not taking them retaliate damage. So losing the mentals actually might have not been the play there in hindsight. Like, I was excited to get rid of this, but actually getting rid of the retaliate, it's more important when we have this many allies. All right, Stinky. So if that's the case, we can play Regenerative Healing. We can play Beak. Fine. Beak's not that good because chump blocking is not that good. So if anything, we probably just use Jubilee's text, Regenerative Healing, and then like, I guess we do track by scent, no joke. Wild is also good for Jubilee. I would have pitched Beak. Yeah, though Beak is a card we're definitely not going to play. But the thing is, like, I thought we were going to use the Jubilee to get rid of an attachment, so then Beak can be used for our Jubilee, right? Like, I think the value of Jubilee is not for Jubilee, but it's for an attachment. So I wanted to keep this for Jubilee, this for the attachment. So if that's the case, like, Regenerative Healing is worth playing because then we don't have to recover. We can just get rid of targeted for elimination. So that's 1, which leaves us exactly with 3, which means, yeah, we're short. If we spend 2 on track by scent, we draw 2, then we don't have to play Regenerative Healing, but we might be able to get rid of an attachment. So let's try and go for 3 mentals. No, that's probably not it. We could do Regenerative Healing. We could do Jubilee, like for Jubilee, and then we waste 2. That's not good either. So I think we do track by scent here. So track by scent. So we always keep the wild. We always keep the physical. So I think we just do 2 energies here. And just hope. Agreed. Times like this where ADHD is a boon, despite being at NSG and seeing them like a month ago, I've already entirely forgotten. The Burger Nights have been sold out for like a month, and I've been chomping at the bit to get me some too. Me too. I'm also on their list of stuff. I wonder if we've been contributing to that. Track by scent, we'll draw 2 cards. We draw energy, double energy. Oh my god. All right, at least we're going to play a Fluid Motion, but I cannot imagine worse cards to draw here. That's really funny. We got an energy, which is like, you know, not technically not this energy, but that's exactly the resource kinds we didn't want. Yeah, rough. Okay, so I guess we're going to play Fluid Motion. So we play Fluid Motion, which is a fun card to have. We throw out Jubilee, but yeah, just we drew only energy. It's so funny. We just needed 1 physical. We drew 3 energy. All right, fine. So we will pitch this Jubilee to our Jubilee, which is fun. So we're just going to exhaust her to do 2 damage to Sentinel. It's not an attack, so we don't have to do it. Retaliate, down to 11. Psylocke will attack. She gets her whole text box off before she is defeated to not an attack, though, so she doesn't have to worry about that. So she'll attack for 2 to the villain and get the second confused, so we can jump down safely. Okay, cool. We want to jump down, probably get rid of this. Otherwise, we can just recover 6. That's probably too much because we only have 5 health, but any recovery is really, really good. I don't think we do anything with Magneto, so I think we'll just use Clobber to play Fluid Motion. There's a chance we'll hold on to the energy. It's not really good based off of what's on the table, but it's good based off of how many expensive cards are left. Shadowcat, Utopia, Aggressive Conditioning, X-Jet. X-Jet's a big one. Triage, I got this. Yeah, there's enough 2-cost cards to want to hold on to energy, so I think we will hold on to energy. I chose the name for the new Marvel Champions Yet channel, but I'm worried using the word blood may hurt its visibility. Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't think I would. What do you want the name to be? I think blood is a word that cannot be advertised to everyone. That's my guess. I picked the name Crash Space before I thought this would be a Marvel Champions channel, and like, it's okay. It's good enough. I probably would do something different. It's technically a Netrunner reference, but that's a really deep cut at this point. Marked for blood. Oh, yeah. That comes off as a bit edgy to me, which, like, do with that as you will. All right, we jump down. In Logan, we can do a recover for 6, which is all our health, or we can get rid of targets for elimination. I'd rather recover for 6 here, because I don't think we're that worried about that. So we'll recover up to 5. We're at 10. We'll pass. We'll hold on to energy. Okay, weird turn. Took us a while to get through that, but 2 triage. Okay, so the healing was less good. Maybe we'll be able to hop up and take some damage first. What doesn't kill me? Wait a second. We healed and we draw 2 cards that heal us. All right, at least we have the X-Jet. That's good. That'll help with the resources. We have the strength, so we can get rid of the Gauntlet Beam. Okay, this hand is coming together. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is Utopia. Okay, so this hand actually became really good. I'm glad we held on to energy because it's going to do a lot to make this playable. Unfortunately, no XG in this turn. And no attack event this turn too, so a bit clumsy. Goes to 1. We could still get advanced on, which like we could lose 1 card to Operation Zero Tolerance. It's not the end of the world. Mutant detected. Oh, this is the bad one. Okay. When revealed, choose to place the top card of the deck face down, or the villain in each minion engaged with you attacks, even if you're in alter ego form. Sick. Actually, really good because we have healing, and this we don't care about. So we're gonna go ahead and let Sentinel attack us for 4 and a card. I think. I'm pretty sure we don't have Recover 2 here, but we have a bunch of healing cards that we just talked. We were annoyed about, so this is kind of acceptable. So yeah, let Sentinel attack us. We can't block, but usually we don't. So the villain's attacking us for 4 and a card. 4, 5, caught off guard. We'll take 5. Cool, nice. So we start a turn here. We don't do any recovery. If we want to get rid of targeted elimination, we have to exhaust ourselves. That's just how it works. Tara, how's it going? Finally managing to catch a stream. Plenty of Netrunner references and champions, at least. Yes, I feel like less and less as time goes on. But if you recognize them, I think you're probably a pretty cool person. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Comics editors like to revise the writer and artist work with marked for blood. Joshua Williamson that Marvel was notorious for marking for blood. Wait, what does that mean? Marked for blood. What does that mean though? Like in terms of editing, if something is marked for blood, that means you have to change it? Okay, this hand has so many options, right? Right, like we have what doesn't kill me. That's recovery 2 and ready. So we could get rid of targeted for elimination. Playing the X-Jet seems important. So 1, 2, 3 for the X-Jet. The X-Jet could help us play this. This is not perfect. The X-Jet's also really good with Jubilee because it just generates 2 damage per turn. So I think the X-Jet's definitely the priority. We do the X-Jet probably for triage as a priority. What doesn't kill me here heals 2, but if we play triage, it could heal 2 and ready us. So that might be a bit better. But that means we have to play Utopia first. We could do X-Jet for Jubilee. Then we could just do strength for what doesn't kill me. We could hold Utopia to next turn. It's okay. But this does 2 damage. This readies us. We don't have that much of a reason to be ready. So maybe we just want to set up Utopia. The other options like getting rid of this. And this one actually is really important. +1 attack scales poorly into us. So that's another option we could do. Interesting. So say that we do Gauntlet Beam plus X-Jet to deal with that. That leaves us with 2 cards, which is unplayable. Huh. Oh, almost good. Almost really good. Even with 2 resources, this is a bit expensive. Just curious, if Jubilee's out, you can't play your signature Jubilee, can you? No, I don't think so. I don't think they can enter play if there's another character with that name. They're not allowed to. If there's text on the thing that enters Jubilee in play to discard other Jubilee, so that's sorted out. But unless it's if there's a character with the same name and the same subtitle in play, a second copy cannot enter, which also works for your cards and the encounter set cards. So if your nemesis is X, but there's already a minion with X, your nemesis doesn't enter play. Yeah, this is a really interesting turn. There has to be a best option here. It's just not very obvious what it'd be. Oh, someone made a custom Dazzler to replace Jubilee. That's neat. I want to see Dazzler as a character. I'm assuming they'd be very Jubilee-like. All right. Actually, very hard hand. As good as these cards are, the problem is they all cost 2 or 3. So say that we do the X-Jet like this. I guess we would always do energy because the other one doesn't matter. That's that. This can generate a resource, which unfortunately, like that's the reality of the matter is playing the X-Jet generates a resource that's not useful with our hand because everything costs even amounts and everything else is a strength. So if the X-Jet generates a resource, yeah, no, it's not good. Like maybe we just don't play the X-Jet. Like it might be energy for triage. First we do 2 for Utopia. No, but then we can't clear the resource. Then we don't clear the resource. Or the attachment. That's also not good. Whoa, why is his hand so bad? His hand is, I don't know if we can get perfect efficiency from this hand. So X-Jet seems like the long-term play. So that's like this. X-Jet can always do Jubilee, so that's good. And then we basically just like play triage to heal 2. It's just like allies are not that good in this scenario overall. So it's probably not triage then. Let's probably get rid of this. So if we do 1, 2, 3 for X-Jet does Jubilee. We ready ourselves with what doesn't kill me. That means we can get rid of this attachment and be on 7. And then we hold on to Utopia. That's probably better. Can you play Utopia, X-Jet, and clear the attachment? No. Yeah, we're slightly short. I think the best thing is to keep our health up. I think that's the most important. And then get rid of this. So I think we'll do that. This card gives some minion surge, which is like not the end of the world, but I think that's probably what we want to do. So I think that's what we're going to do. So we're going to exhaust ourselves to get rid of this. We're going to flip up. Actually, it might be better to get rid of that. Let's be honest. One more attack is a lot. So I think we'll always do energy plus triage into the X-Jet. So this generates a wild for X-Men. We are X-Men. This heals 2 and thwarts. Oh, man. It's going to be so hard to get rid of this if we don't do it now. That's the biggest bummer. Yeah, that's a really big bummer. So we could do X-Jet for this. No, then we can clear that. Oh my God. Why does this hurt so much? I am floundering so close, so close. This is good because it's healing 2. So maybe we just recover 6 and keep targeted. We can recover 6, keep targeted. Strength plus what doesn't kill me gets rid of Gauntlet Beam. Float a card. Which will probably be triage because healing is important. I think that's what we do. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. Okay, so hold on. Instead of getting rid of target for elimination, we're going to exhaust to recover 6. So we'll go to 10. Then we flip up. We just have to watch out. We can't jump down. We'll still play the X-Jet, but we'll do energy plus Utopia. Play the X-Jet. Cool. X-Jet's ready. Still on track. We'll spend 3 to get rid of Gauntlet Beam because just keeping our health up is the most important thing. And this keeps our health up. So they'd lose piercing and ranged, which is fine. That's 3 resources. Then we'll just use the X-Jet to do Jubilee. I think that's the play I like the best. So this just does 2 damage, excuse me. Down to 7. Wolfsbane, we'll just attack for 1. Or thwart for 1. And I think we'll pass. We'll hold on to triage because we're going to need the healing next turn. Almost guaranteed because we're going to be attacked for probably 4. So we heal 2, we heal 2. We don't actually need to hold on to her. She's not the most important. What's left in our deck? Damage, healing. Yeah, that's probably not that good. A lot of our cards heal for more than triage does. I'd hold what doesn't kill me. The attack is going to hurt you. Yeah, but so many of the cards in our deck do give us like some sort of healing. Right? Like drawing the one that gives us +1 attack, +3 is good. It doesn't have a mental. Getting rid of the retaliate's really important because we have a lot of allies. For those reasons, I would not, but it's not bad. Especially because we have the X-Jet, so we're guaranteed to be able to play it. It's just our ready is not very good while there's retaliate. Maybe it will be if we draw a minion. We'll find out. All right. Berserker Barrage. If we get minions, that's good. This is the one that does 4 damage into 4 damage into 4 damage. I got better. I mean, like, I might play this. We don't have depth focus, but this allows us to ignore a lot of stuff. Okay, we only want 1 attack event to turn. That's what we want. More health. More health is good. Precision Strike, okay. Maybe we get a bit of cheap healing here, and that's 5 cards, okay. That's okay. It's doable. This goes to 1. Sentinel is attacking now for 3 in a card. We'll just take it. 1, 2, 3. This one is going to engage us, I think. Or this one cares about targeted for elimination, so this one's on us. So this is the Mark 6. It has Quick Strike. It says boost. If targeted for elimination is attached, deal this card as a face down encounter card. Okay, so we just take 3. That's it. Now we draw 2 boost cards. So in theory, we know this one. I think we can draw the encounter cards in our choice of order, but I always just do oldest, soonest. So it's a Mark 4. So we're just going to quick strike us for 2. We'll take it. Down to 5. Assault. Oh no. So this is attacking for 3 in a card. So we have to block here or we can die. 100% include the team attack with Jubilee in retrospective. Yes, now we should put the team attack in our deck because Jubilee is now consistent. I think we will do it now. I don't like to do it base, but the Jubilee team up, I forget what it's called. It's like confusing, like unlikely duo or something. This is now good because Jubilee is pseudo permanent. I don't love it in anything else, but we'll definitely play it in this deck now. We should change it in. Thought you had to flip encounter cards in order they are dealt to you. Am I wrong? I think so, but I think the rules is like kind of hazy on it. I think the rules just say flip them 1 at a time. I don't think they say oldest to newest. And in theory, Surge, like, does it put it on the top of the pile or the bottom of the pile? I think it's the bottom of the pile, so I'm not 100% sure. It's something that'll be clear that I don't 100% know. Sentinel's attacking for 3 in a card. We have to legally block here unless we want to block with an ally. We'll block 3, 4, 5. So we block 2, we take 3. We recover 2. So we went from 10 health to 4. Ouch. Okay. That's it. We can't jump down because we're targeted. We could have got rid of it. So what are we doing this turn? We can heal 2 off the Sentinel, which is nice. Yeah, that's quite nice. And I want to play aggressive conditioning. So I think we just play aggressive conditioning, play precision strike. That's it. Do steady enemies with 1 confused count as being confused? No. Anything that's steady is not considered confused unless it actually is properly confused. So every steady card or every steady enemy needs 2 confused to be considered confused. Obviously, not only in terms of like them thwarting and it being canceled, but also for cards that say if it is confused, do X. It needs to be fully confused if it's steady. And then Stalwart obviously doesn't do anything. Surge resolves revealing a card? Yes. But I don't know if Surge is like reveal a card or add a card to the stack. I think it's add a card to the stack. But Surge is technically the last thing to resolve on a card as much as it's usually the top text. It's never dealt to you? Oh, it's only just revealed. Oh, I put it on the stack. So you're meant to Surge first. Neat. Okay. All right, it's us. We want to get this down to 2 health so we can do something about it. So it shouldn't be that hard. So we're going to attack for 2. We'll spin his piercing, doesn't matter. We're going to attack for 3 with Magneto. Magneto will take the damage, dropping to 1. We're then going to Wolverine's Claws to take 1 damage. And then we're going to play a Precision Strike. Do we have to do this? No, we don't have to do this. We'll recover 1. Regardless, we're going to play this. It's just, I think we're going to do it by just paying the cost. Because we can X-Jet. This honestly might be a you got better angle, but like aggressive conditioning is so good. So we'll X-Jet for Precision Strike. So deal 2 damage if it defeats something, heal 2. So we're up at 6. Okay, then we're just going to mag dump into aggressive conditioning. Love this card. We are going to be decking out maybe this turn. So we get +1 attack, +3 hit points. That's all she wrote. We did play an attack event, so our attack is technically 4 this turn because of fluid motion. This clearly hasn't been an important part of the deck. That's mostly it. We in theory could have taken a damage, so Jubilee could have done 2 because we could have kept the X-Jet. I think keeping our health up is a bit more important. That's it. We'll pass. I don't want to thwart for 1. In advance, we'll clear it regardless. So it doesn't really matter that we keep it down to 0. We draw up. We're at good health now. First, lunging strike. Okay. We could knock out Sentinel. The problem is like Sentinel will have Stalwart after. We get Adamantium Skeleton. This is what we want. We do want to be a tank, so we need to draw our tank cards. Another Fluid Motion, I sleep. You'll pay for that, I sleep. This card's not been good. And then Berserker Barrage. Honestly, there's a chance I sleep. Let's see if we draw minions. 1 card left. 2. Sentinel is attacking for 3 and a card. We could take this in theory. Defending. Not that our activation does much. Well, like we'll probably thwart for 2. So I think we could block here just because keeping your health up is really important in this matchup. So I think we will block. Does her hand have any thwarting? Sort of, but not really. Sort of, but not really. How many mentals do we have? None. Besides the X-Jet. Oh, that's good. Oh boy. I tried Fluid Motion with Wolverine, found it to be very unsuccessful. The only hero I think that's consistent to use for Fluid Motion is Nova. I could see it in being like a Gamora or something like that. It was really good, I promise you, when I was preparing, but today it's not been good. I think we will defend. 3, 4, 5, 6 under fire, so we take 4. Ouch. 1 encounter card. Warn the others. This one's a scary one. Force response after your turn ends. Yeah. So this is why being exhausted is bad. So after your turn ends, place this card face down under 0 tolerance. As an all 3, going to exhaust your identity to discard this. So this card's going under 0 tolerance. It's okay. It has a range of 4. So adding 1 card underneath to ignore an encounter card when it's on 0 is like totally acceptable. We recover 2. Okay. And this is an alter ego action, warn the others. So it's like 2 reasons we can't do it. First, because we're exhausted. Second, because jumping out to alter ego is like kind of sketch. Okay. It's us. We're going to deck out. So getting Wolfsbane back into the deck is like fine. More so because she's a, what's it called? A wild than anything else. Because her text is not super important in this deck. Not you. Nice frame break though. So that's okay. Magneto and Jubilee don't go back into the deck. So Magneto's probably going to stay on duty of knocking out Sentinels. This hand stinks. We could have considered you paying for this, but I think we just continue to set up. If we knock at Sentinel, what does Sentinel 3 look like? Same attack. When revealed, we get another side scheme into play. That's not bad. Fluid motion's good in Miles. Yeah, I could see that. It's not bad. You want readies though. Miles doesn't have an easy ready. I think fluid motion to be good, you need a kit that has events and a ready in your kit, which is not a huge overlap. Like in theory, Quicksilver, who has both of those, like that's good. I think fluid motion with Quicksilver makes a lot of sense. As much as I haven't played aggression Quicksilver in a long time. Yeah, Gamora also doesn't have a ready. Like anytime that you have a card that increases your stat for a phase, the best thing you can do is ready yourself to multiply the value. Yeah, so you need cheap attack events and a ready, which is not exactly Quicksilver. You'd have to add the attack events, but you definitely have a lot of readies. That's for sure. Okay, sorry. Our last card is Shadowcat. It's fine. We want to jump down. No, we actually don't want to jump down. We don't jump down. We just want to clear this. We want to do damage. This goes through. Who cares? That's mostly it, honestly. So we want to get the fluid motions out of our deck for reasons. So I think we just, I don't know what we do. Like, I think we're just treading water. Like, I think we play the skeleton. I think we just play the fluid motion. I think we just zap for 2. Like, I don't think we send 3 damage, 4 damage to do the lunge. I don't think we do it. So we're going to generate 1/2 for Adamantium Skeleton. So we're sort of keeping pace. 4 more health is good. 1 more attack is really good because now we're at 4 attack. We'll do X-Jet to play. Oh, hold on. I'll pitch this card instead. We'll play another fluid motion. I'll be honest, I don't think I realized that these were 1 per event. I thought you could fire all of them. That makes them more interesting. We'll just stack them, but they're technically 2 different triggers. And then I'll throw out this energy resource, which fires Jubilee to do 2 damage to the villain. So we are chipping him down. He's on a clock. That's all we got, honestly. Wolfsbane will thwart for 1. Just so she hits the deck out. Spider-Woman might like it. Yeah, Spider-Woman's a good shout out. Yeah, she's really good with readies, and she has like 3 readies in her kit. That's a really good shout out. And it's so easy to put cheap events in her deck. So I think you'd be a Cars player in Transformers. You love to ready. Readying is fun. All right, well, speaking of that, let's go do our Cars thing. We'll ready, we'll draw 1 card, we'll deck out, and we'll keep drawing. So Warn the Others says, it says after your turn ends. So we're going to tuck 1 under 0 tolerance, technically face down. I'm going to keep them off screen mostly, but this will be the number. Once it hits 4, we lose. I also love ready heroes. Readies are such nice value. Being able to attack and thwart or defend, I think it's good. The thing is, like in solo, having the flexibility to have the attack or the thwart, if your stats are like 2/2 stat lines, that's the best thing. Like in solo, because you are self-sufficient, you need to be able to like react. And that's why readies are just inherently good. Because either we can attack for 2 or we can thwart for 2, or attack for 4, thwart for 2. And that flexibility like keeps you alive in solo, where the output and what you have to deal with changes radically turn to turn. It's also just fun. It's like fun to do things with your hero. Like, you know, you play an ally, the ally does the thing, you're like, okay, and then you do it yourself. You're like, wait a second, that's the same result, but it feels better because I'm a hero. I made a Spider-Man deck I want to try out in multiplayer. I want you to try it. Why do you say that? That sounds like a trap. All right, we'll give this a cut. 4 more cards. Shadowcat's a good start. Sort of. Actually, not really. Second. Precision Strike. I mean, there's a lot of minions. Lunging Strike. This is not sustainable. Track by Scent. Perfect. Get some more cards. Fire the X-Chain. X-Chain's been really underperforming, and I got better, which honestly, I'm not above playing it. I'd play it. The scenario makes a bit of sense. It's hard to block. This is just hitting too much glare. Give me 1 second. Ooh, microphone focus. Nice. That's it. This goes to 2. Everything's ready. Sentinel's attacking for 3 and a card. Most this can do is 6 damage. We've seen a lot of 3 blocks, so I'm not super stressed about it. If we're ready, we're not doing much though, so I think we can just block here. We'll block for 2. 3. 4. It's a little Sentinel, so we just take 2. That's fine. That is sustainable. Drawing 2 encounter cards is actually really bad that we're exhausted. I immediately regret that. And it's most so because we're seeing 2 encounter cards, and being able to not attack for 4 is really bad on a turn that you're drawing 2 encounter cards. So this is bad. It's slightly better if you haven't seen exhaustion, but we've seen exhaustion, which exhausts you. So this is a very bad block. I shouldn't have done it. Adaptive armor. Okay. Ooh. This is the hardest Sentinel's felt like a long time. Plus 8 hit points. 3 energy. Okay. It's bad. Attacking for 3 in a card. We're just gonna take it. 4/5. So we would have blocked anyway, so we weren't hard punished. So we take 5. And then we recover 2. What are we at? 6? Cool. Spider-Man with 25 basics. All right, it's us. Look at our hand. 3 mentals for the first time ever. But I think we want to do track by scent to draw more cards here. Otherwise, we need to get rid of this because it's 3 resources for 8 health. That's a good trade. So I'm going to hold on to our energy. We already have 2. That would be nice. So I don't think we're playing Precision Strike. We might play Shadowcat. I think it's less likely we're playing a Lunging Strike. So we'll do, actually, we don't have to do that. We'll do Precision Strike. We'll do Lunging Strike because mentals might matter for this, for track by scent. So we'll remove all the threat here, which draws 1 aggressive energy. It's a wild. That's good. And a Utopia, which is fine. Okay. Feel like we're just treading water still. So 3 energies we have. We can do 1, 2, 3 with the X-Jet. It leaves us with this hand, which can just play Utopia. We could always take a damage to play Precision Strike, which is not great. We also have 3 mentals if we want to get rid of the Retaliate, which these allies are not going to be attacking. I think 8 health is a bit more important. We could also just play I Got Better, which, I mean, we could. It does allow us to like fly line, which is good next turn. In theory, Sentinel could attack us for 6. The fact that we can't block with allies means that our recovery is not like ever gaining on the villain until we draw into our superpower, our regenerative healing thing. But I think I like getting rid of the 8 health here. So we'll do 1, 2, 3 to get rid of this. Villain takes 8. That feels good. It leaves us with these 3 cards, if I'm not mistaken. So we can't use Jubilee if we want to play Utopia. We can't do Shadowcat, so I think we'll just play Utopia to get out of the cycle. If we play X-Men, we can ready ourselves, which is good, because we've been blocking a bit more than we're normally doing. So ready for Wonder Man's yellow cards. I want to run Justice Falcon with Avengers Tower. I'm amped. Avengers Tower. Is that one of the new ones? Or is Avengers Tower the just the save a resource on Avenger? Yeah, that's the one. It was made for Cameo and is going to be great with the new Avengers compound, Cameo recruitment drive, and the new Justice Sentry. Heroic conditioning could be also good for it. The whole concept is you save the day and go down swinging with Spider-Man and other high-cost allies to swing through hoops the big burst of damage and thwart. Oh, that sounds cool. I could see that being cool. And I see why you want to be a Spider-Man there. Or Spider-Woman. That's it. We're getting beat up. I mean, no forward momentum. It's the allies. Precision Strike, I'm starting to hate this card. It has been really bad. Clobber, not great. Genius, really good to get rid of the Retaliate. Another Clobber, send help. And then lastly, What Doesn't Kill Me. That's at least playable. Goes to 1. We probably need to like let tactically this go through. Sentinel's attacking for 3 in a card. We'll block for 2. Put Sentinel in park and play, engage with you. It's weird that we haven't got the thing that draws cards. Sentinel. Okay, so this is only attack for 3, so we take 1. But now this Sentinel is going to attack. So we might actually have a Precision Strike angle here. So Guard and Patrol is going to attack us for 2. We'll take it. All right, Gang Up probably loses us the game. Oh, that's bad too. Advanced schemes for 3 in a card. Very unlikely for this to pop. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, it doesn't. Hooray! It's another Sentinel Mark IV that comes into play. So 1, 2, 3. This goes to 4. Okay. That got interesting. This is like exactly the board state where you want to do that Berserker Barrage that does 4 into 4. I don't think we have that. We recover 2. And it's back to us. So this hand probably is a Clobber line. We just need to do Clobber before we do anything else. So I want to get rid of Retaliate because this lines up well. What Doesn't Kill Me can come off the X-Jet, which means we either can Precision Strike for healing or we can Clobber. Clobber, if we play Clobber, we go back to 4 cards. It knocks Sentinel down to 1. Magneto can eat that Sentinel. Or sorry, Precision Strike can eat that Sentinel. That leaves us with What Doesn't Kill Me, and we can still X-Jet. I think that's probably the play. So I think we start here. So we'll spend 2 for Clobber off of the Sentinel. We need a thwart. That's a problem. So this goes back to our hand. Cool. Cool. I think that's a play. Because now Precision Strike can be played off of Wolverine's Claws. So we heal 1, knocking out the Sentinel. Then we can do What Doesn't Kill Me, which heals 2 and readies us to knock out the Sentinel. Magneto can thwart 2, and then Jubilee can ping Sentinel. I think that's a line. I'm pretty sure that's a line. It's a shame that we can't use the X-Gene. Or Utopia. because Utopia would have been reading us and we're attacking for 4, which is nice. In fact, we're attacking for 5 this turn. One of these fluid motion fights hits. We are technically attacking for 5. All right. Oh, the question is 1 more health better than 2 damage from Jubilee. There's a case it is, because we might not want to use this and instead use the X-Jet and use 2 damage. I think health is actually more important. So we're going to X-Jet for Precision Strike. It's going to knock out the Sentinel, which allows us to recover 2. We are treading water. What doesn't kill me fires? We'll spend 2 physicals on it, which is great. So we'll kill 2 damage and we'll ready ourselves. Now the protection card feels good. We're up at 9, as much as our health is technically 17 max health. We will attack for 5, knocking out the Sentinel. Technically for 6. We fired both fluid motion. No overkill. All right. Magneto will thwart for 2. And we'll pass. Cool turn, but that was mostly just like cleaning the table, not progressing us forward. Here we go. Jubilee. Can't play it. Lunging Strike. Might be sustainable. Psylocke. Good. Sentinel 3 has Stalwart, so this is maybe a time to cash it in. You'll pay for that actually might be playable. And Attract by Scent. Actually, that means we'll probably not play the you play for that. This goes to 3. Sentinel's attacking for 3 in a card. This could do 6 damage. If we're ready, we have more damage. I think we just want to defend because healing is hard. 3. 4, 5 on our obligation. We take 3. Counter card. Stop it with these attachments. Gauntlet Beam. It's piercing range. There's 2 of these in the deck. So 3 physicals to get rid of this. Getting Sentinel's attack down is good. We'll recover 2. I think we're higher health than Sentinel. That's nice. Okay, we will start with using this. We want to get rid of the Retaliate. Actually, I don't think we do. I think we want to get rid of the 3 physical. So we'll keep these 2 physicals and the X-Jet, which means I think we'll do Psylocke. We'll do you pay for this. No, because that can do Jubilee. We'll do Psylocke for Track by Scent. All right, we'll clear 3, which draws 2 cards. We get Healing, perfect. Berserker Barrage, fine. Okay, good. So we want to get rid of this thing. That will take us physical plus X-Jet. We can then do Jubilee and Healing, seems fine. So we'll spend physical, and X-Jet to get rid of the Gauntlet Beam. Oh my god. We can't play Jubilee. So we'll do the same thing where we use Jubilee on Jubilee, which is cute. We're really whittling him down. Or it down, I guess. 2 more. And we'll play Regenerative Healing. These cards are so important. We recover 4. All right, double digits. Feels good. We're getting stronger. We'll pass. Just give us 20 more turns and Jubilee will get there. It's fine. 1. Okay, that's a really good card because we're taking damage every turn and we're not jumping down. So this card is really important. +1 hand size is obviously huge. Endurance, okay, more claws and yelling. This art is, I think, more fitting for our deck. Beak. A Clobber, which, hey, that's technically like 4 attack because of our fluid motion. And then we have another Berserker Barrage, which I already pulled up on accident. All right, goes to 1. Sentinel, classic, attacking for 3 in a card. We will still defend, I think. We want to keep our health ready. So 3, 4, 5. Not drawing shadows is sick. We'll take 3. That's it. No trigger. We can't have 2 of these. So attach your identity. If it's not attached, otherwise they gain surge. All right, they won't let us have a freebie. Self-repair. No, healing. Healing's never that bad. It's emotionally damaging, but not actually damaging. Discard each status card from the villain. Give the villain a tough status card and heal 5. Okay, give us 26 more turns. No status cards. All right, it's funny that this can discard a toughness and then just the toughness comes back. We recover 2. Doing good. 16-3. Oh no, we didn't recover 5. We recovered 5 from ourselves. That's why it looked good. It wasn't that good. Hold on. There's no way that was right. So villain recover 5. Does Mags heal only if he defeats a minion? Yes. The cool thing about Magneto, though, is that it has to be a Sentinel minion, not a minion. It has to be a Sentinel. But also it's after the attack, so it's before Consequential, which is nice. Consequential is always the last thing that happens. Okay, this is us. The toughness, we are incentivized to knock out with the claws. Mental check, we can't clear the retaliate. So the claws always incentivizes us to do Wolverine's claws to take 2, which it's a bit sketch, but we'll take 2 here to play Clobber. because we use the claws, it has piercing, so it does 3 damage to Sentinel and comes right back to our hand, which means we knock out the toughness, but we take retaliate, so we take 1 more, but the villain also takes 3, and we fire fluid motion. Not that we're not exhausted. Fluid motion has been pretty bad. Okay, that leaves us here. I think we want to play Endurance. I think we want to play Berserker Frenzy. I think we want to fire Jubilee. That can't be that hard. So we'll start by... B could ready us. We'll play an Endurance. We'll just start stacking these. So we'll recover 3, functionally. I guess we could stack all of these. Okay. We'll spend 2 for Berserker Frenzy. This one's really important because now we're adding more cards, which means we'll find more things. Anytime we take damage while an attack, we draw a card. We're always taking damage. Then we'll just X-Jet for Jubilee to do 2 damage to the villain. We'll pass. We are on autopilot, for better, for worse. That's very easy. Pat, how's it going? Strength, love it. As much as we want the double mental, but it's a double. We'll take it. Logan's Cabin, we're not jumping down. We just played the Berserker Frenzy. Healing's perfect. Slice and Dice is enough damage to knock out Sentinel and a bit more. And an energy, which is not what we want, but what we get. And we're going to get another card. Goes to 2. Sentinel is attacking for 3 in a card. We'll block 3. Boost on this. You are stunned. I just typed in you are stunned. Sentinel mark 3. So you are stunned. If you're already stunned, take 2 damage. Okay, we're stunned. That's going to be hard to get rid of. So that's only 3 damage. So we actually take 1 damage, which is perfect because it fires Berserker Frenzy. So we draw a card. It's a Slice and Dice. Okay, fine. That's that. 1 encounter card. I forgot about these. Abduction Protocol. Of course, there's a whole bunch of these in the deck. And when we advance, we get another one. So Crisis is a bit scary. Comes in with 4 threat, but when we clear this, an ally enters play. And all the allies like do damage to some extent. We recover 2. We're at 12 to Sentinel's 3. All right. Can't get rid of the damn retaliate. We have no thwarting in our hand. We definitely want to play one of these to like get rid of the stun and then maybe play the second one. I think that's probably acceptable. 3 health is like just annoying enough because we can't knock it out with Jubilee. The characters that we rescue, I don't think they're X-Men, right? They are captive X-Men. What does Utopia say? Utopia says after an X-Men ally enters play. Wait a second, Abduction Protocols actually readies us. That's cool. The issue is we can't clear it. So that's going to matter eventually. But we are holding our ground now relatively well. All we have is energies. So I think we're just going to start by doing X-Gene, which should be ready. Excuse me. It's behind the microphone for regenerative healing. We could in theory get rid of the stun here, but I think it's not super important. Sorry, not that. We'll just recover 4. Again, we have technically 20 health, so we still have a bit more healing we can do. I think now we'll just do 1, 2, 3 on Slice and Dice to get rid of the stun. I don't think we want to advance Sentinel, which is the issue. Because if we advance Sentinel, we're going to have 2 Crisis icons, and that's really, really bad. The bottom of our deck, we have a handful of cards, maybe 6. In there, we have Prof X for thwarting, and that's mostly it. Sunfire is showing up, which is good. If we draw Prof X, we can clear Abduction Protocols. I mean, that's the best we have. That's why attack training is so good in this campaign. Probably why they limited it to 1 per character. I think they're going to limit it to 1 per character for like many reasons. But yeah, I could see attack training be really, really good. Because it allows us to use Magneto more, allows us to use Jubilee more. Healing in general is just really good too, because these allies are very, very good. I can see it. The cards that we added, you'll pay for that, have been totally useless. As much as I guess if we top deck 1, we can clear this. But yeah, it's scary because we can't do any thwarting this turn, and this hand stinks. So I think we'll just play the cabin to get out of rotation. But so far, a very bad cycle of the deck. And then we'll throw out the energy to ping 2. Yeah, very, very bad cycle. We might have to take this damage so we can thwart for 2. Does stun eat the entire Slice and Dice? Yeah, stun eats the entire text. No, you're right. It's 2 attacks. I think you're right. It's 2 separate attacks the way this is worded. Because notice how it doesn't say attack on the front. So in theory, we have to do 3 damage to Sentinel. Which we don't want to do. We want not to do. But you're right. I think we have to defeat Sentinel here. Because we legally can't play it. No. Yeah. We have to play it because we got rid of the stun. Which means we have to do the second one to deal 3 damage. Which means we have to target Sentinel. Interesting. This also should be ready. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we have to hit it. So I guess we're advancing. So whenever we play the Slice and Dice, the second attack goes into Sentinel. So we'll still use Jubilee on the next part, but we have to advance. All right, no longer steady. In fact, Stalwart. So Profex will probably be a ready. Toughness, 22 health. A Jubilee will ping the toughness. And when we search the counter deck and discard pile for induction protocols, I'm going to search the discard pile because I'd rather draw the card than not if we can. And I think we've seen one in here. We haven't. That's why we were surprised to draw them. Okay, so there's like 2 more in the deck. So we have to take that out of the deck. And mind you, our friend here, Nimrod, was the next card. It would have been a boost, but Nimrod is still in the deck. All right, Double Crisis is not good. I think Shadowcat is not in our deck. Recursion, Jason, how's it going? Glad you're on the Fluid Motion. It's not been good so far, I'll be honest. But that's because we're blocking every turn against Sentinel. I think this turn we won't because we can take the damage. But it's been better in testing than it has been today on camera. How you doing? All right, we'll drop. 1. Triage, okay, healing. Another reason we can take 1 to the face. Precision Strike, healing. You'll pay for that. Perfect, actually good. We don't want to block so we can Precision Strike. And you'll pay for that in Abduction Protocols. Great. Sunfire would be sick, and we should have the energy because of the X-Jet. So this is a good hand. And we don't deck out. We draw Profex last. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to end up playing Profex because we have some better stuff to be doing here. All right, goes to 3. We want Sentinel to hit a 1 boost here for sure. Attacking for 3 and a card. Villain's text hasn't changed. 1, 2, 3. No, not hitting a boost, unfortunately. And this thing's going to be attached to us because of the target for elimination. This will cause us to deck out though, because Berserker Frenzy is a forced response. Wait, this is getting really, really strange. So not exactly perfect, but this is Sentinel Mark 6. So it says if target elimination is attached, this is now a boost card. That was our decision to do that. So we only take 3 damage, which we take 3 damage. And because of Berserker Frenzy, we are required to draw this card, which means we are required to deck out, which means we have to shuffle. I think we'll still do the threat. Excelsior regret? Nah, no shot. Jubilees are Excelsior. Okay. Getting complicated. Now that thing is going to attack us, which we're going to draw another card, which is nice. I tried Fluid and Wolverine too, but Shadowcat was a better home. Oh, neat. Aggression Shadowcat. That's a cool idea. I don't think I've considered that. I just love cards that allow you to like get benefits from playing events. I think it's like such a fun play style that's not well supported currently. All right, I think we still do this because this is the most threat we'll have. So I don't think we play Profex here. You'll pay for that. So after the villain attacks, you remove 1 threat from the scheme for each damage you took. We only took 3 threats, so we'll remove 3 threat from this. That's it. In theory, we take the damage first, and then after the villain attacks you, so we can't get these back into our deck before we deck out. And then we draw 3 encounter cards. First one is Sentinel Mark 6. It has Quick Strike. That's good, honestly. So it hits us for 2, which causes us to draw a card. This is an attack. So we draw. Regenerative Healing, nice. Next, it's an advance. I mean, that's bad. So scheming for 3 and a card, so 4 and a card. 5. So this hits 8. The problem is it doesn't clear all of it the way that it does in other scenarios that have limits, like in Juggernaut. So this says, after threat is placed here, if there's at least 5 threat, remove 5, and we lose whatever this card is. We technically can't check now. Last card. Dog, that's bad. At least we're drawing more cards, right? So everything attacks us, which is going to be a lot of cards this turn. So we're going to turn the tide. Sentinel's attacking us for 3 and a card. We're not going to block 3. 4, 5. We take 5, draw a card. A Sentinel Mark 2 is going to attack us, or Mark 6 is going to attack us. We went from 14 down to 4. We draw another card. Okay, we survived the super turn. We'll recover for 2. Can we win this turn? Built-in event economy, and of course the phase perfect defense, really cool. It's not forced, so you don't have to draw if you don't want to know. It is for. Oh no, you're right. It's not forced. Okay, I'm glad we did it because it fired a lot. But I read the bottom text as forced response, thinking it was forced response, but it's the top text as the draw text. I just looked at and saw forced and was like, that's it. But obviously the force is attached to the jump down because technically this is optional. Neat. Okay, back to us. We're at 6 health. We are ready. This gets an ally, which we want to do sooner than later. Jubilee can thwart for 1, no problem. Nimrod is still in the deck, which is terrifying. That is not going to be great. We should pop off this turn. It'd be hard to imagine us not popping off this turn. Right? The thing is, like, planning this turn it's a bit tricky. It's not going to be easy, but we definitely should be able to pop off. I think it starts with us attacking for 4, because then once we play triage to ready ourselves, we can ready ourselves, and then we can thwart 1 with triage and see what happens. So I'm going to start by swinging 4 into Sentinel mark. 2. Then the double is nice because of learning AI, but I'm assuming we'll sooner play Sunfire, so we'll do double into Chris, another Chuck, heal 2 from X-Men. It'll be us. In theory, we can heal Jubilee, but you can't heal Magneto, but we'll heal 2. Nice. And then Utopia will ready us, which is good. Okay. All right, triage with War for 1, clearing abduction protocols, which allows us to roll a d6 and then see which way our fate will go. So when this is cleared, we grab the set-asides. There's 3 of them. I think they're all pretty similar on this board state. They all do like AoE damage, or technically don't take consequential, which is kind of similar. We'll do 1, 2, 5, 6. When are you generally streaming? We're trying to do Sundays. We're trying to do a video on every Wednesday, which we'll have this one this Wednesday, maybe not next week. And then every Sunday, we're trying to do a stream. It's usually Sunday mornings unless something comes up. So we start around 10:30 Eastern. We get Richter. Okay, nice. Richter is nice because Richter can do like incidental damage to things. So ally slots, we still have 1 left because these 2 don't count. So Richter says, after Richter attacks and deals damage, after Richter attacks, deal damage to the villain and every minion engaged with you. Okay, this is still a problem. It's been a fun stream, but it's been a fun stream, but it isn't. It's always the hood flashbacks. Okay, this is good. This is good. So we need to thwart this for 2. We don't have anyone else that can help us thwart for 2. So we can do Richter for 2, Wolverine for 2, Sunfire. That's probably it. I want to play Regenerative Healing for free. Then I want to play Sunfire. And I think Precision Strike actually doesn't hit this. Wait, can we do it all? So if we do X-Jet for, we do X-Chain for Regenerative Healing. We do X-Jet for Precision Strike, or we can just take a damage. Then we can play Sunfire and pay a mental. Yeah, we can do it all. Sorry, pay an energy. So X-Chain, Regenerative Healing. So heal 4. Cool. We'll take 1 damage here to play Precision Strike. Has piercing, knocks out the Sentinel mark 6. So we heal 2. Okay, trivial. Technically fluid motion, we have 5 attack this turn, which I don't think we're going to use. Let's be honest. Then we're going to spend 2 for Sunfire. This attachment's been here forever. We'll spend an energy to remove this. So we lose Retaliate, which has been, obviously with this board state, seems important. So, okay, we did it. We're going to get another ally here. The problem is our ally slots are full because these 3 count for ally slots. Utopia says we only get another ally slot if all our allies are X-Men, but unfortunately Magneto is not. I don't think there's a bonus for keeping Magneto to the end of the scenario, but obviously you'd want to. Magneto also could have knocked out the Sentinel for free, but that's fine. It healed us 1 damage. It's whatever. So then we'll do thwart for 2, thwart for 1, thwart for 1. None of these have active text. We'll clear this abduction protocols. You know the drill. I told you we'd pop off. So even cannonball, odd, boom, boom. Odd. It's boom, boom. Aggression Boom Boom seems really interesting, but I don't know what deck can do slow enough for it to matter. But in the meantime, are we out of red dice? No, we have 1 more. After Boom Boom attacks an enemy, place a bomb counter. At the end of the phase, remove all bomb counters and deal 2 damage to each enemy. That's really sick text. As an aside, looking forward to getting your thoughts on the new NBN ID. I don't think it's going to be fun, like for your opponent. I think a deck that can consistently like threaten kill, like just public trail, distributed tracing, or like rig shooting, it's not going to be interesting. I think the changes to like bad publicity are like massive balance changes. I think they're surprising to be presented as rules changes because they actually do really matter, as much as they're presented as rules changes. Okay, we're hoping this doesn't advance. I think we've seen both advances. Otherwise, Boom Boom could thwart for 1, but I think we're just within the finish line. So Boom Boom's going to attack for 1. So Sentinel takes 1. Cool. And then they get a boom counter, which I guess we'll just do this. So that'll pop up eventually. Jubilee, Magneto, Arnito will pass. All right, the whole gang is here. Okay, so now we do 2 damage to each enemy for each bomb counter. It'd be fun to get multiple bomb counters. You can do it technically. So a villain takes 2 down to 22. Oh, I took 1, not the villain. Hold on. Nope, did it again. There we go. Should be on 19. We should be on 13. Okay, cool. We'll draw. Good turn. Really good turn. Vic looks sick. Vic looks really fun. I think Vic, we're going to have to see more cards, but like the theme on Vic is my favorite. I've been a big proponent of like Noir showing back up in Netrunner because original Netrunner from FFG was very Cyber Noir, and we've kind of gotten away from Cyber Noir, which like it's a legitimate choice. You don't have to Cyber Noir. All right, damage, damage, damage. Shadowcat. Damage. We should have lethal this turn. This goes to 4. Sentinel's attacking for 3 in a card. There's no way this defeats us. We'll take it 3, 4, 5. We take 5. Berserker Barrage, we draw a card. It's now down here. We draw I Got Better. 1 encounter card. Yeah. This is the second scenario where on the last turn we have drawn the thing that wants us to stay in the fight for another turn. Don't you need to discard an ally? Yes, you're right. We need to discard Triage. We're at the limit. That did seem like a lot. We plan to discard Triage because he's not doing a lot. Good catch. Thank you. So I'm out of red die. Actually, not anymore. So unfortunately, this is going to keep us in the game for a couple more turns. I think, unfortunately, tactically, it makes sense for us to stay against Nimrod because taking Nimrod out of the deck is going to help us in the future. We'll recover too. 10:30 Eastern is 4:30. I'm looking forward to join more often for sure. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I love that you can make it, that it's convenient. Sometimes we stream in the evenings, which for you is like basically the morning. It is sometimes just the way it has to be. But yeah, glad it can make sense. I wish I had a more consistent schedule, but it's hard. Okay, it's Nimrod. It is Nimrod. Nimrod cannot take more than 3 damage. That's fine. We easily could just knock out Sentinel. Mind you, we just do lunging strike. That's 16, let alone we attack for 4. And then a whole gang attacks for 1 billion. Problem is like we have to play 3 more turns here. Boom Boom's text is kind of interesting, but I think it's during the same phase. It says at the end of the player phase. Okay, so it's not technically at the beginning of the villain phase, and Nimrod cares about what phases you could do damage to Nimrod. I think we have to toe-to-toe Nimrod. If we knew we were going to draw Nimrod, we would have blocked because just staying alive is now our priority for a couple turns. But yeah, unfortunately, this is maybe going to be a bit sleepy. So we're going to go ahead and do summon damage. So Sunfire will attack a Sentinel for 2. Gets knocked out. We want the ally slot. We're going to thwart for 2. Then we're going to do, like, maybe we play I Got Better, honestly. 1. Do we play I Got Better? No. 1. We can keep this. It's cheap damage. 1, 2, 3, 4 Shadowcat. She will ready us with Utopia. Just enough red dice. She will thwart for 2. So solved. That's good. Okay. We have to do 3 damage to Nimrod. I think Richter helps with that a fair bit because Richter is going to attack. Oh, not you, but similar. Nope. One more time. So after Richter attacks, deal 1 damage to the villain and each minion. So Richter's going to attack Nimrod, which does 1. No, that's not good. We'll attack Sentinel. That does 1. And then it does 1 to this. So Nimrod can only take 2 more damage this phase. That's perfect for Boom Boom. Because now Boom Boom can attack Sentinel for 1. And then gets the boom counter, which will do all the Nimrod damage we're allowed to do this turn. Okay, cool. And then we're just going to work on Sentinel. So we'll attack for... We'll play Precision Strike. Nice. So that just does 2 damage to Sentinel, which gives us +1 attack. Then we'll attack for 5 into the villain. And then all we're going to do here is we're going to throw out I Got Better to Jubilee to do 2 damage to Sentinel. So we're just going to keep them both within distance. End of the round, Boom Boom goes off, and then we do 2 damage to this Nimrod, and that's that. Okay, we're taking on a bit of risk here, but I think we're relatively okay with 10 health. And I think the deck is good. If you lunging strike Nimrod, does he take 3 and 5 overkill, or does it all 8 go to him and reduce to 3? I honestly don't know. I do not know how overkill interacts with cards that are limited to taking damage. I think you don't do excess damage, so my guess is that the damage is just wasted, like intuitively, but I could see it being ruled in both directions. I don't think it's worth stopping to check into because Sentinel on 6 is like just good enough for all use cases, but that's an interesting question. I don't 100% know. Someone knows, let us know. Here we go. Clobber. Okay. That deals with Nimrod. Track by Scent is nice. Aggressive energy. You'll pay for that. Probably not another Clobber. Okay. Ugly hand. Goes to 1. Sentinel's attacking. We only have 4 cards left here. So Sentinel's attacking for 3 in a card. Nimrod's also attacking for a 3 in a card. And we don't want to block with allies. So I think we'll just block this first one. 3, 4. We take 2. We draw a card. Nice healing is good. Then Nimrod's going to attack for 3 in a card. We just have to take it. So 3. Oh, Nimrod doesn't have, excuse me. Nimrod doesn't have, Bastion has Villainous. So we just take 3. That's good. We draw a card. Psylocke, not useful. 1 counter card. Sentinel Mark 5. This one has Surge, right? When revealed, if targeted for elimination is attached to your identity, Sentinel Mark 5 attacks you. Oh, okay. That's another card for us. So this attacks for 3. I mean, I guess we take it. Draws another card. Slice and dice. So we can clear the board up. This has 5 health. Now we're out of red dice, and it's up to us. We recover 2. So like we are getting beat up, that's for sure. We need to only survive 2 more turns. So none of this has healing besides regenerative healing, which we play. If we want to do Clobber, we can do Clobber now and returns to our hand. I think that's fine. If we do Slice and Dice, it does 4 into 4, which is pretty good with the aggressive energy. That's fine. There's a couple ways we can knock out Sentinel Mark 5. I don't think we're going to struggle here with doing enough damage. So I think playing an ally to ready yourself is maybe something, but we have like way more damage, but unfortunately Nimrod cannot take more damage fast. On the last attack of the game, we can also pin a card underneath here and not care about it if we're like feeling very, very uncomfortable, because we should win next turn. We just have to survive this turn. So there's no world where we don't do regenerative healing, right? So we recover 4. We're up on 8. That's like still scary. Still kind of scary. Excess is only beyond the remaining hit points, so it wouldn't spill over. So if you Nimrod for 10 with overkill, he takes 3 and the villain would take 1. Neat. Because it is, yeah, it has to be more than health. So he just stops, it stops taking the damage, and then the overkill is only whatever would get over numerically. That's neat. Okay, we could draw more cards. We're not going to deck out this turn, so it's fine. The only cards we want to draw into are healing cards, and the only other healing cards are regenerative healing, which they're both in our deck. So not a huge incentive to track by Scent here. So that means we could have just clobbered first, which means we can retcon that because we haven't done anything yet. Yeah, it's fine. I guess Precision Strike is a bit of healing. So Richter will attack Sentinel for 1. After Richter attacks, which is before consequential, deal 1 damage to the villain and each minion engaged with you. So we'll do 1 here, 1 here. Richter's gone. Oh, and 1 more to the villain. Okay. Cool. Profex is in our discard pile. Yeah, we could have clobbered. It's fine. Yeah, it's totally fine. It doesn't really change anything because his hand is mostly useless. Okay, Boom Boom. Unfortunately, Boom Boom doesn't fire on the last trigger because Boom Boom has to survive until the end of the phase, which doesn't happen. So we need to do 4 damage to the Mark 5. So I guess we're just going to do aggressive energy into, I don't know, doesn't matter. I'll pay for that. Or you'll pay for that. I'll pay for it. And then I guess we'll just do Clobber for Slice and Dice. So this is dealing 4 damage and 4 damage. The big difference here is aggressive energy says it increases the entire event, not the attack. So 4 damage knocks out the Sentinel, and then 4 damage will hit the villain. Mark 5 takes 1 more. Richter attacks plus response. Richter attacked Sentinel, not the minion. If we attacked the minion, yeah. We did the other way around. I mean, yeah, I guess X-Jet. We could have had a cheap ally here. It might have been better to play an ally than what we did. Yeah, I think Clobber was free value if we just did a turn 1. So I'm going to imagine we clobbered immediately because we could have just added it back to our hand. Because the order that we did was like hyper scuffed. Because that means we can do X-Jet plus 3 to have just another panic blocker with Psylocke. That would just be the straight up the best way to do this. This readies us. She has 3 health. She has 2 Psy counters. I guess they're going to be blue. Um, okay, we had to do 2 damage to Nimrod. I guess we'll just thwart. No, I guess we'll just attack for 4. So Nimrod goes down to 3. Psylocke. Boy, we defeated Sentinel? No, I did 4 damage to this. I didn't realize the Sentinel was that low. We're going to do the next damage to Nimrod. So Nimrod takes a 4 going down to 3. We want to leave Sentinel alive. Obviously, that's very important. I just sent the damage assuming that Sentinel would still be alive, but no, we're too strong. So yeah, the game is not over. We overed the game. We won and we unwon because unwinning is really important here. We're just going to head to use Shadowcat to thwart for 1 and we'll hold. We can attack for 4. It doesn't matter. We'll just straight pass here. Okay, we'll pass. Drop. We have to survive this round. We should be fine. Strength. Is the game over? It would have been. I didn't realize how much health the villain had left. So we're going to do the damage into Nimrod instead. So there's a legal target. Clobber. Energy. Jubilee. Okay. Weird hand. We have to survive this turn. This goes to 1. Sentinel is attacking for 3 in a card. We will block. 3, 4, 5. We draw a card. We take 3. Nimrod's attacking for 3. We will just take it, I think. So we'll take 3, which draws us a card. Track by Sent. 1 encounter card. We're fine. We win. Actually, this is the best encounter card to draw last, because if we clear this, in all the cards that we rescue from the abduction protocols enter our deck. So this is the perfect last card. In fact, it was exactly the last card. So in theory, this goes here and we should shuffle. I'm not going to shuffle though, because we're going to win this turn. Yeah, we were too strong. You're playing the Berserker Fury, Andre seeing red. I mean, gotta attack. Legally have to attack. It was not up to us. Okay, so we're just going to clear this and then we'll get an ally and we'll defeat Nimrod, we'll win. So super easy. Let's not think about it too much. We'll go ahead and do the clobber, returning the clobber to our hand. Fluid motion, Nimrod into the victory display. All right, step 1 down. Second step is here. We will Psylocke for 2. We will strength for track by Sent, clearing this. We get the last one. So we've rescued all 4. I don't think I've done that in a long time. Our ally slots are over. That's fine. We'll just discard Psylocke. Doesn't matter. Making a mess. It's Cannonball. Sam Guthrie. Cannonball has 2 ends. Cool. Comes in with 3 health. Doesn't take consequential when he defeats things. In theory here, we draw track by Sent, so we draw 1 and we deck out, so we draw an encounter card. I'm just not going to do that because here we'll just go ahead and when Sam actually enters play, we can ready ourselves with Utopia. We can attack for 4. Otherwise, we can go ahead and clobber for 3 and precision strike, and that's more than enough. We got it. Okay. We did every single goal we wanted to do on this turn in this game. We knocked out Sentinel. We cleared all of the minions, so all of these allies, excuse me, in our deck. And so far in 2 scenarios, we've knocked out Bastion and Nimrod, which is kind of incredible. Actually, did we get all the minions? Yeah, we did all 4. All 4 abduction protocols, if I'm not mistaken. It's pretty awesome. Okay. We were too strong there for a moment. That beginning of the game did really stink for a minute. Wait, what did we get pinned down? Oh, Berserker Barrage, that's fine. We were like treading water for a while. And this scenario is specifically very weird, and I like it. I do think the designers are printing more and more reasons to not chump block. Like I play a heck of a lot of Unis. Unis is another good reason that you don't want to chump block. And if we're not chump blocking, things get a bit trickier because now we have to keep our health up, which means we have to block. And if we want to block, we're not attacking for 4. We definitely could have built our deck more bespokely around this scenario. Usually, unless the things get too hard, I try and keep the similar deck between campaigns or scenarios within a campaign. And yeah, some things worked better than others. But ideally, in this scenario, you want to be blocking a bit more with your than using your allies, as much as the scenario is very kind at giving you pretty good allies, especially for free on the turn they come in. Let's talk about the things that worked. Fluid motion. It's probably fine. I think it's better than we think it is. I do want to shout out that no matter what, the you'll pay for that has been bad. It's like, I think academically, this feels like it would be so good. I think in this scenario, there's 2 things working against us. Firstly, the threshold on the main scheme is so low that like you can't really get this to be built up. And because jumping down is so hard and chump blocking is so hard, it's harder for us to manage our health. So we're defending every turn. And the more you defend, the less good you'll pay for that is. There's a lot of cards that you could play in the slot, like Battle Fury, maybe just playing 1 copy of the airplane and then having the healing cards, the air cover, stuff like that. There's a whole lot of things you could do. Master Mold is easy to rush. It's silly with Wolverine. The game is basically free. Anytime I've played solo Master Mold, not on camera, the game has taken me just about as long as the setup has taken. I think Master Mold is like definitely the lowest point of this campaign because it's basically just Sentinel again, but less health and easier to rush because there's not 17 things on the table on turn 1, and you start with Magneto anyways. I'm not a big Master Mold fan at all. Stalwart is also like not super fun. Yeah, this deck looks fine. I think there's some changes you can make for sure. The clobbers are okay. The precision strikes are like kind of entirely attached into the fluid motions. Like they're cheap, easy cards to play. The more aggressive energies you play, or like the events that, or the upgrades that can make your attacks do more, the better they are, because the incidental healing is kind of good. But we, at this point, our deck has so many allies that we're okay chump blocking with that I think our health management is probably a bit better, that we don't need the precision strikes. So I think there's a fair few slots in this deck you could still tinker with and do something cool. He's much more challenging with 2 or more players because jumping down is harder, right? I'm assuming, because the way that he doesn't scheme but schemes, or it doesn't scheme but schemes, is much more interesting. It's the game over is really, really funny. Anywho, it's 2:40 today. I still have a whole bunch of work to do on the Netrunner side, so I think we're going to call the day here. Thanks so much for hanging out. It's been a lot of fun. If you want to play this deck list, it's always posted below in the link on YouTube. You just have to hit like the more button on YouTube. I also will update this with timestamps and all this sort of stuff. If you appreciate content like this, if you want to leave a like on the stream, it just helps a heck of a lot. Leave a comment. I always respond to comments. I read every comment if I don't respond to it. So it's also really quite nice. GG's, thank you. A good game. On Wednesday, we'll be back. We have a video. It is Expert Protection Groot versus, who did we play against? Oh, Mr. Sinister, which is not a character I've played too much against. And it was a fun game as much as it's on the longer side. And earlier this week, we put out an Aggression Maria Hill, where we went out the way specifically not to play any of the big airships, which you know how good those are if you play the deck, and they kind of take over the game. So we wanted to try something smaller, and it was like absolutely a ton of fun. I think it's the most fun I've had with Maria Hill in a long time. That's it. I think we'll be back next Sunday, guaranteed. The week after, it might be a bit slower. We might not have a video. I'd be very surprised if we have a video next week, on the basis that the new Netrunner set comes out on March 2nd. And so that week is very, very busy in terms of content stuff. If you ever want to jump into Netrunner and learn about the game, it's different than Marvel Champions, but it's a very special game. You can check out the match ball grid. We'll see you over there if you want. Always cheers and have a great week. Thank you. And for those who are getting Wonder Man and Hercules, excuse me, maybe we'll have it on Friday. If Wonder Man and Hercules is here on Friday, I won't be able to do a stream on Friday because I might be helping out a friend with another thing attached to Netrunner. But if that's the case, Sunday will be the Wonder Man Hercules stream for sure. And technically, Hall of Heroes has card scans that are good enough to use. So we should be able to do the way that we do it. So tune in for Sunday. It's like maybe a 40% chance we'll have the cards here in Canada, but it looks like the East Coast does. So we might be in a good spot. Thanks so much for hanging out. Hopefully you've been doing well. I gotta go do some other video stuff, but thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the fun games. Yeah, Yellenholm, how's it going? We'll catch y'all in the next one. Take care, y'all.